special joint meeting of the town council, the town council's finance committee, the Amherst School Committee, and the library trustees. It is also a meeting of the budget coordinating group, which includes a regional school representative, Amherst. If there is a quorum of those bodies present, I will ask you to call your meeting to order in just a moment. Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extended through June 30th, 2027, the ability of public bodies to meet in a fully remote or hybrid manner, which is what we're doing tonight. This law allows us to continue holding meetings remotely without a quorum of the council physically present at a meeting location. The meeting is accessible in real time by Zoom, by phone, and as a live broadcast on Amherst Media Channel 9 and live stream. Please be advised that this meeting is being held in person in this case, and that the remote access option is provided as a courtesy only. In the event of technological issues with a remote connection, the meeting will continue in person as scheduled, as long as there is a quorum of the council in the room or available by technological means. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the council meeting to order at 6:02. The special meeting of the council to order at 6:02. I'm going to call on each counselor by name, and they should indicate that they can hear us and we can hear them. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Counselor Ette.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Counselor Haneke.
Present.
Bob Hagner.
Present.
Counselor Lord.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
Here.
Counselor Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Here.
And Counselor Walker.
Here.
School committee, I'm going to call on Jennifer Shao, who is the school committee chair for the Amherst School Committee, and ask her to do the same as we just did. Jennifer?
Calling the Amherst School Committee meeting to order. And since some of us are remote, we'll do a roll call attendance. Sarah Marshall.
Here.
Deb Leonard.
Here.
Bridget Hines.
Here.
Irv Rhodes.
Here.
And Jennifer Shao is here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the Jones Library trustees, do we think we have a quorum at this point?
I think there's only 3 of us.
Okay, if there is more, let me know and we will stop and call
Okay.
that meeting to order.
Thank you.
Finance Committee, Kathy Shane, please call any other members of the Finance Committee.
I'm not seeing our resident members here right now, unless they're in the audience. So all the members who are counselors are here.
Thank you. And the Budget Coordinating Group, the only other person that I have not called on is Anna Hurd. And Anna, can you hear us?
So I have a question.
Yes.
We do have a quorum of the regional school committee here, but do we have to call to order?
You didn't post a meeting,
Yes.
so you can't do that.
Okay.
Okay. And not to
Alright.
worry,
Good.
you won't be taking any votes tonight,
No.
and so you're fine. Okay. But thank you for calling that to my attention. I noticed that Tim Shores had joined us as well. Okay. There is no chat room for this meeting. If counselors or anyone else have technical issues, please let me and Athena know, and Sean as well. Sean Hannon, who is over here in the blue plaid shirt. If counselors have, if you want to make a comment, please make sure you use the raised hand function, and make sure that you take your hand down once you've made your comment. Please note there is no public comment during this part of this meeting, okay? And also note just one other public announcement, and that is our next meeting is on Monday, November 17th, and I'll get into more about that later, except to say that it includes at 6:30 a public forum on the FY27 budget. We are going to move immediately to presentations and discussions, and we welcome Town Manager Paul Blockelman along with Finance Director Sean Mangano and our treasurer collector, Jennifer LaFountain. So,
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you all for taking the time to be here with us. For those of you who've been through this before, this presentation will look familiar, but everything has been updated. All materials that we're showing you tonight are now in the town council's packet, so anybody can access that. We'll also be posting it on the town's budget page. The presentation tonight is a team effort. Our team is led by our newest member, returning Finance Director Sean Mangano. It's so good to have him back, and he's working hard to catch up where we are, organizing his team, hiring a new comptroller, and closing out the last fiscal year. He's got a lot on his plate, but he's very efficient, and we know he'll be working through this over the next few months to get things cleaned up. Our town team also includes Treasurer Collector Jen LaFountain, who is here with us tonight, and applause. I noticed no applause for the town manager, but and Kim Mew, who is our principal assessor, is part of our team. She will be with you next time you meet to give you extensive information about tax rate and exemption, things like that. So this is a process that is not common in most communities, but it is in some. But it's a tradition in Amherst. It's about communicating early and often in the budget process to ensuring we all start off on the same foot and with the same understandings. It's our staff's opportunity to share key financial information with you, the elected decision makers for the town. Next slide. So tonight's agenda, we're going to look back at FY25. We're going to look at the current fiscal year, which is FY26, and look ahead to FY27 and beyond. The goal tonight is to share information about where we are, where we've been, and where we think we are going. We share information about the fiscal condition of the town following a format that has been used for well over a decade. We compare ourselves to other communities in the state that are similar to us in terms of demographics and economics. And also, we compare ourselves to communities in our geographical area. Next slide. So these are the key takeaways from tonight. So there are no surprise endings or anything like that. Major and I'm going to go through these quickly because we know we want to get into the substance of the matter. So the major challenges is that now more than ever, the town needs to maintain budget discipline as we take on major capital expenditures where we know and we have to allocate the funds available to the town, and it is an important discussion. Health insurance increases are real and big, and I believe we successfully managed them this fiscal year, but they're going to be real and big next fiscal year, and they're going to be harder to manage. It's going to take our collective bargaining partners and the towns and the schools and the library all to be working together on that. The key challenge, I think, this year will be developing a stronger working relationship with all of our decision makers, the town, the schools, the library. We are fortunate to have strong and experienced financial staff and Sean and Shannon at the schools and Sharon at the library. As you all know, Sean used to be the finance director for the school, so he understands the challenges the schools are facing as well. You will hear this over and over. We know how much we're going to get, and it's in every year we're about 3 to 4% new income coming into the town. We don't deviate from that much, and that was sort of borne out when Sandy Pooler was here as a temporary finance director, and he sort of looked at the numbers over a decade and said, we're pretty solid in that 3 to 4% range. We're happy that we're seeing real progress in our capital projects. The school well under construction on time and on budget. Our library under construction, and we still have more work to be done on their DPW and fire, but those are teed up to move forward. And if you've driven in Amherst, you know we've been putting a lot of money into our roads because you've been stuck in traffic probably, and our other buildings continue to need investment. We also think it's always important for us to keep to recognize the constraints the economy is putting on our taxpayers. So we're looking in this presentation to convey the need to maintain fiscal stability with it. And in essence, without strong financials, nothing is possible in our community. So important accomplishments. We presented the S&P Global ratings earlier this year, and it was reaffirmed at our credit rating at AA+. Through tonight's presentation, you'll see that we have focused on maintaining a solid financial position for the town. This matters a lot when comes to maintaining current town services or when we enter the bond market especially. This is what they look at, is how strong your finances are. We entered the FY 26 budget year with a balanced budget. We have had excellent success in securing millions of dollars of grants to carry out our major infrastructure projects, including the new elementary school, and the new library, and roadway improvements. A new challenge this year is onboarding our finance staff and new comptroller, new finance director. And we also have a lot of new leaders in our other departments, and that's an opportunity, but also a challenge. And we, again, you'll hear me say this over and over, solid financial foundation. Outside bond ratings reaffirmed our strong fiscal management and the steps we have taken to prepare for the future. We have strong systems in place, and we've done everything we can with all the parts that we can control. Our staff work together, take a team approach to problem solving and address major issues as they arise. And we've managed to maintain this slow, steady growth over the last decade. Next slide. And now I'm going to turn it to Sean.
Thank you. So you can go to the next slide. So the first chart we're going to look at is our revenue picture. So these pie charts illustrate FY16 compared to FY26, and it compares our 4 major categories of revenue: property taxes, local receipts, state aid, and other, which is like unappropriated uses, transfers in from reserves and things like that. So what you'll see here is that we sort of the same picture we've had for several years now, a growing reliance on property tax revenue, and state aid and local receipts are sort of shrinking as a part of that pot. Part of that is our new growth has been strong for several years now. So if your new growth is strong, your property tax revenues are growing at a faster rate than what these other areas are growing at. And then the flip side is that our state aid growth has not been strong. We've had, very modest increases in state aid. So that's shrinking as an overall piece of the pie. And the good news is, while we've seen this property tax percentage grow, it's not like we did an override and that has contributed to it growing. It's really, we're operating within the 2.5% that we're allowed, and then the new growth that's driving it up as a portion. Next slide. So this chart's similar, except for it looks at the expense side. So it's comparing our major categories of expenditures from FY16 to FY26. And the major takeaway from this slide is that you'll see capital has grown from 5% to 9%. That was very intentional over this time period, really starting back in FY14, maybe a little bit after. There was a plan put in place to grow our capital so that we could prepare for the 4 building projects. And we've done that, right? Our capital as a percentage of our levy is at 10.5%. We started 2 of the capital projects and are getting ready to start, 1 or 2 more. And our capital, we've been able to invest in other capital needs like roads and some of these other projects that have popped up. So I know at times that can put stress on the operating budget, but it was a very intentional decision, and it's put us in a strong position to take on these projects that we know are coming. I think it's super critical now. We do have these 2 projects started. We've got the 2 other building projects right behind it, but behind that, there's a whole wave of other projects. And if we don't get these done in the next, 10, 15 years, all these 4 building projects, we're going to get other ones creeping up. So we've got the middle school roof now that we know is coming through. That's expensive. Even with MSBA reimbursement, that's still expensive. The high school roof, I imagine, will not be far behind the middle school roof, just knowing the ages of those roofs. And that's a little bit bigger roof. The wastewater treatment plant we've heard about. So there's other needs that will be coming behind these 4 building projects. So the fact that we're here with capital, again, while it's caused some budget stress, it's a good thing that we're here. It's much better being here with these building projects coming up than being at the lower level and still having these needs coming up. Next slide. So this shows property tax revenue growth from 2016 to 2025. The blue line is the total or the actual dollars of property tax revenue collected, which grows at a pretty steady 2.5% plus new growth. And the red line is property tax revenue adjusted for inflation. So we sort of downgraded this. If we were a rating agency, we've downgraded this to unfavorable. And really the reason why is inflation. So it looks, I know taxpayers feel the increases in taxes every year, but when you look at the purchasing power that we're gaining from those increases in taxes, it's why we're struggling to kind of maintain level services with the money we're collecting. So we've downgraded this to unfavorable, especially in recent years with the inflation numbers that we've seen. You can see in this chart that the spending power is just really leveled off. And with that, I'll turn over to Jen for the next few slides.
Okay, thank you. Uncollected property taxes. Yep. Oops, sorry. This slide shows a 10-year history of uncollected taxes as a percentage of the net levy. In FY 2020, it was slightly higher due to the COVID pandemic. And just as a reminder, the town adopted an extended due date for the fourth quarter property taxes that pushed the due date from May 1 to June 30 without any penalty. And this also pushed out the demand bills into July. So the percent of uncollected taxes at the end of July was back under 2%, where it was more in line with what we expect to see. Overall, this slide shows our collection rates to be very favorable in the bond rating agencies, as we have remained well below the 5% or above warning indicator. Next slide, please. State aid, actual and constant dollars. State aid looks to be increasing, but with the constant dollar being adjusted with inflation, it is leveled out and even looks like it could be on the decrease. This trends as unfavorable because state aid purchasing power is not keeping pace, especially past COVID, and is lagging behind state revenue growth. Next slide, please. State aid is continuing to decline as a percentage of revenues. Instability of local receipt revenues during and after the pandemic is the biggest reason for the recent fluctuations in state aid as a percentage of operating revenues. There is some uncertainty what future years will show. Next slide, please. So this is the Amherst state aid history. The red bar represents state aid coming in minus offsets that go directly to the Jones Library and Elementary School. Green bar shows our state assessments going out. The purple line is the net state aid, which has grown from 12 million to 14 million over the last 10 years. This increase is only averaging about 2% a year and not keeping pace. Costs are growing much faster than this. Next slide, please. All right. Economic growth increased post-pandemic, which put us back over 5% where we had been prior. This is vital for the town's fiscal health, as well as being able to follow through on goals that the town council has made for us. Next slide, please.
Hold on a second on this slide, so everyone knows. So real quick before, can you go back one slide? Thank you. Just so everyone knows what's included in economic growth. So this includes building related fees and permits, motor vehicle excise tax, new growth, meals tax, and hotel and motel tax are the numbers that we track over the time span. Next slide.
Thank you. Revenue per capita, actual and constant dollars. So the red line shows property taxes, and they have increased with new growth in the acceptable limits of Proposition 2.5. The green line shows state aid, and this remains fairly flat. The purple line is local receipts. As seen after 2020, there was a dip due to the pandemic, but they are slowly recovering. Even though property taxes are increasing, there is a growing dependence on them, barely keeping pace with inflation. Slide, please.
All right, back to me. So this chart looks at operating expenditures per capita. And again, it looks in actual dollars and inflation adjusted dollars. Historically, we've always flagged this as favorable because the growth has been pretty mild over this time span. And when you see this compared to our comparison communities, it's low. But we've also flagged this as uncertain and for a couple of reasons. So one, we know it's low, but there's budget challenges that we're dealing with each year. And it's sort of I don't want to say artificially, but it's low because the population that we work with has 40,000 residents in it. But not all of those residents live on tax-paying properties. And so, our services are designed to support all residents, and residents use different levels of services, but it's designed to support all residents. But we're not getting tax revenue the way some other communities might get from that whole tax base, because so much of it is on taxes on property. So again, it's uncertain because that poses a challenge, and we deal with it every year of how to support our operating budgets. If you go to the next slide. So again, this looks really great. Looks like we're being super efficient relative to our communities. In a lot of ways we are. And, we sort of have to be, right? We're forced to stretch our budget, as far as we can. And we've done a good job of that over the years. But you can see how we compare. So the colors you'll see on this, if it's purple, it's a AAA community bond rating. The blue and the purple come out super close together on this for some reason. They don't on the PowerPoint, but so the darker purple or I don't know if I'd say dark. The Needham colored purple is your AAA communities. The Norwood blue are AA communities, which Amherst would be one of those. And then the Pittsfield tan are your single A communities. Next slide. So this looks at staffing. So this tracks our total municipal staffing, does not include the schools, but to all other positions municipally from 2016 to 2025. So the red bar is that total FTE. The blue bar is public safety positions, and then green are grant funded positions. So a couple notable things that have happened in recent years are from 2022 to 2023, you'll see an increase of about 8. Those were the CREST funded positions or the CREST positions that we added, and we went from 2 to 10. So you'll see the public safety number and the overall number go up. From 2023 to 2024, went up about 4-ish. Those were the 4 firefighters that we brought over from grant funded into the operating budget. And then from 2024 to 2025, there were a couple pieces there, but the biggest piece was staffing for the rental registration program and the new inspections related to that. So we listed this as favorable because all those things were priorities of the council, and we were able to adjust our staffing to address those priorities. And they're all, in one way or another, public safety investments. Next slide. So this chart looks at total salaries and benefits spending as a percentage of the overall budget. So the red bar is our in terms of dollars, how much we spend on salaries and benefits. So it's increased from about 46 million or so in 2016 to over 60 million in 2025. The blue line looks at the percent of that salaries and benefits costs relative to the overall budget. So that's kind of fluctuated over the years, but it's right around 50% currently. And the green line is our total employee benefits spending relative to wages and salaries. Or in other words, for every dollar that we spend on salaries and wages, we spend about 40 cents on benefits currently. So when we put this chart together, we were anticipating a sharper increase on the benefit side in particular. One thing that really muted that or offset that in FY25 was our retirement assessment, which is a big portion of this calculation, was basically flat. So while the insurance costs went up, that retirement assessment being flat offset a lot of that increase. We would expect this trend to go back up for 2026, given the health insurance increase that we had to budget for. Next slide. Okay.
This is our annual debt expense as a percent of our operating net revenue. These are our annual principal and interest payments on existing debt. The elementary school is the first of the big projects to impact this, which reflects in the increase from 0.8% in 24 to 2.4% in 25. Part of this increase includes the first bond of the Fort River Elementary School, paying off the DPW design, fire pumper, and the police chiller. In the next couple of years, our percentage will increase due to debt authorizations approved through the capital improvement plan. This was expected and planned for. And debt service is part of the capital budget.
So this is a very exciting slide because this is one of the only slides that's changed in the last 5 years. And it's it's sort of like the culmination of everything we've been planning for. It's not great that our debt service is going up, but it means that we've started these building projects and we're actually starting to pay back on them. And again, I feel like every slide for several years now has kind of been the same trend. And now we're finally starting to see, like this one in particular, again, debt service is going up, but it's because we're starting to make payments on these projects.
Next slide, please. So this is debt service for FY24. There is a 1-year lag in the reporting information. This slide shows us compared to other communities throughout Massachusetts above and compares us to our neighboring communities below for debt service as a percentage of revenues. This will look different in the next few years as more debt is taken on with a few of the big projects underway. Our credit rating is strong due to a low percentage of debt relative to general fund revenue and also to good fiscal management. Next slide, please. Amherst's long-term debt load has remained relatively low and had actually decreased in recent years as shown in this slide. The percentage includes both long-term and short-term outstanding debt. This chart does not show authorized but unissued debt like the Jones Library and portion of the new elementary school. Once these items are borrowed for, our outstanding debt will reflect an increase in percentage. The increase from 2024 to 2025 includes the first two borrowings for the Fort River Elementary School, totaling around $26 million, and phase one of borrowing for Centennial at $15 million. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison, again, to other communities above and below a comparison to our neighboring communities, showing what our outstanding debt is as a percentage of assessed value for FY24. These charts are long-term outstanding debt only. Currently, Amherst is one of the lowest. This will change as we take on more debt in the next few years. And again, we maintain a strong AA+ credit rating as a result of this low percentage of debt relative to our general fund revenue.
And I think Jen said this, but just these comparison to other communities, they lag behind a year because the information comes from the state. And so it takes a while for that to kind of filter through to us. So these comparison charts are always a year behind the other data. Next slide. So this slide looks at our long-term liabilities, pension and OPEB. These are really our two sort of outstanding liabilities that we're working towards funding. The blue bar is our pension liability, and we are, as of 2024, about 75% funded. We don't have an updated FY25 number as of right now. That's managed by the Hampshire County Retirement Trust, our board. They contract for that. So once they do that and we get that number, we can update this chart. And then for OPEB, which is in red, I think it's pretty impressive how quickly we've funded it. We started in 2014 at almost zero, and it's almost at 20% in a relatively short period of time when it comes to big liabilities. So we do have an updated number for 2025. It's about 19%. So it's like a percent higher than what you'll see here for 2024. So it's continuing to go in the right direction. And again, we've made a lot of progress just through those sort of relatively small contributions, but we've made them over almost 10 years now, or over 10 years now. So it's starting to add up. Next slide. Reserves. So this chart shows how we've built our reserves over the years, again, intentionally to help us manage the 4 building projects. The blue bar is our free cash. The red bar is general stabilization. In 2024, you'll see the capital stabilization come in because that's when that was funding was first transferred into that new stabilization fund. And then the purple bar is our reparation stabilization fund. So the green line and the red line are 5% and 15% because that used to be sort of what our benchmark was. But we did intentionally go over that as we started preparing for these capital projects. And I was going to say, and we've already, the town has already benefited from healthy reserves. The council appropriated $5 million from stabilization fund to help offset the debt exclusion impact for the 4 building or for the elementary school. So having these reserves, again, we need them for the projects that are coming up, but they've already helped the town start the Fort River project when we appropriated that funding. Next slide. This compares our reserves to neighboring communities. So as you might expect, we're near the top. Northampton always beats us. I don't know what it is, but they're a little bit above us. But other than that, we're up there. But again, many of these communities are likely not preparing for the number of capital projects that we're preparing to do all at the same time. So I wouldn't say our reserves are at, this is not where they would be otherwise if we were not setting aside funding for the DPW and the fire station. Next slide.
Comes back to me. So I think probably a lot of people are thinking like enough with the bond rating already. Like all you talk about is the bond rating. And why does it matter? It matters a whole lot because there's direct correlation between our bond rating and the amount of interest we have to pay. We've talked a lot about how much money we're borrowing. You see it in the slides as we start to increase our borrowing. As we borrow money, our bond rating tells us how much we're going to pay on interest. The higher our bond rating, the lower our interest. And so we want to pay as little interest to the banks as we possibly can. And that's why maintaining strong fiscal strength on this is really important. And so I want to come back to where we are today. So again, on the left is the bond rating, good. And also that we've been building our reserves, as Sean said, and we've maintained our commitment to the Reparations Stabilization Fund. So I think that hits all these points in here. And the Capital Stabilization Fund. What do you want to say, Sean?
No. you can
Okay,
move on.
okay. So for looking at FY26 current year, so we're doing well. 4% increase for the town and library operating budgets, 5% for the school budget. We had to lower our investment in capital to achieve this. This points out that this is a zero-sum decision-making process. Ongoing challenges, we're all experiencing inflation with be it tariffs or whatever else, all of our projects. The relationship, we have to work out a good funding mechanism so the region can get the funds that it needs to operate as do the rest of the schools. Rising health costs are going to be the thing that drives our decision this year. It's going to be brutal. And we did the easy fixes when we worked with our insurance advisory committee and every collective bargaining body is part of that. And we did a lot of the good things to knock down the increase from last year. But I think they're going to be harder and harder to do as we go forward. And then we've heard a ton about investing more in our roads. And I think everybody who's either driven on a road or talked to anybody in town knows that that's a priority. Next slide. So in terms of, are you going to do this one, Sean?
Yeah, I can do
Okay,
this.
sure.
So we're getting into our forecast for next year. So for revenues, we are projecting the 2.5% increase and $650,000 for new growth. If you go back a year, our new growth was higher. I got an update from our assessor for the current year, FY26, and our new growth is likely going to be around $400,000 or a little bit less. So we are having a down year, kind of rare when we look back, but it is a down year. We're not adjusting our budgetary figure yet because we've had, a number of strong years, but I think it just reinforces why we don't adjust that new growth number up right away when we see good years, because there are down years as well. And then you have to really scale back. So we're keeping it at 650, which is consistent where we have in the past, but just know that you'll see the current year we're in a little below that. State aid is being projected as flat. There's a lot of uncertainty, specifically around federal funding that goes to the state, especially next year. And that could have a ripple effect throughout the state. So we're being very conservative here, keeping it flat. If we do get increases, then we can always adjust appropriately. So, but for now, we've left that flat. And local receipts, we are projecting a significant increase to the budget to reflect some of the recent trends we've seen in different categories. And when we get to the projection table, I'll highlight some of those trends. And good news, no override is being proposed currently. On the expenditure side, so the number we're working with right now is 3.5% is what's in the for operating budgets. But I do want to note for the region, it doesn't include the one-time funding that was included last year. So it's less for the region, and you'll see that on the projection screen. But in terms of the increase in the recurring allocation for operating budgets, it's 3.5%. And then for collective bargaining agreements, so what I understand for the schools is they have 4 unsettled CBAs for the FY27 year. They might not be unsettled right now, but for FY27, and 2 that are settled. And for the town, still 3?
Yeah, so we will have, we're very confident we'll have a 4th one settled within the next few days. So it'll be 4 and 2.
So the reason we give you this information is just to kind of give you a sense of how much uncertainty there is with wages. When they're unsettled, we don't know exactly what the COLA steps, all that will look like. So so there's a decent amount of uncertainty with wages next year because of just the timing of where we're at. And then for health insurance, we are anticipating another year of double-digit increases. We'll have much more information in the next week or two. But once we get a more definitive number, we'll share it out. But for conservatism and just because this is where we expect we're going to land, we're anticipating double-digit increase.
just a notable thing here is that we're starting at 3.5% is more than we have in years past. We've always been at 2.5%, 3% range. So we're trying to be more attuned to what the council has put in their past financial guidelines and sort of being tighter on our projections.
Next slide. So some other expenditure items. So for retirement assessments, we're projecting a 4% increase, consistent with the financing plan of the retirement system. That can vary based on performance of the trust, how many members we have, their salaries relative to other members of the trust. But we're projecting 4%. And then we are projecting a $50,000 increase to our OPEB contribution, which is what we've tried to do when we can. On the capital investment side, we've kept it at 10.5% of the levy for now. And you'll see how that kind of, our best estimate right now of how that breaks down between different categories of capital. Next slide.
So, I mean, these are the challenges that we've asked the schools and the library and the town to share. I don't think we've addressed every one of these things. I mean, I think for the town, we want to make sure that you're aware of the facility infrastructure needs that we have. As Sean mentioned, I think we've seen this bit of a slowdown in economic growth in terms of our new growth. And that would just note that we continue to have the frozen positions that we had from last year. The schools, it's the 6th grade move, which is going to be very big. Transportation, significant increase for the transportation and union negotiations and special education. And then the new track is going to require investment to maintain the track going forward. And for the library, they are seeing increased demand for services, maintaining the facility and grounds when they take over the building again, and then continuing trying to manage their dependence on the endowment.
Next slide.
So these are the big picture things. We're continuing. It's many of the same things. Reducing the town's carbon footprint, expanding the tax base, which is the lifeblood of keeping the town moving forward, moving the 4 building projects going ahead. Recognize the need on taxpayers, and also just we all should recognize that there are more needs and wants than we have resources. So maintaining fiscal discipline, making those hard decisions is going to be what we're in the room for. That's why you're all elected. How do we move forward? We have to be very frugal in how we manage the taxpayers' money. Don't over depend on reserves. That's one-time money. And so if you start to use it for operating budgets, you get a lot of hurt really fast. And we see that in neighboring communities. And we're optimistic that as we open new buildings or net zero buildings, like the conversion of two fossil fuel elementary schools to 1 net zero school, there should be cost savings there. And we want to be able to recognize that it's cost savings both in staffing and in fuel costs.
Next slide. So I'm going to walk through the projection relatively quickly. This is, I believe, going to be discussed at Finance Committee on November 12th. Is that right, Councilor Shane? Take that as a
Kathy.
yes.
Finance Committee.
We're meeting on the 12th, right, to
Yep.
budget guidelines?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
So-
And
so-
the issue is, I think we're going to be meeting at 10 in the morning.
Oh.
We originally posted it for 2.
That sounds good. Yeah, I can, so we'll get into much more detail of all these numbers and kind of where they come from at that meeting. But kind of quickly, if we start at the top, property taxes, as I mentioned, we're projecting a 2.5% increase, 650,000 for new growth. And I know one number that's interesting to folks is what we're projecting for a debt exclusion. So the number for FY27, so just again, the white column is FY25, the blue column is FY26, and then yellow is what we're projecting for FY27. The number for the debt exclusion is $2,173,000. That's based on our latest cash flow and debt schedule for the elementary school. So it's not quite at the maximum level that it's going to get to, but it's getting closer. It's ramped up from where it was in FY25 into FY26 a little bit, and then it's going up a little bit more for 27. In a couple more years, we'll sort of hit that kind of stable level. In local receipts, you can see overall, we're proposing a 13.1% increase. A couple notable items, motor vehicle excise tax. We looked at a 3-year average of the FY 23 through FY 25, and we've adjusted that. That reflects vehicles being more expensive. And in general, we've seen a rise in this revenue source, so we've adjusted that. Hotel, motel, and meals excise, again, we looked at a 3-year average of what those have come in at, and that's what we put the budget at the start. For licenses and permits, it's really 2 revenue sources that are driving that. It's building permits and it's revenue from the new rental registration program. So the rental registration program, that's still sort of, that number might change a little bit as we work with that department to understand what they're going to collect. And the building permit revenue, we haven't gone quite as high as some of the prior years, which in a lot of ways were driven by 1 or 2 projects that we won't anticipate happening every year. But we have brought that up a little bit to be more consistent with prior years. So making all these adjustments has brought up our local receipts 13.1%. I know another one that I've heard about is the investment income, for example. You were going to ask a question, I can see right there. We had a couple of really good years with investment income. Again, that was for the applause for Jen when we first started. But I do want to really point out that while it's good that we were able to collect that money, a lot of it was based on one-time monies that we are spending actively, whether it was the ARPA money, whether it was MBLC money for the, even though that interest isn't separate, so it wouldn't be MBLC, but we had construction loans and things like that that were not being spent actively. And so that helped generate higher interest than we might otherwise expect. So it's good. We can, the council can consider how it wants to use that funding, but I wouldn't advise building an operating budget on it because I don't expect it'll stay that high for much longer, especially as we're actively spending down the borrowing from these projects. State aid is the next section. So we basically kept state aid flat. It looks like a little bit of a decrease here because the final budget changed from when Amherst adopted its budget, the final state aid figures for Amherst. So what you'll see in the yellow column is the final FY 26 state aid figures for Amherst. And then in other financing sources, the ambulance fund, we're dropping it down to 3 million. In FY 26, it included a new ambulance purchase, so it was brought up. We bring it up when we use it to fund capital. We're not proposing, there's not a new ambulance as part of the FY 27 plan, so we dropped it back down. Not all the way, it's a little bit higher than what it was prior, but it's not reflecting the purchase of a new ambulance anymore. So total receipts, we're projecting growing about 2.6, 2.5%. Can't see what that number is, but next slide. And on the operating expense side, so as I mentioned, 3.5% increases, but you can see how much was one-time support. And so that is in this initial projection zeroed out. On the capital budget side, you'll see the debt exclusion number. That just is a wash with what was up above in the property tax revenue. We have an estimate for CPA. We have brought up our regional debt assessment figure. I'll have to continue working closely with the regional schools to understand what their capital needs are, but in preparation for the roof debt and other needs they may have on their capital plan, that's been brought up. But that could shift, based on discussions with the regional schools. But that's basically the assessment we pay towards whatever capital projects they have. Then debt service current, you'll see that's starting to go up, and that's because in FY 27 we anticipate making our first principal payment on the library. So you'll see that uptick quite a bit, and that's really going to be where we expect it. It might drop a little bit after that, but that's where we expect it to be with the library payments in there. And then that leaves us with the cash capital, which is dropping. Again, that's sort of what was planned. We knew as we took on the debt for some of these building projects, there would be less for cash capital. And that's sort of what you see here. Debt going up, cash capital going down. In the miscellaneous section, you'll see the pension assessment going up 4%. And then in unappropriated uses, we're projecting a 3% increase for state assessments. That includes things like charter tuition and our PVTA assessment. So all in all, at this stage, based on those assumptions that we've built in, we have about a $200,000 shortfall, which for this time of the year is very typical. I do want to say, like, these projections are based on assumptions. If something changes, if we get more information on something, we'll update them and we'll certainly share it out with the committee. Last slide. So this is our calendar, sort of the key milestones coming up. I think I'll just point out a few. As we mentioned, November 12th, budget guideline development at the Finance Committee. We'll talk about this more, and then the Finance Committee will start developing their budget guidelines or drafting guidelines for the council. The regional schools have their four-town meeting on November 8th. And as was mentioned earlier, the budget public forum is on the 17th. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And welcome back. And glad you're still with us. There is time for questions. So if you would like to ask questions to clarify and or anyway, clarify questions. Jennifer, I see your hand up. Can you use your raised hand function? But go ahead, please acknowledge, I'm acknowledging you because I saw your hand. Please go ahead.
Can you put hi, Sean, welcome back. Can you put the presentation back up, please? My first question is about the two pies that show expenditures between fiscal 16 and fiscal 26. It was relatively early in the presentation. Yeah, perfect. So, okay, I'm noting that you have the elementary schools and the regional schools at two different slices of the pie, which makes sense. But when I add them up, it looks to me like in fiscal 16, schools combined were 52% of expenditures, and in fiscal 26, 47% of expenditures, if I add together elementary and region. So that tells me that the schools are getting a smaller piece of the pie, so to speak, than they did 10 years ago. And so by about 5 percentage points, from 52% to 47%. So then I want to look at what sections are getting a bigger piece of the pie, and that would be capital, going from 5% to 9%. And then I guess my question is about unappropriated uses. Can you give us some examples of what's in that slice of the pie, and maybe what is causing the only a 1% increase, but what's causing the increase?
Yeah, so that's going to be state assessment. So that would be things like charter tuition or PVTA assessment are the two big ones.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And then my next question is about the,
Can I jump in there before you go to the next? So I think we should know that capital also includes schools capital as well.
Yeah,
So
totally.
that's shared,
I get it.
that increase in capital.
yeah, thank you. The projection for the fiscal 27, the first like big spreadsheet page. Yeah, so this is just like a data question, but you see how so okay, you've got the blue is fiscal 26 and the yellow is projected fiscal 27. And then the dollar change and the percent change is the change between projected fiscal 27 and actual and budget fiscal 26, right? It's just a formula. I don't understand why the percent change column isn't filled in for all the rows. Just from a data analysis perspective, like if I look at local receipts, which as you said has gone up 13%, what I want to do if I'm looking at this is I want to look at the things that make up that and look to see which lines are growing more than 13% and which lines are growing less than 13%. The ones that are growing more would tell me that they're contributing to that. So I've asked this before, could you just fill in that column for all of the rows?
Yeah, we
That
can
would be
certainly
super
do that.
helpful.
That's no problem.
And then my last question is on the next page. Okay, I could be wrong, but for fiscal 26, I believe the additional 269 one-time went to Amherst, not the region. Is that right? The previous year it went to the region. I believe for fiscal 26, it went to Amherst.
Yeah, I'm sure you're correct. I think we just showed it as one line, and it may be my, only being back a week or two, but you're probably right. If that's what,
Okay, I just want to make sure that the numbers are like that you've taken it out of the right bucket and that anyway,
yeah, and we're not even taking out of a bucket. It's just we're not rolling that over. So whatever district that went to, that funding
It's captured
is
correctly.
projection. It's not there.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Pam Rooney?
Thank you. On slide number 12, and again, sort of on 14.2, we're looking at salaries and costs. Are the salaries and benefits calculated equally for school, library, and town staff? They're all calculated in the same manner? And
You're
Wrap-
asking the
wrap
numbers that
into-
go into the salaries and benefit?
Yeah.
Yeah, we pull them from the same spreadsheet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So they're apples and apples. Because I thought there was, at one point, there was a conversation about one of the groups was not having to count OPEB or retirement in the same way that other groups did. And I just want to make sure they're apples and apples.
Yeah, I might need to understand your question better.
I'm not sure I can
Let
explain
me,
it better.
no, hold on. Do you have the chart number on there by chance?
It was 12 and then 14.2 was another one that touched on the same subject.
Let me just pull that up real quick. So can you say that one more time, the question, please?
I was just trying to confirm that we calculate and estimate salaries and benefits in the same manner for all components, for schools, for libraries, and for town staff.
Yeah, so the information for the regional schools and elementary schools comes from the school department. So we ask them every year for what were your health insurance costs, what were your for the region, what was your pension assessment, and what were your payroll costs. So they're consistent from year to year for sure, but they do things a little like their budget structure is a little bit different than our budget structure. So it's not like there's the same number in both sides that we can pull from because it's just different how our budgets are arranged. But it is consistent from year to year.
Sarah Marshall.
Thanks. Two questions. Hi, Sean. The unfunded liabilities, the pension and the OPEB, is the schedule that the town is on to fund those, is that mandated or has that been a choice of the town?
The retirement assessment is mandated where the trust or the Hampshire County Retirement System that we belong to is ahead of schedule. They have to fund it by 2040, but they're on track to fund it by 2032. So they're ahead of schedule, which is a good thing because when we fund it, then the cost is going to come down. The OPEB obligation, there's no mandate to fund. The OPEB obligation, there's no mandate to fund. It does help positively impact our bond rating, which we discussed earlier, that we're addressing it. So it does have a positive impact on us, but there's no year where it has to be funded by that I'm aware of.
If I could
Okay.
follow up and then, so you say, I guess the state requires the pension to be funded by 2040, but Hampshire is going to do it by 32. Can anyone else choose? We'd like to spend 8 more years to get there, or is that not an option?
Well, we have a representative of the retirement board right here. That's a question I can talk to the chair of the committee about. Our increases for the retirement system have already started coming down quite a bit. There were years where it was 9-10% increases every year, and they were really challenging. Our pension assessment from FY24 to FY25 was almost 0, and we're expecting like 3 or 4% increases until the trust is fully funded. Or the retirement system is fully funded. So the increases from year to year are much more manageable now than they maybe once were. But we can ask that, just so I understand, we know what's our options are. We could ask that question of the chair.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Thank you.
Eugene Gofrida.
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't need the slide to be brought up, but looking at the town spending per capita in Amherst being much lower than pretty much any other town on the slide where you showed that, is that because of the large percentage of the population that are college students, and I'm going to assume they don't have kids in school, or is there some other reason for that?
Yeah, that's a major contributor. I don't know what the exact number is, but of the 40,000 residents roughly that are attributed to Amherst, I'm guessing, somewhere over 10,000 are college students. 18,000. Is that what you, okay. So yeah, so that's a major reason why that number, influences that number down.
Cool. Thanks. Just confirming that.
Counselor Haneke?
A couple things. In the financial indicators, I guess, in the budget projection, the revenue for FY '25 lists as actuals, and the expenditure for FY '25 lists as budget. Is that accurate?
That was intentional.
Okay.
And glad you picked up on it. So we haven't finished, like I haven't dug into the FY '25 to finish closing it out. So I wanted to be clear in that description. So if you look at the result of operations for FY '25, you'll see there's about a $5 million surplus. That's really what's coming in. We might anticipate going to free cash, really only from the revenue side. Once I'm done kind of wrapping up the expenditure side, you'll see about probably like another $5 million is what we're expecting from FY '25 going to free cash. Now, so about $10 million total from FY '25. Of that $10 million, about $4 million was ARPA, as the council made a decision to use that and have it go to free cash. So really, the true sort of turn back from FY '25 is about $6 million, is what we're estimating. But that was intentional, why it still says budget for the expense side.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that that was intentional and that was accurate. A couple of questions or clarifying comments based on other questions. At one point, these budget projections and budget sheets had charter tuition assessments on the budget side, the expense side, were part of the school budget, and then they were moved out into unappropriated uses. Do you know what year they were moved out?
I looked at that. It was prior to FY '16. It was like a couple of years prior, but you're right. At one point, the school slice of the pie would have included those assessments, and then they were taken out. But when I looked at it, it looked like it was FY '14 or FY '15 when that switch happened.
Okay, so the chart that Jennifer was referring to are not
Don't include charter in the school portions.
on both sides. Okay. If I did my calculations correctly, the current capital expenditures that pie chart referred to of 9% of our total expenditures, about 25% of that relates to just the building project and the school debt for the region. Is that correct?
I trust your calculation.
Okay. Thanks. And retirement and OPEB. I think we asked this question in finance regarding retirement, the retirement assessment that includes not just municipal employees, but also some portion of school employees. Does OPEB also do that, or is it just the retirement side?
Yeah, so for retirement, it's between $2 and $3 million is for the elementary schools of that total assessment. So it doesn't cover teachers, but all the non-MTRS mass teachers retirement system employees will be part of that. And then for OPEB, our OPEB liability does include the elementary schools. It doesn't include the regional schools or Pelham. Yeah.
Thank you. So both of them actually combine, not just municipal.
So when we're funding it, we're funding for both.
Some school funding too.
Yeah.
Kathy Shane?
I think I'm building on Mandy's. So when we're looking at the pie chart on schools, the elementary side doesn't include the 2.5 on pension that's paid in the general budget. Is that correct? I mean, it's the line item we see.
It doesn't include the pension, just like the town doesn't include the.
Although the region does include their pension, so the schools, their schools are just handled differently, I
Right,
think
but
is the point.
Exactly. And the regional schools, they have other funding sources outside of what's in that pie, right? So they get Chapter 70 directly, but you're right, there's some costs they have to pay directly where in the town, we pay it before it gets.
Yeah, and I just don't know whether that has always been sort of a constant, in terms of pie charts, but it was something that we just were made aware of in terms of the size of it last spring,
The retirement assessment for the region.
that, that how much was for the elementary, and then when you go onto the region side, the region's carrying all of their retirement, where the elementary is not carrying. I should have known that before, but I didn't realize it on the elementary side. I knew the region was carrying it all, but I didn't realize that the general budget was carrying part of the elementary school. Then on some of these, I know you haven't closed out FY25 yet, which what Mandy was asking. From what we could see by the third quarter of the year, investment earnings are going to be way up again in FY25. I don't know whether they'll be as high as they were in 24.
And it was up there, yeah. It's so the number there on the revenue side is current. So if you look at the investment income on that revenue
Yep.
chart, you'll see the investment income for 25.
Okay, and so and this will be a discussion that we can have in finance on that. The excise is still being projected out, excise tax as lower than it was 2 years ago. So I just want to look on some of our revenue lines, whether our projections are
Yeah. And we
more
did-
conservative than they need to be. I know you're trying to be conservative, but are they more than they need to be?
Right.
Because these are lines that have been generating surpluses.
Yeah, and,
Yep.
and on the excise tax, we did bring that up to be a 3-year average. So that's why there is a pretty substantial increase in the excise tax. So that does reflect recent trends, but yeah, we can have that discussion.
Just that's for next week.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. Deb Leonard?
Hi, Sean. I had a question about the growth. I don't remember the slide, but it was 5.2% projected growth. Is that correct? New growth. It was,
Related to the revenues or?
it was, yes, it was early on in the presentation.
Chart 7,
Well,
I
keep
think.
going with your question.
Yeah, so it would help me to understand, I think Jennifer got at this a little bit, what is the source of that? It's obviously outside the 3 to 4% that we've heard is the gold standard for the town. So I'm trying to understand the difference between the two.
Oh.
It might,
Oh, okay. So you're talking about economic growth revenues? This chart here.
yeah, can you help me understand that a little bit better? I haven't had a chance to look at this prior.
Yeah, so this chart shows different, and it's not, it's called economic growth revenues, but the rate isn't growth. What this shows is these categories of revenue that we kind of consider economically driven or directly tied to the health of our economy. What percent of our overall revenues are those economic revenues? And so like if you look at during the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, those dropped way off.
Right.
That would have been like meals tax going down if there were fewer people eating out. If there was a slowdown in new car sales, that would have contributed to it. So those categories of revenue I mentioned earlier, like building permits, motor vehicle excise tax, meals tax, those are the revenues that make this up. And so what this picture is basically just saying is that we bounced back from COVID and those revenues are back kind of over 5%, which is a good thing.
Okay, then, and in terms of new growth being 650,000 and you are anticipating it being closer to 400,000?
So if you look back for a number of years, it's been over 650,000. We are seeing a slowdown this current year where it's about 400,000. We're going to keep it at 650 for now because we have a trend where it's been higher and there are some projects on the horizon. But that's a number that we're going to work closely with our building department to understand what might hit the books in FY27. And we might have to make an adjustment to that number, but right now we're comfortable with the 650.
It is my understanding going back that it's been, the budgeted amount has been $650,000 for many, 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 many years prior. So I get that it's slightly less, not slightly less, it's expected to be less this year, but it is, when we're talking about turnbacks and areas in which the operating budget is being squeezed because of conservative budgeting practices, that is one area that strikes me as certainly historically not beyond conservative. And, those little small amounts translate to a lot in terms of the ways that the region is, well, both schools are being squeezed.
Yeah, we'll certainly look at that number. And like I said, it's not an exact science. We have to look at what projects are under, most of that money comes from big, large building projects. And we have to look at when those come online, when they hit the property tax roll. Sometimes they partially hit the property tax rolls. And again, I've only been back a week or two, so I don't know exactly what ones are out there, but my understanding is there's not as many large ones out there as maybe there were that we've seen in past years.
Okay, can I keep going? I have more questions.
Yes.
So in terms of the municipal staffing levels, one of the things that would help me understand is how all of these numbers, sometimes you talk about how much money it is, and sometimes you talk about the percentage of certain holes, like the operating budget or the whole budget, and sometimes you talk about the increases over the previous years. And one of the things that I'm trying to understand better is staffing, because that's measurable. I mean, it's understandable and it maps well to the schools because we do have to reduce FTEs as opposed to freeze unfilled positions, as you know, coming from the school side. But there was some discussion in the community recently about overtime, and it seems like and I really don't understand where those overtime numbers come from and what they translate in terms of the budget. But that's yet another way that I find these discussions hard because yes, you have a certain number of static FTEs, but if you're paying staffing overtime because you can't fill positions, I understand, but that's different. That's still a same number of FTEs as opposed to paying this to different people for doing those same number of hours. Can you help me understand that a little bit?
Maybe. I'll say both budgets have overtime. I think in municipalities, your police, your fire, overtime is pretty common because there's things that pop up, that shifts have to be covered when people aren't there, if there's vacancies. So it's pretty typical for municipalities to have overtime, larger overtime budgets, in particular for police and fire, and facilities, which I think is probably the most comparable for the regional schools or the elementary schools where they have overtime for facility teams to work, do different projects. I think, we could translate it to an FTE, but it doesn't always mean like that would eliminate the overtime because again, the overtime's there usually because there's a vacancy or there's a need that pops up, and having an extra body, if they're staffed, it doesn't mean they're going to be there when that need pops up. So, we can think about maybe different ways to share that information or present that information, but I don't know if converting it to like an FTE is gonna, I don't think it would. In some cases, you're right. Some cases, maybe we have to dig into why the overtime is needed, and potentially adding a position or two to the budget might actually reduce costs, and that could be on the school side or the municipal side. If the overtime is really just like because we need an extra body and we can staff it, that could have a positive financial impact. But I would say largely it's sort of those vacant positions or times when you don't have so many staff that you need coverage that contribute to a lot of it. But we can look into that more and dig into that.
If I can just jump in on there as well. So I think headcount is really a thing that I always paid attention to because headcount matters. We're a people heavy operation as opposed to school in the town. So most of our expenses go to people. When you hire someone, they bring additional expenses, which includes health insurance and then you also have to budget or you account for their OPEB, which is what we are owing people for health insurance going forward and also for pension. So that all gets factored in. So I think we showed a 50% increase for every new employee that we get. So I think that paying attention to that, and I think, when I was looking through the slides, I was thinking, I figured someone's going to bring up this question. It's like, we could do this for the schools as well. Like pick it, we know that what the enrollment for the school is on October 1. Let's look at it from October 1 of every year, what the staffing is for the schools. And that might be an educated thing too. I think Sean is right in terms of overtime, especially when we have reduced staff. There are certain must-fill positions for minimum staffing under our collective bargaining agreements for police and fire. Beyond that, they run short-staffed, or they do minimum. We negotiate that as well in terms of making sure the town is safe, but having just the number of officers and firefighters we need.
Thank you for that. Of course, at time and a half and double time, at some point, it does become less expensive to pay for an employee than it does, but, and then just since you brought it up, the Amherst School District has unexpected, legally mandated, staffing increase of 5 this year. Like in the very beginning of the year, so we are at the very, very end of our contingency, not very far into the budget. So that's one of the things that is different about the schools and municipal, that that's not it is what it is. And the students legally required staffing is that. And then just coming back to that, I know y'all heard a lot about roads. I've heard a lot about staffing. So you, Paul, you mentioned the roads, and I just want to say that there's also a lot of public interest around the state of the schools and what we've had to do over the years to meet those uncontrollable expenses. So, and my last point, you mentioned the ambulance fund, and that's like a mystery to me. I've never been able to find like any accounting for it, what goes into it, what comes out of it.
Yeah, it's a great fund. So basically so our fire department, they also double as EMT drivers, right? And which is a really good model because it maximizes their time. And when they drive folks to the hospital, we bill for insurance. Though that money goes into the ambulance fund. That money then is used to offset some of the cost of their salaries and also to purchase new ambulances from time to time.
Because in the past, I've seen ambulance fund lines in the revenue side. That is, but
Yeah,
that,
you'll see it on both the revenue and the expense side. So when it's on the revenue side, it's how much we're budgeting from the ambulance fund to support the expense side. And then on the expense side is sort of the off. So it's sort of a wash. You don't see it as clearly on the expense side because it's part of the fire department's budget. It's part of the fire department's budget, but we want to be clear how much we're using from that fund on the revenue side to support the budget.
thank you. And then just a last point, because there's been some discussion about the parts of the budget that support the schools that aren't under the school category, because there's a lot of places in capital where I think, excuse me, that looking under the hood of what is in that one part of the very large and growing part of the budget, there's places where those conversations would be useful to have. What are those capital expenditures actually going towards?
Sounds like you just signed up for JCPC. That's what I'm hearing.
I did not. I'm on BCG. Thank you.
Bridget Hines.
Hi there. Well, so Deb got to some of my questions, but the first thing I was thinking about was that in fiscal year 25, we have new growth at 1.2 million. And then in 26, I think that's still the estimate of 650 as a placeholder, and then 650,000 again this year. So I was just wondering, half this, it sounds like you're saying half this because so far this year a smaller amount has come in.
Yeah, so our assessor submits a report, and so she's submitting the report for this year. So it's not something that trickles in throughout the year. The number she's going to submit will be the number for the year. And the number was under 400,000 for the current year that we're in. So that's why we haven't lowered the new growth estimate, but we also haven't increased it because we know this current year is lower than it's been in quite some time.
Perfect. Yeah, we're just getting started, so fingers crossed. In the miscellaneous category too, in fiscal year 25, it was like 463, and this year 165. And so that was a similar category that I wondered about.
Yeah, so that one I need to spend more time with. So that really relates to our, you said it's the miscellaneous section of our local receipts. Is that
Yeah,
the one?
yeah.
Yeah. So that's the section that relates to our strategic partnership agreements. And some of our new agreements are more specific with how the funding is to be used. And so it's not necessarily a general fund revenue anymore. So if we receive funding that's specifically for the DPW, for example, that's no longer a general fund revenue. It's treated more like a donation fund and set aside specifically for that purpose. Likewise, I think there's a portion of one of our strategic agreements that's specifically for education, and same thing, that money is not put into the general bucket, it's put into a special fund for education. So that change there reflects that we've seen sort of a transition in how some of our strategic agreements are structured, where they're more specific in how the funds can be used.
Yeah, sure. I did notice that now that you say it. Thanks. And then I just had a question about the proposed 10.5% in capital. And then we see in that chart with free cash going like from 5% to 10%. And I just wondered, like, when and where are those decisions made to like go up with the capital to 10.5 from 10 and to hold that much back in free cash?
Yeah, so those decisions are made annually when the budget's voted. The planning for it has taken place over 10 years, but every year the council votes a budget. So every year new decisions can be made. But the planning that went into those decisions to get it to where it is dates back to early 2013, 14, and before. Councilor Steinberg probably remembers where they started.
Great. And I only have one more question, and hopefully it's a little bit more of a fun one. I've been listening to the town council debates, and everybody's saying that the real trick here is to increase on the revenue side. And I think I heard 3 ideas out of that, and maybe you have some of your own. The one about Maura Healy letting us tax, I think it's like meals and hotels. Someone else mentioned whether we could charge student drivers some sort of permit for part of the year when they get their parking permit at the colleges. And the third one was some sort of tax on properties over a certain number of million. Are any of those or any ideas like realistic to increase the revenues? What are you thinking about in that?
Yeah, so there's the Municipal Empowerment Act that I believe has a couple potential options in there that would allow us to increase revenues in that local receipts section. I think and I have to go back and look, I think when we updated the parking permit regulations, we did include like an incentive for college students to register their vehicles in Amherst. That was something new that we had done, and I think you pay a lower fee if you're registered. Is that right, Jen? So we've sort of done that in that way, that we've tried to incentivize, because when they're registered here, then we get the motor vehicle excise tax associated with it. So we've done some things, but we're going to have to keep brainstorming new ideas and advocating at the state for them.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Sean.
I'm going to go on to Anna Hurd. So part of this is just a lack of familiarity with Amherst town finances. So my understanding is that the way and I don't know if it's the finance committee or if it's the town council that makes the recommendation for like how much of an increase can be afforded by the town, but like you've broken it into different buckets, is my understanding. And within each bucket, each of those departments can increase their departmental budget by 3.5% or whatever it is this year. What I'm trying to understand is what expenses are included in each one of those buckets, and are they the same? So clearly the regional school bucket is quite different from some of the other departments because they include different types of expenses than other parts. But the school budget, the elementary school budget is a little bit more similar because they have things like health insurance benefits partially covered by the town, but not all of it because some of it's covered by the school budget for the teachers. So I just like, if we could look at all of the different departments that are given guidance and say which ones have additional expenses and which ones have fewer expenses that are included in that
department's budget, that would be super helpful. And then the second question that I had related to free cash, sort of related to free cash. There has been it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that there has been a fairly consistent $10 million excess at the end of the year for several years right now. And so the question is that planned? Are we sort of aiming to end up with a little bit of $10 million of excess at the end of the year? Or is that more than we would, if we could hit it right on the mark, what would we hit? And so like, how much of a contingency are we planning for in the budget to ensure that we don't go under? And so is 10 million too much? And should we be less conservative in our expenditure estimates?
Yeah, no, I think, we're hearing that, and that's one of the reasons why we've increased the local receipt revenues quite a bit. We aren't aiming for $10 million. And this year, again, was a little bit of an anomaly because 4 million of it was related to ARPA funds that had to be used. They actually were designated for different projects, and I'm not sure what will come of that, but they were earmarked for projects, but we had to use it by the end of the calendar year. So really, it was about 6 million. Is there always likely going to be some? Yes, but we don't intentionally aim for a number. We don't put like a number and we're like, how do we adjust our assumptions to get there? We try to be cautious with how we build our revenue budgets, because the last thing you want to do is have your revenue budget come in under, and then you have to cut operations mid-year, right? That happens at the state sometimes, and they have to do 9C cuts, and we don't ever want that to happen. So on the revenue side, we're cautious. That being said, we hear you, and we're looking at how we're budgeting and looking at history. I will say, like, even 5 years it feels like a long time, but it can be a short history when you look back and you see how much things have swung over time. Especially in Amherst, like we've hit this period of a lot of development, right? And will that last forever? Probably not. We've seen it start to slow down this year. Doesn't mean it will be slow next year, but this is the first time we've seen it slow down in the last 5, 6, 7 years. So we hear you, and we're trying to make sure that we're still being conservative and safe with how we budget, and we're trying to get a little tighter on those projections. That being said, given the needs that we have coming up, I still view it as a positive thing overall of where we're at, because we know, based on construction costs in particular, and this is more for the Amherst folks, the cost of a new DPW, the cost of a fire station, it's going to be, the costs are only going up. And so having those reserves are going to, they're going to be the reason why we might be able to do both of them, right? Or why we can do both of them. If we didn't have those reserves, with the way those costs have gone up and the way borrowing costs have gone up, it would be a much, it would be a really, 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 it's a big challenge anyway. It'd be a much bigger challenge. So yes, it's, it's something we know is an issue and we're looking at, and ultimately it's a good thing that we're there.
I'm sorry.
The different costs that are included for each department?
Yeah, so I'm thinking of a way maybe we can share something out, because I've heard that in different areas as well. The region is definitely unique because the region is its own standalone district. It's not a department of the town. So it's definitely unique. It's funded by other communities as well. So that has its pension assessment in the budget, as you mentioned. It has all the costs of the region are in the budget. It budgets its own capital, for example. Like, we don't have a role in the capital process other than through our representatives on the committee. And so the region's definitely unique, but when it comes to Amherst and the town are very similar, the way what costs are in those two budgets. Everything's a little unique, right? And the Jones Library is even a little different than those two because it has its own endowment that it manages, right? And that helps support its budget. So I wish I could say it's super straightforward and easy to understand, but the best way might be for me to create some sort of grid that like kind of easily shows like this cost, where does it live? So that's something I can work on over the next week or so.
I'm going to go back to Councilor Haneke.
Thank you. Those questions segged into what I wanted to say. I see, and I'm in some sense pleased to see that local receipts, you're projecting a 13.1% increase year over year from the current budget to the new budget. that will get changed. That does, I think, go with what the council was pushing last year's closer projections. And basically what I'm understanding from that is we went from a 5-year average projection to a 3-year average projection, I think. I think we used 5 years in the past. You're using 3 years this year. But one of the big changes of using 3 years is that's using FY25, 4, and 3, which means we're out of using the COVID down years, which might actually put us a little closer.
Right, that's a good thing. I don't know exactly the method that was used last year. But I'll say for some things, the averages make sense. And for some things, it needs to be a little more detailed. But and for things like occupancy fees and meals tax and excise tax, I think the average is not a bad way to go. So yeah, we use 3 year for those items. That's what we used.
And one other thing, we last year in the expense side changed the reserve for abatement and exemptions from 1% to 0.5%. And I see that you carried that through to this year's budget indicators. So thank you for that. Do you have off the top of your head, since FY25s are still in budget, not actual, did we come in around that 0.5 or lower than the 0.5? If you don't know, I
I
understand.
don't know. I mean, historically, we did use 0.5% and it was increased 1 year to 1%. And I wonder maybe there was a particular pending abatement that was out there. Because if you go back, we typically had used 0.5%. And it looked like for 1 year was brought up to 1%. So I wonder if in that year there was something pending that we were like, we want to be cautious for that one particular year. So we did bring it back to what we typically have as the 0.5%.
Thank you.
I'm going to go with one final question from Deb Leonard.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make one big one instead of 3 smaller ones. So one of the things that I have found confusing about many different things, but in particular, the planned turnbacks or surplus or whatever you want to call it, for borrowing going back to early 2013, I think is when you said perhaps that was part of the attached to every budget, town budget, is the Town of Amherst financial management policies and objectives, which seems to me to read that cash is not the way municipalities should be funding these large projects. So I every year I had this cognitive dissonance between those two things. So if you could align one with the other, that would be really helpful.
Sean, please use your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies. So you don't want to fund recurring expenses with one-time revenues. And we generally think of free cash and stabilization funds as one-time revenues, even though it's generated to different amounts every year. It's not in itself a revenue source. So we generally don't want to fund operations with free cash. It is generally what most communities do is to fund capital, and that's how we've been approaching it. And that's similar to what's in our financial policies around using one-time revenues for one-time expenses.
So then just a quick follow-up, building on what Bridget brought up. I've gone back to some 2008 budgets from the town, and there was the Facilitation of Community Choices Committee in 2008 that made some recommendations about possibly increasing revenue sources because there was a projected budget gap that we're experiencing now. So if you could revisit some of those, I don't think have been put into place, that'd be great.
Sure. And I'm not saying there's never a situation where we would use reserves for operating. I think generally if you do, what we say in our policy is that we need to have a plan for how we're going to wean off of it. Same thing for grants, right? Sometimes we use grants, even if they're short-term grants for operating expenses, like ARPA and ESSER and all these things that we've had to deal with. The key was, did we have a plan to wean off of it? And some communities did, and some communities didn't, and they had really challenging budget years. So it's not that we never would in an emergency situation. I mean, if state aid was drastically cut, that's why we have the rainy day fund, right? So we would have to, in some ways, use it. But we would want to plan for how we wean off of it over time.
Okay, given the hour, we've now gone a half an hour over what I had planned, but good plans. we want to thank you, and I want to just really stress, this is the opening discussion. It is not the final discussion. It is the opening discussion for the FY '27 budget. It will be followed by many discussions, school committees, finance committees, BCG, et cetera. So, and we don't adopt a final budget until the end of the year, next year, in June.
So
Okay.
Lynn, can I say? I just want to thank our team. I mean,
Yeah.
Sean has been working for the town for about 80 hours so far. And to pull this together, to have the knowledge that he brings, I just really appreciate the work that he and Jen and the whole team on the first floor did.
We really want to thank you both for everything you've done to come tonight. Thank you so much. I'm going to use this opportunity to ask the school committee to adjourn.
The school. Okay. I move that we adjourn the Amherst School Committee.
Second.
Thank you. Bridget, how do you vote?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Deb? Jennifer's yes. Sarah? Amherst School Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Committee, Kathy? There
I'll
were no
move to
extra
adjourn.
people,
We-
so.
We didn't have any extra, so if it's just the council.
And the budget coordinating group is adjourned. So at this point, the council is leaving this meeting, so technically we are adjourned. And we're going immediately into the next meeting. So could we have a 5-minute break? The maximum, yes, you can have a 5-minute break.
Lynn, would you pause for a moment, please? We can't hear you. Would you pause for a moment? The town room's not unmuted. Okay, please go ahead now.
Muted. That's why Jennifer couldn't hear you.
Okay. Can Jennifer hear us now?
Yes,
Jennifer?
I couldn't a minute ago. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the regular meeting of the town council to order at 7:39. And I'm going to assume that everybody else can hear and be heard so that we can save some time there. Let me note that there is one regular public comment period during this meeting. And I also want to note that there is initially a change in the order of the agenda. After the consent agenda, we will move to action item 8A, which is the establishment of a resident oversight board. It includes a proposal, a board charge, and bylaw, and it will be a referral. Please note this is a presentation with a referral to GOL, and that will provide many other opportunities for additional public comment and debate. After that, we'll return to a presentations for a joint meeting with the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, most of whom are here in the room with us tonight. And after that, we will go back to our action items. I am going to already be removing two of the action items, and that is the University Drive easement and also 8F, acceptance of the public way, Paley Village Place, excuse me. I may be removing others as we go along, given the hour, okay? So with that, I would like to just make sure that we are aware we have a meeting coming up on the 17th. There'll be more about that, but it includes a public forum. It also includes tax classification information. And then we do have a Four Towns meeting on November 8th. Election day is tomorrow. The polls are open from 7 o'clock a.m. to 8 p.m. And you can check the town website for your polling location. With that, I'm moving on to general public comment. If you are in the audience here in the town room and you would like to make general public comment, Sean, I'm going to have to ask you to provide a sheet of paper for that. Okay? And if you're on Zoom and you would like to make general public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Sean, how many people have signed up? Okay. I really hate to do this, but given the hour and how much else we have on our agenda and are wanting to get to this meeting with the CSSJC, I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. So we will start with Martha Hanner. Please bring her in. She is on Zoom. Please state your name and where you live. Martha, go ahead.
Martha Hanner, District 5. After the 2020 murder of George Floyd, the council responded by directing the town to explore alternative safety services, leading to the formation of CRESS as an independent safety department of trained, unarmed responders. You passed a resolution affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. Tonight, you are reviewing how well the town is upholding that resolution. As I worked on our league progress report on the CSWG recommendations, I've become very troubled by the lack of trust that divides our community. The town has commissioned multiple surveys, different methods, same result. Many of our residents, BIPOC, homeless, recent immigrants, fear the police and would not call for police for help in an emergency. I think that's serious. And these are your constituents just as much as I am, and I think you should be troubled too. If we are to make progress in creating trust, CRES must be fully supported as an independent safety department that can respond to nonviolent calls for help. The direct calls to CRES are increasing each month, but dispatch and APD have been reluctant to delegate any task to CRES, and this must be addressed. Furthermore, we need a process for residents to feel safe submitting complaints regarding police interactions to an independent body. Then that body must have authority to conduct a credible investigation of the complaints. We want Amherst to be a safe, equitable place for all our residents, and I hope you, as town council members, have a similar commitment and that you will keep this in mind as you listen to the CSSJC report and the discussion of a resident oversight board tonight. And having listened to
Martha, that's the 2 minutes. Please feel welcome to submit additional comments at any time. We're going to go to the next person, and who is in the room? Who is the first person to sign up?
Allegra Clark.
Okay, Allegra, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Allegra Clark. I am a resident of District 2, and you'll hear more from me later on the CSSJC report, but two things. One is that somebody informed me that Amherst Media doesn't seem to be live streaming, so there was some difficulty there. I don't know if that is accurate, but they were having difficulty accessing it. And the other thing that concerns me about this past weekend is the high volume of fire calls that were responded to. I believe there were 41 ambulance transports. And again, it's concerning the level of impact that UMass campus is having on our fire staff. And especially given the pending cuts to Hadley's staffing and our already chronically understaffed fire department, it is really concerning. And coming from a harm reductionist standpoint, I was wondering if there would be any way to talk with the university about like opening a field hospital type area where they have like sobering centers during high volume weekends where they expect that there will be lots of alcohol consumption or drug consumption, to mitigate some of the transports that might happen and to take care of the students closer to campus. There are models out there. There's the SPOT program in Boston that is more focused on opiate use, but they have similar programs that are more focused on alcohol consumption as well, because often you get transported to the hospital, you're given a bucket to puke in and saline solution, and that's not necessarily something that we need to tie all of our first responders up for necessarily. So I wonder if that's something that could be broached in town gown relations to address some of the impacts on our fire staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Allegra. We'll go to Ash Hartwell. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Right, it's Ash Hartwell, formerly a resident of Amherst, but now in South Hadley. And I speak, these remarks are really based on the League of Women Voters recent report, which you've all received, but it also takes account of the urgent need to examine and establish priorities for the constrained town budget. And that was phenomenal presentation today that you heard of. And I make the case that the goal for CRES is improving public safety, security, equity, and justice, but also at reduced costs for the overall public safety budget of the town. And I'll say something a little bit more about that very quickly. Amherst isn't a town noted for criminal or violent conduct. It's less than 1% of the calls received by the police department over the last 4 years actually required the use of force. Probably people don't recognize that. The majority of the calls coming in for public safety dispatch don't result in citations or arrests and could be safely resolved by well-trained, supervised, unarmed CRES responders. This is not to deny that most residents are more secure knowing that in critically threatening situations, the quick response of armed police can really prevent and stop acts of violence or criminal behavior that cause harm. We're not denying that, but we're saying that given the pattern of needs for calls for public safety, the agency of CRESS, if it was fully functional, could be enormously helpful for the town and at reduced costs. And in our report, we re-emphasize what Martha said just earlier, that the reality is a significant number of Amherst residents, including Black, Indigenous, people of color, struggling poor, the homeless, recent immigrants, don't feel safe in calling for police intervention when they have a crisis. So, okay.
Thank you for your comments, Ash.
That's
We'll go back to the room.
Next person is Liz Haygood.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Liz Haygood, District 2, Logtown Road. As a member of the Human Rights Commission, I just want to make sure that you all still are looking at our proposed bylaw changes and that they stay on your agenda in the future. And good luck, everybody who's running tomorrow.
Thank you for joining us, Liz. And yes, it's scheduled for our next meeting. Amber Cano Martin, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, hi. My name is Amber Cano Martin, and I live in District 2. So I'm just calling, I'm joining to make a comment about the upcoming meeting with the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. I'm happy that the meeting is happening. I think it's a shame that it's taken, this long into the term of this council, almost 24 months to get a meeting. And I hope that that will improve in the future going forward, because I think the work of this committee is extremely important. So a couple of things that I hope will be addressed. One of them is, again, I would support funding CRESS to be fully staffed and operational 24/7. I think one of the most important findings of the League and Women Voters report was that most CRESS service calls would be coming in between the hours of 4 p.m. and 12 a.m., which is a time when CRESS is currently closed and not staffed. So I would like to see that change so that CRESS can actually serve our community in the way that it was envisioned to serve. And also, I just wanted to point out that, the CRESS model was something that was really researched and fully looked into by the Community Safety Working Group. And I don't think it's something that needs to be changed per se to be something like Northampton or other cities. I think we just need to implement it as the vision was intended and give it a chance to succeed. And that involves, fully funding it and also making sure that it's receiving calls from dispatch. So I don't know what the difficulty is there with dispatching calls to them with the police and fire departments, but I think it's really important to figure that out so that they can get more calls and be used as they were intended. And then I also just wanted to put in a plug for the Resident Oversight Board to make sure that is in line with the CSWG recommendations, including investigatory powers, resources, robust training, and a majority of BIPOC and Black residents on the Oversight Board. Thank you.
Amber, thank you for joining us. Ronnie Parker, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, this is Ronnie Parker. I'm in District 4. I'm calling to speak on behalf of the Resident Oversight Board. As you know, the CSWG established this as a very important and pressing need to have a Resident Oversight Board with investigation powers, a process where residents can safely submit complaints regarding their interactions with police and where their complaint can be heard and addressed. One important challenge, I believe, for us is in trying to address the concerns of BIPOC residents regarding their interactions with police. And that is that we are a white majority town, a white majority town council, a white majority town staff, and white majority police department. Clearly, the experience of white people is different from that of BIPOC residents of Amherst in every facet of society, from getting a bank loan to interacting with our police. I ask for explicit recognition of this difference in experience as we move forward. Please do not ignore BIPOC voices because our experience don't align with yours. When the CSWG wrote the sections pertaining to the ROB, the town council agreed with what they wrote and asked that the town manager or somebody asked that action be taken within 4 months. This was in November 2022, 3 years ago. So I'm urging you not to delay anymore. The research is solid. We know because the data are consistent across multiple studies, as others have stated. So the question is, why are we not able to move forward on this? Maybe some of you don't really believe that the CSWG report says. Maybe it just doesn't feel right based on what you know. If so, please reconsider, look at the facts. It is a fact that many BIPOC people do not feel safe in Amherst and do not trust its institutions.
Ronnie, thank you for your comments. Leila Moshbeck, and I really apologize if I have not pronounced your name correctly. Please enter the room, correct your name, and tell us where you live.
Hello, my name is Leila Mshabek. I'm in District 1. And I am calling to just reiterate what Amber Kano-Martin and other commenters have noted. I've been tuning into the candidate forums, and really nearly everyone who's running for council or sitting on the council has spoken to the importance of CREST, because I think everyone is aware that this is a program that's important to the residents of Amherst. But in order to thrive, obviously, CREST needs the resources and agency to thrive. It needs the prioritization, and it needs the authority. And a thriving CREST would serve the community in a more equitable way, not just in terms of the community feeling more comfortable, but also in terms of our budget. I'm really unclear about why the Amherst Police Department currently receives really uncontested funding over time, new equipment. I see police who are, primarily, it seems, kind of guarding roadworks and things like that, which does not seem to be a high-risk police necessitated position. And this doesn't seem to be discussed in as much depth as, like, for example, our schools, which seem increasingly underfunded and under-resourced. And I'm just ask you to prioritize the recommendations of the Community Safety Committee and really put your money where your mouth is and support CREST in the way that it needs in order to thrive.
Thank you for joining us, Leila. Pat O, I assume it's Pat Onabaku. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening, Pat Onanibako, District 2, Tamarack Drive. First of all, I want to echo what everybody else has said tonight. I also want to thank the League for the excellent report that they have. I urge all the councilors to read it, and if possible, even invite the League to do a presentation to you for you guys. So a couple of things. As a former member of CSWG, we made a recommendation that you guys accepted. Please, we are not Northampton. Please consider what my group recommended, which is alternative safety, not health department. And then my last comment is about APA funds and youth programming. What happened to the money allocated with APA funds for youth programming? It's been 3 years now that CSWG recommended Youth Empowerment Center. What is going on with the money? Thank you. And good luck, everybody, tomorrow night on election day.
Ms. Pat, thanks for joining us. That concludes public comment. We're going to rapidly move to the consent agenda. And let me just say, I'm going to make the motion to move the following items in the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 6A, adoption of resolution supporting acts establishing Medicare for all for Massachusetts residents. 6B, adoption of proclamation recognizing Small Business Saturday and Shop Local Week 2025. Waiver of Town Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 8.6 for item 9.A.1. Please note this does not include the vote. It just is waiving the review by another committee. And 11A, approval of minutes for October 20th, 2025, regular meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Brian, second.
Are there any questions or comments or requests to remove items? Seeing none, I'm going to move immediately to a vote. Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye, sorry.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It passes. Very quickly, Counselor Haneke, would you please read the last two paragraphs of the Medicare resolution?
Yes, so this is the Town of Amherst resolution supporting acts establishing Medicare for all for Massachusetts residents. Now therefore be it resolved that the Amherst Town Council endorse and support bills currently before the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the United States Congress, establishing improved Medicare for all, and urge our State Senator Comerford and State Representative Dom, as well as Senators Edward Markey and Elizabeth Warren and Representative James McGovern, all of whom are already co-sponsors, to work proactively to create a single-payer system of universal health care that provides all Massachusetts residents with comprehensive health care coverage, including the freedom to choose doctors and other healthcare professionals, facilities, and services, and eliminates the role of insurance companies in healthcare by creating an insurance trust fund that is publicly administered. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the town council shall cause copies of this resolution to be sent to Senators Markey and Warren, Representative McGovern, Massachusetts Governor Healy, State Senators Comerford and Eldridge, State Representatives Dom and Sabadosa, and members of the Joint Committee on Healthcare Financing.
Thank you. Jennifer Taub, would you please read the last two portions of the Small Business Saturday? You have to unmute, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you. Now therefore, we, the Amherst Town Council, do hereby proclaim November 29th, 2025 as Small Business Saturday and December 1st through 7th, 2025 as Shop Local Week in Amherst. Be it further proclaimed, we, the Amherst Town Council, urge the residents of our community to support Amherst-wide businesses and merchants on these days and throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to action item 8A, the establishment of Resident Oversight Board, Board Charge Bylaw Committee. Bylaw, would you please come forward? And I'm going to ask Paul Bockelman to introduce this and introduce our consultants.
Sure. Thank you, Lynn. So the town council requested a proposal to create a resident oversight board. In Amherst, such a board would oversee actions by the Amherst Police Department and the Amherst Community Responders for Equity, Safety, and Service, we all call CRESS. The board would be an independent group that would educate itself on the operations of the departments and on the laws that they would need to understand to fulfill their mission. And there's a memo in the packet that people can read as well. In the fall of 2024, I created and appointed a resident oversight board stakeholder group to advise the town on a proposal to be submitted for consideration by the town council. I also engaged consultants to work with the stakeholder group. The information from the stakeholder group is the result of their collaborative work. It is important to recognize that each of the individuals who agreed to participate as a member of the stakeholder group and the groups they represent came to the meeting with a willingness to engage in frank and sometimes challenging conversations. Their different perspectives and opinions were shared. I ask you to join me in thanking each of them for their time and intense involvement in this important discussion. I noted at the outset that the mission of the stakeholder group was not whether there should be a resident oversight board. I noted that this decision would rest with the town council. The mission was to create a plan for such a board that I could present to the council. So the stakeholder, just to name the stakeholder groups, because I think it's really important because they put a lot of time and effort into this. We had community members, including Shalini Ball-Milne, who was a former member of the town council, Deborah Ferrara, who is the co-chair of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee and a member of the Community Safety Working Group. And she was later replaced by Allegra Clark, the other co-chair of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, Anika Lopes, former member of the town council, and Ronnie Parker, co-chair of the Human Rights Commission. Town staff were involved as well, including Philip Avila, who is the Assistant Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and the former Chair of the Human Rights Commission, and Pamela Nolan Young, who is the Director of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department. Camille Terriak, Director of the Community Responders for Equity, Safety, and Service, CRESS, and Gabriel Ting, who is our Police Chief. Also involved were police union representatives, including Officer Lindsay Carroll, who's a police officer and president of the Patrol Officers Union, Sergeant Nick Chandler, who is a police sergeant and president of the Amherst Police Supervisors Union, and Officer Molly Farber, at times police officer and vice president of the union. Important to note that not all members attended all sessions, and participation by several key members waned at the end of the process. So the consultants are here tonight, and so we're really pleased that they made the effort to be here. We really thank them for being here in person. The consultants are Brian Corr, who's the past president of the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement and a national advisor on community trust building and civilian oversight systems. He's the former director of the City of Cambridge Peace Commission and the Police Review and Advisory Board. He has nearly 40 years experience in government and nonprofit leadership, recognized for advancing equity, justice, and trauma-informed approaches to community safety and public engagement across local and national contexts. And we have Rabbi Deborah Kolodny, who is a town resident, and she's also, more importantly, a consultant and facilitator specializing in community safety, equity, and inclusion. Over 3 decades of experience leading social justice, interfaith, and organizational transformation initiatives across the United States. Known for her equity-centered facilitation, restorative practices, and inclusive governing strategies for municipalities and nonprofits. So in the memo that you have in front of you sort of outlines all the processes, and then it also includes the work product, which is a very extensive work product that came out of the stakeholder group, which Brian and Deb will be talking about tonight. And there's 3 different versions, or there's 2 versions in one that combines the 2 to make it easier for the council to consider. So I just turn it over. There's a slide presentation that you're both going to provide.
And before we continue, I just want to mention, this is a vote to refer. It's not a vote to try to conclude this tonight, okay? And there'll be many opportunities, and in fact, I already have one potential way that I'll be adjusting to the vote to refer. But with that, please go on.
Thank you. You can scroll to, I think it's the 3rd slide, because we've already heard about Brian and myself. Stop there. I will add that as part of my credentials, I'm a District 1 resident and former co-chair of the Human Rights Commission, and it's great to see all of you again this evening. Thanks for making time for us on your agenda. You've already heard who was on this stakeholder group. The charge of the group, thanks. The charge of the group was to develop a draft charge for itself, for the Resident Oversight Board, propose a draft bylaw to establish the authority and responsibilities of the board, and identify other contractual or legal issues the town would need to address, including collective bargaining agreements. And the document that Paul forwarded to all of you has, as he already mentioned, 2 options for establishing a resident oversight board. And some of the folks who spoke this evening spoke in favor of the investigatory model. I didn't hear any people speaking on behalf of the review model. We spent a lot of time using what's called the interest-based problem solving or conflict resolution model. Some of you might remember Getting to Yes by Fisher and Urey. Came out of the Harvard Negotiation Project to determine what the overarching principles would be that the group would work on to determine the contents of a board charter. And the major considerations that they agreed on were that oversight should build community trust, accountability, transparency, and ensure fairness and equity, and that any oversight should align with Amherst's commitment to anti-racism and help ensure that everyone in the town of Amherst feels safe and secure. I want to note that those considerations reached absolute consensus. We had 8 two-hour meetings over 7 months' time, and in between those meetings, there was intensive review of lots of documentation, which is how we got through so much material in just 8 meetings. We reviewed the charge that Paul offered to the group, agreed on how we would work together. We reviewed both the CSWG recommendations for a resident oversight board and also my own data gathering report that I think it was completed in 2024 after having 4 focus groups and gathering survey data. The stakeholder group participated in 2 training sessions that Brian provided on the purpose, role, and models of civilian oversight, and then worked through an iterative process to develop the recommendations that you have before you. Pardon me? Oh, can you forward the slide? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what was up there. Keep going. That looks backwards. Process, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm looking down, not looking up. It's a problem. I just want to make note that the review model and the investigatory model differ from each other by, I think it's a total of 3 bullet points. So there's remarkable consensus in the recommendations that are brought forth to you. Very little differentiates one model from the other, although there are very significant differences. Over to you, Brian.
Okay, all right, thank you. And again, since I'm just starting to talk, I want to thank you for your work on this so far and for taking the time to listen to our presentation, and hopefully we can answer your questions more than present at you. There's a lot of great information that we went through as part of this process on the webpage for the Resident Oversight Board Working Group. Part of what I wanted to talk about very briefly, because we spent 2 evenings doing this with the stakeholder group, is just the basic world of civilian oversight of law enforcement. As you've heard, I've done that work in Cambridge. I did that for about 15 years. I left the city at the end of the fiscal year and am now doing that fully as an independent consultant, and just started working as part of the team doing the consent decree for Louisville, Kentucky, where the Department of Justice pulled out, but the city has gone forward. And so I'm continuing to gain really interesting perspectives on communities that have had deep problems from around the country, but also communities that are really just forward-looking to try to figure out how to do things better. So in that world of civilian oversight, the reason I share this is that oversight can take many forms. It's anything, if you look at the definition given by NACOL, the National Association, that includes civilians, citizens, residents, no term is perfect, who are not part of the law enforcement agency or other public service agency in reviewing complaints, reviewing policy, making recommendations, conducting investigations, or any combination thereof. And the primary goals are, as it says on the slide, accountability, transparency, fairness, and building community trust, really promoting these ideas of legitimacy, that a law enforcement agency or public safety agency isn't doing something only because the ordinance or the law says it has the power, but because it's doing something that the community sees as in the broader interest. So that legitimacy is very important for having the type of public safety that makes the community feel safe. And in many, many cases, I would say any place could really benefit from civilian oversight in some form. The role varies greatly. You have some very large cities like New York and Los Angeles with tens of thousands of police officers that have whole agencies that are doing investigations. New York City has about 100 investigators, 8 million people, about 42,000 police officers. You have communities that have review boards that are reviewing completed complaints, and that's really the model that we have in Cambridge. We've had that since the early 1980s, where you have board members who are trained, who receive all of the information about the complaints. They receive the investigation, they receive any video footage, and then they make determinations. Now, in all of these models, The discipline, the authority around hiring and firing, that all resides with the police department. But you have the ability to make recommendations. You have the ability to make reports and publicize what is being done. In an investigatory model, those investigations are taken out of the police department or law enforcement, public safety agency. In most of those cases, those are communities that have a long history of severe dysfunction in investigation processes where people have felt that they have not led to accountability. And so they're really in those situations most generally to change that dynamic so people can trust that when there's an investigation, it's done fairly. Then there are also auditors and monitors, inspectors general. I'll just say briefly, those are really looking at systemic issues. So they're not primarily doing investigations of individual complaints, but looking at, are there problems with use of force? Great example is New York City has an inspector general. A pattern of stop and frisk emerged. There's also a federal consent decree around that, but the inspector general has done many reports around how is force being used, how, whether it's stop and frisk or other sorts of situations, how those kinds of problems are not just about individual complaints, but about patterns, about training, about policy that is not in the interest of the community. So having said all that, I'm already going on for a long time. As it says on the slide, some of the key principles that, again, NACOL, the National Association, promotes are things like independence, which is not independent from the government, but independent from the agency that you're doing oversight of, impartiality, due process, having that legitimacy and procedural justice for everybody, community members, the individuals that work for the public safety agency, and ensuring that everyone is treated fairly and with dignity. I won't read through all the things on the slide, but there are a lot of things that as you implement something need to be carefully looked at. There are a lot of communities around the country that have done this. There aren't that many in Massachusetts, but there are many, many resources for figuring out how you actually implement something that works. And the last thing I'll say on this is that people will generally ask, what's the best form of oversight or the strongest form of oversight or the most effective? And there is no best model. There's really a best fit for any given community based on your history, your circumstances, your budget, the institutions in your community, and the types of things that your community members are looking for. All right. So the next slide, please. So there were high-level recommendations that, as Rabbi Dev has said, there was consensus on among this very broad group of people that, as the charge was, there should be a resident oversight board that's accountable to the town. And there was discussion about how that would be accountable both to the town manager as the individual who's managing the day-to-day administration and to the town council as the body that's setting the policy for the community. That, as it says, a diverse set of residents, and we all know in municipal government, we work our best to create a diverse group of people in a relatively small group of those willing to serve, but that it really would have people who have a broad diversity of lived experience and knowledge. Now, I'll just say that I'll jump ahead to say it's never just based in civilian oversight on what you bring to the table. That lens is important, but you have to get training. I won't go on about that, but there are many sources of training, whether it's consultants, the National Association, your law department, variety of people from the state who can talk about open meeting law and public records. All of these things are deeply important for civilian oversight. And as you've already heard a couple times, centering these values around equity, anti-racism, and of course, a transparent and accessible complaint process. So everyone feels their voice can be heard, that they are given the dignity of being able to tell their story, have their situation examined, and have accountability for those who may have done something wrong, but also for those who might be accused, that there is transparency and clarity about what is happening, how it works, and that outcomes are fair and just for everyone. Right. Thank you. So next slide, please. As we've said again, we tend to say what we're going to say, and then we say it, right? So the two options that the working group looked at and didn't reach consensus on the model that they wanted to propose. And we tried to get people to consensus, and it was clear that there was not consensus. So the models that we've talked about, the review model, which is much more common, especially for smaller communities with a history like Amherst or Cambridge, and also an investigatory model, because as you've already heard tonight, there are people who feel that you have to have independent investigations for there to be legitimacy. I can weigh in on that if people have questions, but that's where the working group came out. Basically, I guess that's really what this says on this slide, that some people felt that the investigatory model was necessary to follow the recommendations of the CSWG to provide legitimacy to the community. Other members felt that a review model for the town of Amherst and the issues in the community that you have would be more than sufficient and actually a better way to provide the kind of oversight the community needs. Next slide, please. So again, briefly, and I'll say, a couple of people say I should really try to mention this piece, that there are some basic differences. The review model, I'll kind of read this, ensures that community has input into complaints, that there are people from the community who've been trained, that are reviewing these complaints and making recommendations, that it can increase public trust, knowing that someone is looking at these complaints that's outside the police department, they're reviewing how the investigations were done, and that in these models, that review board can disagree with the findings. Now, again, the discipline lies with the leadership of the police department, but having a group of residents who are part of a board can make a huge difference in terms of supporting positive change in a department. If you have leadership that's wanting to make change, having community members that are driving that change through the perspective of hearing about what people have experienced, how that was negative, and how people on that board see it, can really support change by leadership in a community. The investigatory model involves, as it says, taking those investigations out of the department. So instead of internal affairs or with CRESS, instead of the human resources, doing the investigations and making determinations on those complaints, that would be done by independent investigators. You will see in the materials that you received from the working group, there are different ranges of ways people thought that could be done. I'll just say quickly, the typical way is trained investigators who are either on staff in larger communities or on retainer, people who know how to conduct these kinds of investigations. And then as issues come up, those investigations take place. They are, was that thunder, lightning? Okay. Well, maybe I should speak like this. But in any case, one of the, as I said earlier, often the reason that you will have outside investigations is because there's a history in a community where the results of internal investigations are not trusted. It does involve more expense, more, you have to have the staffing or people on retainer, and you have to deal with a lot of complexity around collective bargaining, around human resources and personnel issues, but it can be done. It's certainly done in communities around the country, again, mostly larger communities. Next slide, please. So I think we're almost to the end. So again, I'll try not to read these. The working group offered 2 proposed charges. Now, again, the working group understood it wasn't drafting something that would be enacted immediately, but as recommendations to the town council to consider. So the proposed charge for the review model does say specifically it shall not conduct investigations, because if you have that model, you want to be clear so that everyone involved, people who might have a complaint, people involved in government, law enforcement, and public safety people, understand that this is what the role is and what it is not. And I don't know that we've mentioned very specifically. One of the things that came up in our process early on was that the group felt it was important for CRESS to be part of this, not only the Amherst Police Department, but people ended after their interaction or lack of interaction with CRESS, feeling that they had a negative experience or something was done wrong, that they would have the same kind of oversight, so that this body would be having oversight responsibilities for both the Amherst Police Department and for CRESS here in Amherst.
And I just want to say Camille was at the table and she wholeheartedly rejoiced, I would say, in that level of oversight, was happy to have it.
Yeah. So I realize that it's come up, but I don't know that we had said that explicitly. So with both of these models, you will see there's a focus on fairness. But with this one, as I said briefly, it would not have independent investigative authority. It would have limited access to investigatory materials as allowed by law. But the group also was very strong on as much as they could. So hopefully that would be things like computer-aided dispatch logs, police reports, any video, if there's a point where there's body-worn camera footage to view, that all of those things would be accessible to the board as it's doing its review. And those things are generally done in executive session. It's not public, and this is why you need to be thinking about open meeting law and public records. If we go to the next slide, and I believe our last slide, the investigatory model, just to emphasize, this would be a model where the board or someone or through the town would commission would do those independent investigations. That would be people who are trained in doing investigations. It would not just be, say, a jury kind of situation where you have a jury and you give them information and they make a judgment. These would be people who had training to do thorough, impartial, fair, and thorough investigations that would meet the standards you would need for collective bargaining agreements or people's personnel rights. So it's a complicated thing, but that would be the model. They would be able to gather evidence, interview witnesses, and determine the findings, the outcomes. It certainly requires stronger legal and access provisions. The working group really talked a lot about subpoena power. I can go on at great length about subpoena power, but I will say that, as an aside, it often comes up in this work and it's very, very rarely used. Because if you get to the point where you're subpoenaing someone inside your broader governmental organization, you have other problems you're dealing with. So it does have this model of the potential for greater community confidence in outcomes. As I've said twice or thrice, it does involve much more complexity. And so when we think about best fit, as this body and committees are looking at how to go forward, thinking about that balance of what is necessary, what will do the job, what will help build confidence and trust broadly in many different dimensions, because something that might help some set of people feel more trustworthy might make others feel not trusted, and vice versa. So there are some, I wouldn't call them trade-offs, but there are some balances, almost some polarities, the things that are connected and may seem at odds, but have to be understood and balanced so that you find the right fit for the town of Amherst, Massachusetts. And I think with that, we will finish our formal presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I think we're here to answer any questions.
My own mic needs to be on. Let's begin with questions from the council. And then I also want to introduce the motion. Andy.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. I'll just give 3 quick questions so you don't have to answer all of them right now if you don't have the information. But you know, having worked with the open meeting law in Massachusetts as you have, are there special challenges to doing the work with the Massachusetts open meeting law that doesn't exist in other states? The second question, and I don't know if we need to bring in our own finance department staff, is if there's any estimate of the budget total cost of establishing the oversight board under either model. And I think that that would be something, given what you probably heard earlier in the discussion, the prior item is something that we'll unfortunately have to think about. And the third thing that I was, let's see if I look at it. For a police department of our size and for a Crest department of our size, is there any number of complaints over a period of time that would be a typical number that we should be factoring in as we consider all of these questions? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Counselor, for those questions. I will try to be relatively concise because they're not exact answers for any of these. I guess the first one is probably a little more exact. What I've learned in my work around the country is that state laws vary widely, and we actually have a fairly conservative public records law, as you probably are aware. And our open meeting law is probably a little bit more conservative than some. I mean, there are states that have sunshine laws. So what it means is that for a board, it's actually in some ways less fraught to be able to have frank conversations around specific complaints in executive session because they're considered conversations and discussions around personnel issues, around the conduct of an employee. So those are conversations that need to happen in executive session. And then the minutes of those, however detailed they are, will only be released when it's determined that that's no longer something that needs to be held in confidence. Now, there have been some SJC, I'm not a lawyer, I'll say, that there are some SJC decisions that affect police issues in particular because of the compelling public interest. But largely, that means that for the most part, those discussions can happen in a way that are probably more amenable to frank discussions than a discussion in a completely open meeting. Now, having said that, the other issue around public records request is that I think it's always an evolving thing in Massachusetts about how much information from those processes can be given out. So if things are done in executive session, that covers a lot of it. If things are done in public session, that may limit the amount of information that can be disclosed and that the board can discuss. So it depends on what the issues and what the topics are. In terms of cost, this question has come up a lot in my work, and it's really specific to the community. Depends on exactly what model you're using. Are there dedicated staff who are doing this that need to be hired? Are there existing staff that this fits into their work? If it's an investigatory model, that's a whole other question. But even with the review model, are you able to staff that board with the other staffing that you have for boards and commissions? Are you able to provide the training? The recommendation asks for a stipend. Is that something that's a general practice? Is it something that's easy to add in? What is the level of that stipend? So there's not a good answer. I think that is more, once a model is determined, that's general, then there can be some implementation questions about how it's structured, how robust it is, and then the question about number of complaints. It varies widely. I will say in Cambridge, we got it went down over my years doing the job from 2010 until this current year. It's went down but it wasn't a straight line. So we used to get about 15 complaints a year. In Cambridge, the police department can also take complaints separately, which would probably be the case here. They would get 10 or 15. The last few years, COVID notwithstanding, it was more like 4 to 5, and the police department might get 2 to 3. Now, that still took a lot of time for the complaint investigations, looking at all the materials, but the number of complaints was quite low. Most communities find that the numbers, there's an assumption that once you have a more robust public way that people can feel confident making complaints, the numbers will go up. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Even New Orleans, which has a huge, long history of severe police misconduct. The last time I talked to the staff there, they get between 60 and 70 complaints a year in a city of about 300,000 people with, again, a very troubled history around policing. So that was a long answer.
I want to add a couple of things. One is that we did ask for data from the police department regarding how many complaints they were getting, and that data was not good. I mean, it wasn't helpful, is what I mean. So there's not a historical record that's going to help us figure out how many cases we'll see. And part of it, the reason is that people are reluctant to speak to them. And then part of the reason is that they were getting information. They counted like every crank call in their database. So I don't remember what it is like. At any rate, it wasn't illuminative, is what I would say. So we couldn't use it to ascertain. We couldn't say past as prologue or, this is what we can expect. All that being said, given the size of the town of Amherst, I think expecting between 3 and 5, as a ballpark, an educated guess in the first couple of years until people know about it is not a crazy estimate. The other thing I want to say is the estimate of budget costs, as Brian said, depends on what kind of model you use. And we weren't charged with that question of creating a draft budget for whatever proposal we came up with. But here are some of the variables that would need to be taken into account. If, let's say, you had a review model, and so you didn't need to hire independent investigators, could the DEI office handle the complaints with their current staffing or not? The answer is yes, then it might not be a budget increase. If the answer is no, then there would be required staffing, right? So there are variables. It's not just how much time it takes, but what is the capacity that you already have on board? So yeah, just a couple of thoughts.
Okay.
Do you want to? No.
Andy, was there a follow-on?
No.
Okay. Pam Rooney.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. The voice is coming from heaven. Let's see, where's the question? Oh, yeah. Remind me, please, of the term length of a participant on the Resident Oversight Board, given that there's a fair amount of training to be had. I've forgotten in reading the material how long the person would stay on the board. That's something we can just look up. Three years. Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Staggered 3 years.
Thank you. Thank you. And then can you tell me just a little bit about some of the resolutions that have been reached in these other communities, given the personnel record? I'll just say secrecy, but it's, personnel records and the legal requirement to protect employees. How do you come to resolutions?
I think primarily in Massachusetts, because there aren't that many models. There's Cambridge. Boston has an Office of Police Accountability and Transparency and a Civilian Review Board. And then Springfield has a Board of Police Commissioners, which has changed recently from a somewhat similar but slightly different model. In all of those cases, the boards are reviewing complaints, but the discipline is still being done by the police department. So that's, in a way, that's kind of how you square that circle, is that you haven't taken disciplinary authority out of the police as an institution. So there can be recommendations that are made, but it's still up to the appointing authority to ultimately make decisions. And there can be some difference about what the police chief might be able to do versus the town or city manager or mayor, depending on the level of discipline. If it's termination, it often goes beyond the police chief. But that is generally not the work of a civilian oversight board. And then not to get too much in the weeds, but in Springfield, they have had a model where the Board of Police Commissioners actually acts as hearing officers for hearings for officers under discipline. So in that case, even though they're on that board, they have to work as hearing officers. So that's not technically the board meeting and convening to do that work. So there are a lot of different ways to do it.
I don't have a further comment for you, but I realized I wanted to respond to another piece of the cost. When Brian and I submitted our proposal, it included training for the startup of the oversight board. So, and to my understanding, Paul, please correct me if I'm wrong, there is money that's already set aside for that initial training. So when you're considering it wouldn't be another budget allocation. Of course, it won't come to us if you don't set up the oversight board, but I understand it's set aside.
And then I should have said, I'm trying to be brief because I'm so passionate about this work, I can talk all day. One of the things about training is that it's like continuing education. It's not just, okay, we're going to train people on the open meeting law, now you've got it run. It's that you need continuous training to refresh yourselves on new ideas, on how to do things. Again, when there aren't that many complaints, it's not something you're doing every day. So the National Association, NACOL, has an annual training conference. It just wrapped up last week in Minneapolis. It brings together hundreds of people. And even though I'm not on the board anymore, it's always been invaluable for me to go and get new ideas, meet people. It's really seminal. And it's also very important that people get training, as I kind of mentioned, from the police department on how they do their training, what their standards are, how they look at use of force, what their policies and procedures are. Because if you're judging in any way, whether review or investigatory, if officers are doing what they're asked to do or what they're trained to do, you have to actually have a decent level of understanding. You don't have to have a legal understanding, but you need to know what those policies are and then be able to reference those policies when there's a specific complaint that says they've been violated. So that sort of training is part of the cost. I mean, it's not massive, it's not astronomical, but it is a cost that is not simply one time.
Counselor Haneke.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. I think some of them are for GOL though, as they go through it. So I'll try and figure out which ones would be best for you all. The memo Paul sent says that there are a few models for resident oversight boards for a community our size. And then it talks about the 3 in Massachusetts that are in communities that are nowhere close to our size. Do you have any models in any part of the country for a community of approximately 20 to 40,000 people? Would be helpful to know. How has Cambridge and Boston dealt with the post-commission laws since that came into effect? Is one I have. And then in talking about training, if we were to go with an investigatory model, it seemed strange to me that there weren't training recommendations on HR practices, how to do an investigation, how to do interviews, how to keep things confidential and what you're allowed to ask, what you might not be allowed to ask, things like that. At least it didn't seem obvious to me in any of the documents we had that those types of trainings were even recommended in an investigatory model. So can you speak to that? And then let me see. There was one other one. Oh, in the draft bylaw, the membership prohibited current and former police officers from being members of the Resident Oversight Board, which didn't seem to have any restriction to where you were a police officer or when. So a police officer in Minneapolis from 30 years ago would not be able to be on this board from my reading of this, but it only prohibited current CREST staff from being on the board, not former CREST staff and not former staff of any similar body in a different town. Can you speak to why those prohibitions are not like similar?
Guess I'll start. And all right, well, thank you, Counselor, for the questions. You know, and I apologize, I'm a little tired today. It's been a long day, and I know it's been a long day for all of you as well. So one community that comes to mind, which is not exactly the same in many ways, is Oak Park, Illinois. Oak Park is a suburb of Chicago. It's about 50,000 people. So I didn't realize that half of the 40,000 might be students until someone said that today. But in terms of kind of the community vibe, the politics of Oak Park, it's a little different that it's right on the border of the city of Chicago. So they have some different issues. I mean, no two places are exactly the same. But they just have gone through a process of reviewing their model, which goes back to the early 1980s. So they've had a review model. They're looking at keeping a review model. And they also get about 8 to 10 complaints a year. And I apologize, I wrote down Oak Park, but I'm trying to remember why. You asked about similar, just are there other similar cities? Yeah, and there are a few places that might be similar. I know that Deb has had conversations with Ithaca. I think Ithaca is kind of an outlier, but everyone's an outlier in small oversight.
Also, Eugene, Oregon. I lived in Portland for a while, so.
Yeah, and yeah, Eugene is, I mean, in some ways similar. It's about 160,000 people. And Eugene is an outlier in that they often get 200 or 300 complaints a year. And I've never understood how that is and why that is. And that's also the home of
The University of Oregon.
the University of Oregon, but I was going to say the alternative response program that everybody is looking at. And I know it's the White Dove Clinic, but I can't remember the name they normally use. So, you know, it's hard to compare. It's not just apples and oranges. It's like apples and boulders sometimes. But let's see, Post, I'll say briefly, we did talk about Post, and the police department representatives gave some information about Post. The interesting thing about Post is that it doesn't really have that much intersection with civilian oversight, in the sense that all complaints are within certain categories, which is most of what you would ever deal with in our work, go to the Post Commission. And they only do investigations when they feel that they should, and a local police department has chosen not to do an investigation. So they're not doing a lot of investigations. They're much more focused on certification and decertification. So Massachusetts is a latecomer to that. We were one of 5 states that did not have certification, basically licensing of police officers. So that is their primary function. And they've recently decertified a few officers, which, like most other states, means that they are not able to work as police officers, and their names are also in a database, so that if some other department's interested in hiring them, they will easily be able to discover that they have been decertified and why that is. So it comes up a lot. There's a lot of conversation about Post and about not running afoul of Post. The reality is Post is not generally doing investigations. Those are usually done by the Internal Affairs or Professional Standards Unit.
Before you move on, I actually wanted to speak to the comparable towns, a little bit more about Ithaca. The population is comparable and the student ratio is also comparable. Their board is a full investigatory body board, and which is unusual, really unusual. So they have this, you know, they're as small as we are, and they have an investigatory board. And as Brian has mentioned several times, usually investigatory bodies are in much larger cities where with consent decrees or, you know, serious fatalities or use of force. So at any rate, but there is an example out there, and I spoke at length with the chair of their board, who is a former department head in some kind of health and human services department in New York State. And she had run investigatories, extrajudicial investigations in her former career. She was retired. And so they had this level of expertise about how to do this work in their, you know, civilian staff, non-legal staff. That was also very unusual. So I'll just say that. And I want to say one thing about Post, just because the union brought this up about 17 times. They were concerned about double jeopardy. They were making a legal argument that I just want to say is specious. Like, what the work that Post does is very separate than the work of a resident oversight board. As Brian was saying, mostly because they don't do investigations, but even when they do, it's because.
Excuse me.
Even when they do an investigation, it's because of things that don't happen here in Amherst. Use of force, fatalities, you know, wounding. Yeah, so it's just a different animal.
Okay.
So I just have to say that, because it got under my skin.
It did get under her skin. I will say I understood why people were saying it. I feel that it's from the perspective of being stakeholders, there was a concern about fair treatment, and that was how it got expressed. And I know, and I'm not an attorney, Rabbi Deb is, so I think, you know, it landed a little differently. Let's see, a couple more questions. In terms of, it was interesting that you were asking Counselor about specific recommendations about training for investigators. I think it would never have occurred to me, because if you have investigators, they need to get training, and there's lots of training specifically for investigators who are doing issues around policing, as well as more general investigations about HR and misconduct. So I mean, that would be an absolute, that there would have to be specific investigator training. Also, again, NACOL offers that, but there are lots of people who do that as consultants from various backgrounds, who are former police, who are former prosecutors, who are attorneys, who are HR professionals. There's lots of different sources. And that would be vital if there were investigatory model. And membership, what would I say? This comes up a lot. There are certain things that in this work come up a lot. And one of the themes is, how could we trust someone who is a police officer, a former police officer, a relative of a police officer, to fairly investigate or make a decision about someone else, because whatever you might think. There are a variety of opinions about this. I think within the stakeholder group, where people came to was, sort of trying to reach consensus. And I think Deb did a wonderful job, the very difficult thing of trying to help people get to a point where the composition and the restrictions felt okay enough to everybody. But it wasn't, I wouldn't say there was some, matrix framework where we kind of plugged all the boxes in and it came out exactly here. It was kind of where the group landed through conversation and what people felt comfortable with. But ultimately, there are oversight boards that mandate you have to have one or two people with public safety experience so that they can bring that perspective. And people will argue that that's really important because often they will see things as wrong that someone who's not doesn't have that law enforcement background or public safety background would think was fine. And they would say, no, there are places where you cannot have anybody because of that sense that how could they fairly adjudicate someone who's done the same thing that they have, even if it's not really adjudication. So it's kind of wherever people fall. There isn't really in this field a right or wrong answer. It's ultimately how a community feels it can move forward as the board that creates procedural justice and legitimacy that fits for what you need to do.
Can
Yeah,
I
I'll
just
just-
follow up? Sure.
Put a finer point on it. It's about trust. People trust Cress. Or the people in that room trusted Cress, and they don't trust the police officers to fairly adjudicate themselves. So that's why it's different in every municipality. The level of trust is different. I can assure you, Chief Ting would have liked to have had police representation on this body. I definitely remember him saying that, but that's just not where the group could end up.
So I think you might have answered my question. I was more concerned with not why aren't police allowed on the body more than anything. I get that issue. I was more concerned with why, if they're in charge of investigating both police misconduct and Cress misconduct, why police aren't allowed on, but Cress former are allowed on, and why those two instances were treated differently. And I think you got a little bit to that. Did I interpret it right that no police officer, no matter where you served, would be allowed on?
I didn't print it out just because it was so big and I didn't pull it up, but I thought it was people who had been Amherst. I mean, we had a whole discussion about it, but I think it was people who had been Amherst. So what does it say?
No member should be a current or former police officer, a staff member of Cress.
Okay.
But not a former staff member of Cress, or an immediate family member of a police officer or Cress staff. But it also says that there has to be at least one person with law enforcement or criminal justice expertise. And so folks imagine, well, you could have a professor of law who has, expertise in criminal justice, or you could have a district attorney, or, there's a number of folks that you could have who would have that expertise.
And yeah, and it's funny because when I read this, I read it as a current or former police officer or staff member of Cress, but I think that reading is correct. And I'll say it this way: I think that as this body makes its determinations, again through committees, and that's something that this body will want to think about. What is the right answer for Amherst? I mean, that was what the working group came to, but ultimately, what you come to will be what happens in the town, as it should be.
Is there any other questions, Councilor Haneke? Okay, Councilor Ete.
I had three questions. First of all, thank you so much for your work and the time that you put into it. So one of the words that has been used quite a lot tonight is trust. And so my question is, in your experience, how does an oversight body gain the trust of the police or Cress in this case, considering that these are also members of the community and trust is needed for the work to be effective? Second question is, where does the UMass police fit in? I have had interactions with the police in town. And I can tell you, I don't know who I had the interaction with, whether it was the town police or UMass police. And we've heard that for particular members of the community, there is, using that word again, a lack of trust of the police. But I'm sure that in that poll, you didn't distinguish between whether it's, again, town or the university. So where does UMass come in? And then my final question would be, what would success for this body look like in Amherst?
Do I keep going for a second? I'm only you. I don't know if I should, but okay, I will. Trust. Again, this is something I could talk about at great length. I probably spent half an hour on this in our training with the board, with the working group, excuse me. I think building trust with the police department, other public safety, with CRESS here, it really involves people feeling that it goes back to this idea of procedural justice, right? That people feel that they're being listened to, that the people who they're working with are being fair and impartial, that they have a voice, that their experience is valued, and that they understand the processes. They understand people's motivations. They understand why these things are happening. And and that's true with any large institution or government or university for that matter, these ideas of procedural justice, which go fairly far back, but have really been promoted through people at Yale Law School. Professor Tracy Mears, former dean of the law school, and Professor Tom Tyler. They've done a huge amount of work that has been influential in policing, but other fields, and I would say also in civilian oversight. And so specifically, though, to a little bit more to your question, it would be important, say, specifically in Amherst, to be able to ensure that police officers and CRESS responders felt that people on the board were coming with their lived experience, were understanding the reasons the board was created, why the town council did it, and that they were being treated fairly. They were being listened to, that they weren't being prejudged, that the evidence was being weighed honestly. If it's a review model, that people aren't coming in assuming that the police always do the wrong thing and they have the power, so we have to stop that power, but they're coming in to look impartially and fairly, even while they bring their lived experience and knowledge. And that can be a big lift, but part of it is starting from the beginning, making sure that you're building those relationships, making sure that you're out there in the community talking to people, but you're also going on ride-alongs with the police department. I'm not sure exactly how the CRESS responders work, but that you are, to the extent possible, able to accompany CRESS and see how they do their work. So it's not only anecdotes, it's not only complaints, but that you're seeing other aspects of their work.
What I heard was the question, how does the police develop trust in the oversight body, not the community develop trust of the police? So I want to make sure we get to that.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what the oversight body would have to be doing, so that there was trust developed, so that the police would see that they actually were being seen as people and not.
I would be more concrete and say, when you've got a group of people all looking at the same body of evidentiary proof and drawing the same conclusions, that's a trust building exercise, right? So, and that doesn't happen now. Community doesn't have the same information as the police. There's not a discussion about what the information means. So whether it's a review body or an investigatory body, once you're engaged in the process of deep diving into the evidentiary material, I think that's inherently trust building. I also think that community members of the oversight board, when they express responsiveness to concerns that police raise, when they see, I think, something I saw over the course of my time working as a community representative on police issues, the level of trauma that a lot of police officers live with, and the need for trauma-informed care for police officers and sufficient therapy and time off and, support. Yeah, so I think that everybody becomes humanized, so it's the combination of the humanization and the evidentiary engagement, concrete evidence. Yeah, that's what I would say.
And not to go off on tangents, but I think that's one of the things that when you're looking at this idea of a review versus investigatory, an investigatory body sort of presumes this external investigation is going to find more truth than reviewing internal investigations. If you're thinking more broadly about how to build trust in community in mutual ways, a review model may do that more effectively. And that was kind of my shorthand in the slide. All right, so there are other, in terms of the UMass police, I mean, I think the simple answer is they're not under the town. And this is, in Cambridge, we have Harvard and MIT police. I mean, the sort of granular thing is that when a complaint comes in, there's a process to determine who were the officers involved, and it becomes clear pretty quickly if that was not a City of Cambridge police officer. So that's around doing specific complaints. I mean, in terms of how you can build trust when there are other police departments interacting with residents of the town, I mean, that's just a challenging question. And I'm not, again, I don't know what the conversations are in Amherst around town gown and the relationships, but I'm sure the departments have their own relationship, but trying to find ways to support people who have had negative experiences with the university police departments. And then the other piece I just always want to mention is that people's experience of the police is not limited to what happens in the town of Amherst. People have experiences from other parts of their lives. They have experiences from relatives and friends. They have experiences from the media. And often, I think for police and other law enforcement folks and public safety sometimes, it's frustrating to think that you're judging me based on what happened in another city or what happened to your cousin. And that's the reality. So there's only so much you can do in your community. But I think, so it's not, I don't really have a great answer for your question, but other than to acknowledge it's a real issue. And it's going to be hard to continue to build trust with the Amherst Police Department if people are having negative experiences with the UMass Police Department that are unaddressed. And I don't know what mechanisms you have as a town to make a difference on that.
Before you get to success, I just want to say one more thing about trust. As a clergy person, I'm painfully aware that everyone's religious wounding gets projected onto me. And I signed up for that. So one of the things that I think can happen as a result of more interaction between citizens or residents and the police is that police get to understand that whether or not they personally did anything, they are carrying the projection of all police that people have, and they signed up for it. So rather than being bitter or resentful or rejecting of that reality, I think police need to get, that's part of the job, just like I as a rabbi get that people will project onto me all their anger at God, all their anger at what they, how sexist or homophobic their, pastor was when they grew up, whatever it is. So part of trust building is everybody needs to get a grip on reality and that this is the deal. There are police who kill people, whether it happens in Amherst or not. You take that on. That's part of what it is. And so I don't know. There's a level of accountability, responsibility, humility, and reality, I think, that everybody starts getting engaged with when you start working with the same evidence and you start working with the projections.
There was one more question.
Okay. One more question from another person.
No, that you had.
Yes, there was. I think the last thing I'll say is that, again, I do think that, well, this will lead into this, because I think one of the things that would make it successful would be more perspective taking. And it's not just one direction. I'll build on what Rabbi Deb said to say that it's also helping community members to understand what police undergo. And that doesn't mean necessarily feeling sorry for, oh, they're so but to really understand on some level the nature of policing and the ways in which police are deeply traumatized. One of my specific areas of interest in this work is the role of trauma in relationships between police and the communities they serve, and the ways it affects all of these different individuals. And often these terrible situations are where they intersect. So helping people to do perspective taking, for police officers and law enforcement people and public safety folks to have a deeper appreciation for the impact that they have on people, even if it's not what they meant, even if they thought they were doing the person a favor. But it's also to help community members have some perspective on what officers are experiencing, what it's like to go from call to call to call some days, what it's like to see people having the worst day of their lives, or some of the most traumatic things that happen. They're the ones who are called to show up. And not that you're going to make everybody feel great about everybody else, but to help do that perspective taking. And some of that's deep listening. Some of that is, I guess I would say, slightly different variation, not working off shared evidence, but having people in shared processes where they can see the humanity of each other. I mean, you're not going to have restorative justice circles around police complaints, but thinking about how a resident oversight board can foster processes where there's that kind of dialogue and understanding. And then the last big thing around success is that what you start to see is not just back-end accountability, right? Not just there was a complaint, there was an investigation, here were the findings, we made a recommendation that maybe some policy changes, and look, we had an impact, or that person felt heard and validated, or this officer received some discipline. But instead, that you have people in the community who are working with or through or on the resident oversight board, able to have a positive impact to look at what are the policies, what are the kinds of training that we want for the Amherst Police Department? How do we want to support our first responders and our responders at Crest? What are the types of things that we need to put in place so that we're not having complaints, so that people aren't having negative experiences? And when you see that there's this front-end accountability, that this board is playing an active role in creating the kind of public safety people want, I think that will be the biggest measure of success. There are smaller measures that people feel heard and validated, complaints are addressed, but that shift where people feel that policing really belongs to the community and public safety belongs to the community, and that those first responders are, again, they're doing something that community wants them to do, and the community has had a voice in creating it and designing it and implementing it. And to me, that would be the best form of success.
Alicia? I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Counselor Walker.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you both for your presentation. I have a question for you and also possibly a question for Lynn. I'm wondering, and I think Andy touched on this a little bit in terms of Massachusetts open meeting law. I think his was more in the view of what that would mean in terms of like personnel information. I'm wondering what that would mean for folks who are submitting complaints. Is there any ability for anonymity in complaints from residents?
Okay, that's a really great question, and it comes up a lot. So it's ultimately, that's really a policy around the process inside the police department. And now that could be connected to a resident oversight board, but most police departments do take anonymous complaints because as part of that HR function and discipline and training, they want to know when something happens, whether a person is willing to file a formal complaint, because it informs how they're doing their supervision, any discipline, retraining. It may affect policy and how they do the training overall, not just for a specific officer. And so when you develop some sort of oversight system, there needs to be a decision about whether or not they will take anonymous complaints. And then what happens to those? So there are definitely ways to do that. Now, the challenge is if there's an anonymous complaint, it can be harder for an investigation to happen, because often people feel like as someone who's taken many complaints over my years, I told you all you need to know, go figure it out. And often that's not really sufficient for an investigation. So it can be hard to get enough information without being able to talk to a complainant so you can get to a finding. It may just be that you get this complaint, we tried to look into it. We didn't have enough information. And so we can't really make a determination about whether the officer violated policy or not, or maybe even who the officer was. So having said that, so you can always have ways for there to be anonymity. Now, the flip side is if people make a formal complaint, one of the things that we discovered in Cambridge with rulings over the last few years from around open meeting law from the not the director of records, but the individual who's in charge of public records at the state, is that complaints are considered public records. So if someone files a complaint and they share their information, that can be obtained by the media or other members of the public. So it has not, in Cambridge, in my experience, been a deterrent, but it's something that I had to tell people. And generally, I found that people were like, no, that's fine. But so I kind of went all over the place, but hopefully I answered your question, Counselor.
Yes, that was helpful. Thank you. And then Lynn, possibly a process question, because I know the vote is to refer to GOL, but because this was brought to us with two different options, where does the decision as to which option we're going with happen? Does that happen in GOL? Do they bring us that recommendation, or will they just vet that, bring it back to us, and we make that decision at the next time this comes back to the council?
Outstanding question. Can I just suggest that I believe that what we're going to have to do is refer this to GOL, ask GOL to come back with a process by how we're going to go look at this, because in addition to everything else, this council only has about less than 2 months of its time. And this is an obviously heavy and weighty discussion and unbelievably important. So I don't think we have a solid answer for how we're going to do that, but I think we should leave open the possibility that GOL could at least come back with a recommendation for a process to have a look at it.
Okay, thank you. And do we know when, if it is voted to be referred to GOL, when that will appear on a GOL agenda?
That we don't know.
I can provide a little bit of insight.
Go ahead, Anna. Where are you? Anna? Was that you that said you could provide some insight?
Anna's been having some connectivity issues because they lost power in South Amherst with the storm. So
boy.
she may have just lost a connection for a moment.
Okay. I will work with the chair of GOL to figure that out.
Okay, I had a couple of other comments that I wanted to make, and then maybe if Anna is having connection after, she can come back to that. But I did just want to make a couple of comments as someone who was on the CSWG and worked on some of the original recommendations. One, for any counselors who have like a very strong vested interest in the Resident Oversight Board and learning more, you can go back to the CSWG recommendation, because we did look at many different communities across the United States that have these boards, and all of that information is in our report. And we did look at Ithaca, we did look at Eugene, Oregon, we did look at Springfield, and all of that information is in that original report. I will also mention that I did personally speak with someone who was on the Springfield Resident Oversight Board, and they spoke to difficulties with their sort of setup of having, I believe it was the police commissioner or somebody on the board, and also without having the ability to have subpoena power, and that they felt like the board was ineffective because they didn't have the ability to actually enforce the police to hand over records or video cam footage, even though that might be in the review committee's sort of purview. There is nothing to enforce that, and they found a lot of issues with that in Springfield, and so I did want to bring that again to the forefront when we're thinking about which model to go with is efficacy, because I think above everything else, above cost, above anything, efficacy is going to be the most important thing here. I also just wanted to hopefully remind us to stay grounded in the fact that this is a resource for our residents. And so as much as this is going to require collaboration with the police department and require buy-in from the police department and police unions, I want to make sure that we're not losing the fact that when the CSWG spoke to BIPOC residents in this town, that they did report distrust with the APD very specifically, not the UMass PD, not saying that that wasn't the case, but we very specifically asked about the APD, and that there was a lack of trust to even file a complaint. And so while I expect, or I don't think we can reasonably estimate the amount of complaints we will get in the first couple of years, and that might be lower numbers. I think once folks start to see or start to build trust in these processes, which will have to happen over time, and some folks might sit back and watch for a while before they decide that they trust this body, but that we will, I guess I don't want to say hopefully, because I don't hope that we will have an increase in complaints, but I hope that folks will feel more comfortable doing so, because I think that the case is right now that there are folks who are not comfortable submitting complaints because they go to the PD. And so I think, what a successful board looks like is a safer community, residents not living in fear, improved community relationships, and like all of these things, again, will take time. So this feels like a very important recommendation for me. It feels like I heard from a lot of community members that this is a very important recommendation. And I love that we would be including CRESS in this, but I do want to emphasize that while CRESS cannot take dispatch calls and we do not know when that will happen, it is even more important for this recommendation to be moving forward. So I just want to leave maybe that for the council and for anyone who is on GOL to think about.
Thank you.
I think Anna is back.
Bob Hagner. I'm sorry, Anna, you're back.
I'm so sorry. I lost power and had the bad luck of getting it back right when I was about to talk. So my phone struggled with me. Apologies for that. GOL does have a number of items left on our agenda, primarily the town manager goals. But so this is something, I guess, if we're trying to, it depends a little bit on what the motion to GOL is as to whether or not this will be something that GOL can get back to the council in this term. I think that, establishing a full process or debating between two different iterations, those each take a not insignificant amount of time, and this is a topic that deserves a lot of focus and care. So GOL would be able to get it on an agenda likely in late November, not our next meeting, but possibly the meeting after. But what I do not know is how quickly we'd be able to turn it around. So sorry, I don't have a cleaner answer for you.
Thanks, Anna.
Sorry, Lynn, if I can. Thank you, Anna. That's helpful. I just have to step away from being in the in-person meeting, but I will rejoin virtually. Thank you.
And we'll make sure you can hear and be heard when you come back in. You can also be on your phone on the way home, but drive carefully, please. Bob Hagner.
Yeah, I have two questions. First is, who decides which cases or which incidents the board reviews? And the second question I have is, have any communities started out with one model and switched to the other model? And if so, why?
All right, let's see. So generally that's part of an ordinance or a charter, depending on the model in your community, that what kind of complaints. In Cambridge, it's any complaint. And so a lot, and again, Cambridge's model goes back to the 1980s. It was one of the first 15 oversight bodies. And now we have over 200, mostly in medium and large cities, but some in smaller places. So it really depends. There are places where, so for example, in New York, now I should know this after all these years, they have 4 categories that their civilian complaint review board can take on. And the abbreviation is FADO, and I never remember what it means. It's like disorderly conduct, discrimination, but in any event, there can be a decision based on what your community wants to do. And I think if you got to the point of trying to figure it out, there's a lot of ways to get specific recommendations. But my gut would be in a place like Amherst, where notwithstanding what people might imagine, I don't anticipate you would ever get a ton of complaints. And I should have said in Cambridge and Oak Park and similar places, most of the complaints are about conduct. It's about how people felt they were treated, or they felt that the officers should not have interacted with them, or I called the police and they didn't do anything, and people felt the police didn't take action. So most of those are not things that involve long, deep investigations. They can still take quite a while, but it's not looking at use of force policies. It's not reconstructing scenes. And the other, there are definitely communities that have changed their model. One that comes to mind, because I've done some work with them, is Berkeley, California, where they, in the last few years, they did a charter change on the ballot. It's California, everything goes on the ballot. And they changed from a review model to an investigatory model. Berkeley is about 120,000 people, big university community, very progressive and very active. And they have a very robust office that does systemic reviews as well as investigations of specific complaints. And I think that was really driven by some of the challenges they faced. Like a lot of places in California, they've had very serious issues with unhoused persons and the treatment that they've received at the hands of police. Lots of interactions with university and students. So there are many other places, but for example, Oak Park, which I mentioned, they've done a review and they're most likely sticking with the review model, but switching the model so that they have dedicated staffing. Right now, there's been no staffing in Oak Park for the oversight function. So to have someone who can actually take complaints in, because that's generally these days seen as an effective practice in most places, is that you can make complaints to the police department, but ideally you want someone outside the police department who can take those complaints. So people do come in and feel that there's someone they can give them to. That was 2 short questions.
I just want to say that I think by the nature of oversight boards, because there's an agreement that trust building and the increased efficacy of policing and increased willingness of people to come forward if they have a concern. These are all such strong values that, but by its nature, it lends itself to continuous improvement or redirection if this model was selected for whatever reason, and then we have 50 cases over the course of 5 years, and we realize, in order to achieve those goals of efficacy and trust building and responsiveness, et cetera, a different model makes more sense. So I think I don't know how common it is, but it seems like it's baked into the values.
I think this is not that relevant for Amherst, but I will just say, because this will come up when people talk about the field, there are larger communities that have created additional layers of oversight. Chicago, Seattle, and basically a narrative that can be true, but also it can be a trope, is that oversight has failed. So we need to create another level or another layer of oversight. And in some cases, that's been true. Seattle, Chicago, under federal consent decrees or state consent decrees to mandate reforms. There's also often, I think one of the things I didn't say early on is that you want to be very thoughtful when you create oversight about saying what it is and what it's not. Because very often people will say oversight has failed because it's failed to meet expectations that may not have been reasonable considering what the oversight model is, what the body is there to do, what its ability is, or even the level of concern that people have may not be something that can be addressed through oversight. So there have been those kinds of changes. And there's often a lot of talk about that because advocates from the ACLU, my former employer, will come in and we need to create this type of oversight that's different or additional. And then 5 or 10 years later, people say, we still are receiving complaints. And I think it's one of those challenges that you don't want to say there will always be complaints, there's nothing you can do about it. But also, if you're not doing that front-end accountability, back-end accountability will never end problems. I mean, looking at what went wrong can help you change things in the future, but just holding people accountable for misconduct is never enough.
Pat?
Yeah, I have a question is really asking for clarification for myself. Looking at in the investigatory, we're talking about relevant evidence, incident reports, dispatch logs, video, audio, and it review that are completed internal investigation records not include videos and things like that.
I mean, my interpretation would be yes, they do include. So it's just those, when it's a complete investigation, all those records are part of the investigation. If the board's doing investigations or having an investigator do them on its behalf, then that entity needs to have those resources.
Right. So the Counselor Walker's concerned that if it were review, that maybe all the evidence wouldn't be available is not necessary. The internal investigation records include the same things that an investigatory resident oversight board would be getting.
It's a yes, and the
Yeah.
reality in the in the real world, right, is that you've seen this in many places where there are tensions because ultimately the chief administrative officer of the community is the person that has the ability to direct staff. And when you have a community where, say, the mayor is not insisting that the police commissioner, police chief is making their staff provide everything to the oversight entity, you run into problems because there often is resistance. And it doesn't mean it's going to happen in every community, but it's more often than not, there's a point where it's like, well, we can't give that to you because this is an active criminal investigation and that would undermine. And then it becomes a judgment call. And who gets to make that call? And ultimately, it kind of has to go up to the top because then this is why you want to have oversight inside the government. There are people that advocate for it to be some external function outside of the municipal or local government. But so ultimately, it's going to depend on that town or city administrator saying that this needs to happen. And whether that's a review model or investigatory model. And I think subpoena power comes up a lot. And I will say that the ACLU in particular, but also a lot of activists will say, you have to have subpoena power. And in Cambridge, the board has had subpoena power since 1983. And for at least 28 years, I know it has not used subpoenas. Because ultimately, if you're at the point where you're trying to subpoena another city department to give you a record, that someone in the administration could say, give it to them. I mean, that's why I sort of said a shorthand way. You've got other problems. So I know this comes up a lot, and people on boards will say, we're stymied because the police won't give us what we want. I know that that's happened specifically in Berkeley, and they've been public about it, which is why I would say it in this forum, that when they changed the charter to give them more authority, they actually found the police suddenly became much more resistant, and they actually got less information than they had. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to happen, but there can be unintended consequences. So that's why I say, try to find the right balance and the right fit for your community and your situations. And then that may change over time. There may need to be examination and say, is this model actually still working for us? How do we need to change it? And there will be different perspectives on what working means, but go ahead, Great White.
I'll just add another anecdote again from Ithaca. They don't have subpoena power there, but they have a culture, an expectation that every document requested is provided, and it is. And that requires town leadership, or that's going to make sure that the police chief is held accountable to information sharing. So yeah, there's many paths and, to get where you want to go. But again, if the goal is building trust, whether you have subpoena power or you have this expectation that a town manager or a mayor is going to require compliance with requests, if you're going to build trust, you have to reveal, you have to share the information one way or the other.
Yeah. And I'll just say specifically in Cambridge, part of what I was saying is that it was never an issue. We didn't always agree on how to do things, but there was never a point where it's like, you can't have this, because we had that expectation. And I think everybody knew if it came down to it, we went to the city manager would say, this is what the ordinance says, you got to follow the ordinance. The law department might weigh in or something, but.
There might be ways to state that in the setup of the,
Yeah, and there are a lot of models
Yeah.
out there. I mean, every ordinance is different.
Thank
every
you.
state's different. But
Thank you very much, both of you.
We want to thank you very much for this. I'm going to, we may have to have you come back at some point. I'm sure we will. But more importantly, what I need to do now is put a motion on the floor and see where we go. And before I do that, let me just say, I'm going to give a date in this motion, and the date is going to be December 15th. And the reason it's going to be December 15th is because we're not going to bind the future council. And so the reality is GOL in their carryover report, at a minimum, needs to speak to this. And at a maximum, they should come back to us on the 15th at the latest. And we'll be talking about that issue in a moment. They need to come back to us with a process and or a plan for how they plan to tackle this, or to recommend to the council how it should be tackled. This is a very, very important conversation for our community. And so in making this motion, I also want to make sure that we not only do we thank our consultants and the committee that got us to this point, but thank the CSWG for their initial work and their report, and the CSSJC for continuing with this on their recommendations. So I'm going to make the motion, seek a second, to refer the proposed Resident Oversight Board charge and bylaw to the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee with a report to the Town Council by December 15th, 2025. Is there a second?
Lord, second.
Wow. All right. Are there any further conversations or discussion? Anna?
I just had a question, Lynn. You said you didn't want to bind the hands of the future council, but I'm confused how we're not, I'm not disagreeing with this, and GOL may have to call some extra meetings to get that back to the council for the 15th, but I'm confused how this seems to me like we're more binding the hands of the future council by expressly defining the process by which they will handle this, given the fact that we likely will not get through the full process before the end of the term. So if you could just clarify that point a little bit, I would appreciate it.
So given the fact that we have, I just counted it, I think it's 7 Mondays between now and December 22nd, assuming we won't meet on the 29th of December. The question is going to be whether or not GOL can actually deal with this, or whether they will come back to the recommendation to the council. It's a bylaw. Generally, we have 2 readings for all bylaws. And then the second thing is, if GOL does not come back with a recommendation, they at least need to come back with a progress report, and they need to speak to it in the carryover memo. And that's how council business is done at the end of
I
the
understand how council business is done at the end of the term. I was trying to figure out in your motion, in leading up to the motion, you talked about GOL establishing a process by which to handle this. And then I was trying to understand whether you were intending the council to vote on that process, or whether you were intending GOL to do a more substantive review, so that I can plan the agendas out for GOL.
I think it would be important for GOL to come forward with a recommendation one way or another, for either yes or no, or adopt, or put forward a process. And beyond that, I don't know that we can get any other guidance unless other councils would like to speak to this.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Haneke.
So I'll completely speak to this. I don't even understand what our president is sort of trying to guide GOL to do at this point. The motion is to report to the council with the proposal. I'll ignore the date for now. In theory, that is a report on recommend which one, review or investigatory and actual language. We've got some proposed language here.
Right.
Changes to that, other things. I certainly intend to send my comments to GOL. I don't think that can be done in a month. And so I personally, I'd have GOL skip the process of how to review this, just do the review, and it's going to take a couple months. And that means it'll span the 2 councils. That's my own thoughts.
But they need to give us some level of progress report by the end of this council. That's all I'm trying to get to. We got this far. This is what we have put on the record. We've reviewed the charge. We've reviewed the bylaw. Here's the legal questions we have. Who knows what will happen?
Lynn, Sorry.
Yeah, Anna,
Wouldn't that be part of our carryover memo?
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
because that would be part of our carryover memo. That's how we deal with
Yes,
everything that's
that's
carried over.
exactly
It wouldn't,
right.
well, but you're saying it's a separate report back to the council.
Well, your carryover memo is a report back to
I-
the council. The council then adopts the carryover memos.
But Lynn, that's not what you just said. I'm trying to get some clarity here because I'm taking notes on what to put on GOL's agenda, and I truly cannot figure out what is getting referred to us. So
What you need to put on the agenda.
one moment, please. I'm not done. So what you initially said was a process or plan for how they plan to recommend to the council on how to handle the recommendations of the resident oversight board. So I am concerned about getting a process and a review of this done by the end of the term. I'm asking if you are saying that GOL needs to prepare 2 reports on the resident oversight board, one of which would be part of the carryover memo and one of which would be a separate report.
So
directly to the council.
let me try this again. The motion is that we're referring to GOL, the charge and the bylaw. Okay? To be
For
honest.
what purpose?
With a report to the town council by December 15th. It can be a
Right,
report recommending, it can be a report, it can be a report to recommend, it can be a report to recommend the bylaw, it can be a part of your carryover memo, and you're going to do, you know, the next council needs to do the following.
Okay, I'll try to, I'll figure it out.
I mean, I'm obviously not going to just dump it on you, Anna. It is a very, very important issue. The question is, does GOL have sufficient time between now and December 15th?
I mean, no,
Right.
but it depends on the answer. Does GOL have sufficient time between now and December 15th to do what is kind of the question, right? Because I think if GOL is simply going to say, this is what the next GOL will need to do with this, then sure, we have time to do that. GOL will not have time to, I do not believe that GOL will have time to determine to do a full substantive review of each option and make a recommendation on which to implement to the council. I am not sure, I don't believe that GOL has sufficient time to fully develop a well thought out process for how to handle this either. That one we can try, but
Then I
yeah.
think all GOL can do is say, we got this far and we carried this over. And the next GOL has to figure out what to do with it. Councilor Haneke, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is going to be a friendly amendment motion.
Sure.
So that it reads, instead of with a report to the town council by December 15th, 2025, instead it reads with a report and recommendation to the town council by April 1, 2026. I'm open to other dates, but we know we're not going to get a recommendation by the end of this term, and it takes a little bit for the next council too. I think that would solve this challenge of it just goes in the carryover memo wherever your status is, and the next committee takes over the review. I don't know whether April 1 is too long, too short, but you can always report earlier if it's too long.
That's fine with me.
Counselor Lord made the second.
Yes. Yes, okay, so the motion now reads to refer the proposed resident oversight board charge and bylaw to the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee with a report to the, with a recommendation to the town council by April 1st, 2026.
With a report and recommendation.
With a report and recommendation. Okay, that is the motion. Yes? Okay.
My hand is up.
I'm sorry. Councillor Ette.
I was just wondering why we need a date and what would be the significance of this particular date.
We always try to give a date.
Okay.
And it might be that by that date, they've already made an action. They can bring it earlier. They can also need to postpone, but we've always put dates on something so that it stays current.
Okay.
Okay.
So then, if I get this correctly, what this particular GOL group would have to consider is treat it like it's an ordinary thing, and wherever we stop, we hand that over to the next one. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that would be my expectation. Paul?
So I think it's a good question. I think a date is important, and that date's especially important or earlier because I have to submit a budget to the town
Right.
council on May 1st. So if there's any budgetary implications that I need to incorporate something into the budget based on the council's decision, I'd want to know that no later than April 1st.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anybody else need the motion read again? Okay, then we're moved to a vote. And Councillor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Walker, you're back with us. Thank you.
Yes,
And
thank you.
we just confirmed that you can hear and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. The next item on our agenda is, in fact, meeting with the CSSJC. Those of you that are still in the room, would you please come forward, and you can either sit there or we can have you sit right here. Yeah, I think sitting right there would be just fine. Paul, I think they're going to sit right here. And this was for all members of CSSJC. And Camille, I believe you're the staff that, come on.
Well, Camille is our staff liaison, so
Huh?
she's our staff.
She's staff liaison, right? Exactly. And 4 of you does constitute a quorum, correct?
Yeah.
A meeting, correct? Okay. Now, there are a couple items after we finish this that the council does have to deal with tonight. There'll be other items that we will not be dealing with tonight, and then I will be suggesting other meeting times, okay? So, aye,
Do I have to officially call us to order?
please do.
Yes, so it is 9:41 PM and I'm calling to order the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee meeting. Joint with the council.
Right. And let me just preface this by saying that on November 14th, the town council voted 12-1, and it was a previous town council.
Point of order, Lynn, I think the CSSJC needs to confirm their members can hear and be heard.
I'm so sorry. Of course they need to. Would you check with your members, please?
Does everyone want to just talk into the mic? Yes?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. And is there?
You have to touch.
For those not in the room, can you just say which members are present, please?
We're gonna go into that.
Erica Piedad.
And Allegra Clark.
Deborah Ferreira.
Did you get all that on, Athena?
Thank you.
And is there anybody on Zoom?
No, Everell Henry was not able to join us tonight.
Okay, Okay.
Just point
So-
of order, sorry, it is really tough to hear you if you're further back from the mic. So if you could just make sure that as you go around, it's right in front of you. Thanks.
Right. Okay. Right. So on November 14th, 2022, the town council voted 12-1 by roll call vote that the town council request that the town manager work with the DEI department and other staff. And there were 7 items adopted. I've had 2 or 3 meetings, I believe, with the co-chairs of this committee. And in addition to that, with Hala Lord, who is liaison from the council to the committee in preparation for this. And so they have prepared a slide presentation, and we're going to go ahead with the slide presentation.
And just briefly, we did all want to introduce ourselves again, and just say briefly why we joined the committee. So I'm Allegra Clark. I've been co-chair since 2022. I am a forensic social worker in the court system, and I have had a deep interest in the creation of CRESS since before it was called CRESS. So.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deborah Ferreira. I'm also co-chair for CSSJC. I'm also an original member of the CSWG, the Community Safety and Working Group. The reason why I joined Community Safety Working Group and CSSJC, first and foremost, is because of my sons. I have 2 Black males who are my children. One is 21 now, another one is 16. Both went through the Amherst school system, and both of them, when I had them, first the older and then the other one, I was afraid for their lives, right? Because they're Black males in this country. And even given what's happening right now nationally in terms of Black people being under attack by the media, by propaganda, being blamed for pretty much everything that's happening in this country. And so for me, that was the main reason why I joined these committees, was to protect my kids and also all the other young people who are BIPOC and that look like my children, especially from the police. Because the police, many interactions with the police are intimidating, are traumatic, and are very scary. And so I'm scared for their lives. I'm also a civil rights attorney that I've had over 25 years of working as a civil rights attorney, dealing with diversity, equity, inclusion, and social justice issues. And lastly, I'm an immigrant to this country. And so right now, with what's happening in this country, with ICE coming into our communities right here in our town and disappearing people, I think it's my objective and critical importance for me to sit on this committee and bring these issues up to you all.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Erica Piedad, and the reason why I joined this committee is because I believe we are all responsible for ensuring we have a just, inclusive, affordable, and vibrant Amherst. I'd served on the MAHT for 6 years and couldn't be reappointed. I learned about CSSJC, its charge, and wanted to assist town council in meeting the vision it voted for on April 4th, 2022, when it established the CSSJC with the purpose of ensuring the implementation of the CSWG recommendations. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisette Paredes. I am an immigrant to this country as well. I came here when I was 5 years old. I went through the Amherst public school systems. I've lived here for now 23 years. I am currently employed in the Massachusetts Trial Court. I'm a sessions clerk in the Springfield District Court. I'm also seeking my degree in legal studies and forensics. And I think that I'm very new to any town government or any committees, and I'm very interested in learning. My current path at Bay Path has opened up my eyes to the racial inequality and the system, the way that the systems have been put in place against minority communities. So I felt that I was actually recruited by a current justice at the moment. I had never heard of CRESS until this person brought it to my attention. And I think if it wasn't for that individual till this day, I still would not know what CRESS is because I don't think that it's had enough advocacy. So I joined with the current members and yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We will also want to recognize Camille Tariq, who is the head of our CRESS department. Camille?
Hello, I'm Camille Theriak. I am
Theriak. Thank you.
Theriak, yes, the CREST director. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker and retired firefighter.
Okay.
So, we, not pushing. Okay, we can go to the next slide. We just wanted to talk a bit about the original recommendations, then the 7 priorities that were adopted by Town Council in November of 2022, and the status of those and areas for further consideration. So again, we formed in June 2022 as the successor group to CSWG, and we were charged to carry out the recommendations. So we will work to advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and community safety in Amherst. The committee may provide advice and support to all town government entities, including the town council, town manager, and town committees, to fully realize the resolution affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents, adopted by the town council December 2020. The committee shall work to support all members of the Amherst community to understand and enjoy the benefits of a community that is truly diverse, equitable, and inclusive of all, and shall serve as a voice to marginalized and underrepresented residents. So I just want to pin there that the original resolution was passed by the inaugural council. The 7 priorities were passed by the second seated council, and now we are here with our third council. Reviewing progress.
Go to the next slide. Okay. So the CSWG was formed in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd, as we all know. We were formed after the town adopted in December 2020 a resolution. So this resolution is affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. Amongst other sections of the resolution, it stated, Amherst Town Council hereby affirms its commitment to eradicating the effects of systematically racist practices of town government and town-affiliated organizations, will review and revise its policies, procedures, bylaws, values, goals, and missions through an anti-racism lens to foster an unbiased and inclusive environment that is free of discrimination, harassment, and negative stereotyping toward any person or group. For us, this resolution was not just empty words. We will hold the town council accountable to make this resolution a reality for all residents. And this is something that we take seriously. CSWG began meeting weekly from November 2020 to October 2021. Our charge was to, 1, recommend alternative options to public safety services currently provided by the Amherst Police Department. Again, alternative options to public safety services. That was our first charge, and we take that very seriously. Recommendations for resident oversight and for policy reforms for the Amherst Police Department. Our recommendations resulted in Part A and Part B that were made to the Town Council. These recommendations were made in 2021. 4 years later, only CREST and DI were established, with both departments being poorly staffed, funded, and crippled by town government resistance towards providing the necessary support to actualize their full potential. The numerous other recommendations from Part A and Part B are far from being established or even thought of. The Resident Oversight Board hasn't been established as an empowered oversight board to investigate law enforcement complaints. The Youth Empowerment Center's $500,000, which had been earmarked to establish a center, vanished. Has vanished. And there is no accounting from the town manager as to what has happened to that money. And establishing the Multicultural Center hasn't even been mentioned. That's not even mentioned in any discussions around CSWG. Talk about CREST, we talk about DI and possibly the Resident Oversight Board, and then all the other recommendations that were made in Part A, Part B are just, sent into the hemisphere. I don't know where it goes, right? This sends a clear message to our town residents, especially BIPOC residents, that they are not a priority and are emphatically relegated to the margins. We will go into more detail throughout our presentation as to why this is the case.
So again, those are the original 6 recommendations that were made in Part A. So CREST, ROB, DEI department, BIPOC Youth Empowerment Center, and BIPOC Cultural Center, reducing the size of Amherst Police Department and continuing the ongoing work of CSWG, which has been realized through CSSJC.
So there was a plethora of recommendations in Part B, which was passed in October 2021. Again, marking the dates, right? That we're 4 years down the road, and most of Part B hasn't even been put into place. So the creation of CSSJC, as Allegra talked about, our charge as a town committee, I want to be clear, as a town committee, is to advise the town manager, town council, and town government departments on issues of equity, safety, and inclusion. Instead, we have been set to the side. Town council doesn't talk with us. Town manager doesn't meet with us. It took us months of emailing the town council this time around to even get an audience with you. The town manager has never attended one of our meetings, even though we have invited him numerous times, and we have been around for 3 years. We were charged with ensuring the CSWG recommendation were put in place, and we find resistance from town government engaging with us, except for town staff from CRES and DEI, who meet with us every month and keep us posted on the work they are doing. Although they are understaffed and underfunded themselves, they still make the time to meet with us on these critical issues of equity and safety. So I go to the Resident Oversight Board. ROB has not been established in the 4 years that it was recommended, and neither model presented today that you just heard was the model presented by CSWG. If the town had established the ROB as envisioned by CSWG, it would begin to heal the rift between the town and BIPOC members who are the ones that are most mistreated by the police. If we can't have what was originally recommended by CSWG, then at least the investigative model proposed today, earlier, must be adopted. Anything less will keep our BIPOC residents unsafe. The Resident Oversight Board as a review model is a weak, watered-down version and would further serve to create mistrust with law enforcement in our town. I just want to be clear about that. The rest of what I'm going to review on Part B has never been completed except number 5, which is community healing and visioning, which I will discuss later. The town manager stated in January 2024 that working on police protocols will be a priority of the police chief. That has not happened. I will give a brief overview of the remaining Part B recommendations. So we go to number 3, revise selected policies and contract provisions of the APD. CSWG drew upon consultants that we hired that were from the Law Enforcement Action Project, LEAP. Bottom line is that APD policies we mentioned have an overall disparate impact on BIPOC people and lead to further suspicion and fear of the police. For the use of force, the recommendation was to rewrite the policy. Consent searches and low-level protectional vehicle stops, the recommendations was to eliminate and prohibit and to revise the other APD policies in place. Number 4, we can go to the next slide, please. So number 4, to enable transparency, CSWG recommended the creation of an online dashboard which deal with disproportionality by race in traffic stops. It would cite various categories by race. That would help with transparency and again, focus on creating that trust with the community. In regards to traffic control enforcement, each of these categories go towards having APD respond to only jailable traffic offenses and moving everything else to an unarmed division of traffic enforcement that would be under CRES. That was our recommendation, to move anything but jailable offenses dealing with traffic control under CRES. That's not even mentioned. Per the report, over a decade's worth of policing data in the CSWG report in Amherst showed that Black drivers are stopped by police were 1.45 times more likely to be searched and 1.5 times more likely to be arrested than white drivers. When Black drivers were stopped by police, they were about 1.25 times more likely than white drivers to be stopped for over 30 minutes. When Black drivers were searched by the police, the reason given was 20% less likely to be the higher threshold of probable cause and nearly twice as likely to be reasonable suspicion compared with white drivers. Number 5, engage our town in an extended process of community racial healing. CSWG recommended a plan and strategy for laboratory visioning process recommended by Dr. Barbara Love, who we met during our information gathering time. The outcome of these intensive conversations will be the dismantling and healing white supremacy in Amherst and creating a community of liberatory consciousness. This has begun, and we will discuss in more detail later in our presentation. And lastly, number 6 was from the Part B, develop an anti-racist departmental culture in the APD. This must happen. If there is going to be trust amongst all the residents in Amherst, the new chief stated that he would be undertaking this. I was at his, where he was doing, when they were doing the talk back before he was hired as the new police chief, and I asked him that question. And he said that he was going to be undertaking that. I haven't seen any of it. I haven't seen any type of message sent out by the APD saying that they are actively anti-racist. Haven't seen any forward movement in terms of them stating that they are anti-racist. So basically, it has not happened. APD has not sent any clear message that they are actively anti-racist. They have not created an intentional culture demonstrating that they are actively anti-racist. My suggestion is they contact Dr. Barbara Love to engage her work with them to become actually actively anti-racist.
So on November 14th, there was a 12-to-1 roll call vote that town council requests the town manager working with the DEI department to enact the following. Next slide, please. The first one was to propose to the town council a plan for community visioning with a focus on public safety and social justice. So as Deborah said, the DEI department has been engaging the community in community-led sessions. And they did just release a report over the summer, the Liberatory Visioning Report. And unfortunately, the department is grossly under-resourced and continues to get new responsibilities. So there hasn't been as much of a effort as there could be, and it would be beneficial to have more staffing available. I do know that there are 2 very part-time UMass work study students working with the department currently, but 2 really part-time students equals basically 1 part-time employee. It is a great partnership to have with the university. However, it's still not enough to reduce the burden on the DEI department. I will say that the Liberatory Visioning Project did review many of the same things that CSWG looked at, that the African Heritage Reparations Assembly looked at, that the Turi report looked at with press. Many of the findings are the same in that youth need a place to go, and the police have disparate practices when addressing Black residents versus white residents, and that CRESS would be a beneficial alternative to that. So if you haven't read it, I really recommend looking at the Liberatory Visioning Report. It's excellent. And there are more sessions coming up. They do monthly sessions, and they have a great model where they've trained community facilitators to help as well. So it really has engaged the community in that process.
So let me set the stage too, right? So we're talking about, you all adopted these 7 priorities in November of 2022. We're in November of 2025, right? So 3 years later, most of these have not been adopted. So I'm talking to all of you as a town council, right? And I don't know if it was this iteration or last iteration, it's not my problem. The problem is, the issue is it's a town council. And you all voted on this out of reaction, right? Because what happened was that in July 5th, 2022, young people's rights were violated by the police. And young people that were mostly BIPOC youth, their rights were violated. And so the town council, out of reaction, said, yes, we're going to adopt all these priorities and then a follow-up on them. And so that's why we're bringing it up, right? That's why we have it there. 7 priorities set post Amherst July 5th, 2022, where young people whose rights were violated and traumatized. And then you all said that you all were going to do and take these steps. And we're here sitting 3 years later, and most of these steps have not been taken. So that's why we wanted to have this conversation and give the status report on the recommendations of the CSWG, as well as these priorities that you all said was going to take place and has not taken place, right? So in terms of the second one, if you can go to the to the second one, please. Yes. So this second one, proposed to the town council plan for the creation of resident oversight board with possible assistance from and hire as appropriate a consultant to help with the development of that plan. Status, resident oversight board has yet to be formed and proposals do not reflect proposed design of the CSWG. Resident oversight board must have investigative powers and should have the membership proposed by CSWG. As we've stated, it has been 4 years since CSWG recommended resident oversight board. As communicated previously, neither model presented today was the model presented by CSWG. Rob has to be empowered to do its work. Our state's post regulations do not deal with the day-to-day problems that our town residents, especially BIPOC residents, have to deal with when encountering the police. As the consultant stated, that was one of the issues that the police kept bringing up over and over again, was that, oh, post already deals with this. No, it doesn't. It does not deal with this. It does not deal with the microaggressions and the intimidation and the traumatization that our BIPOC residents feel when they encounter the police. I have stories. Other people who look like me have stories. We could sit here and I could share with you all stories all night about the encounters and the problems that we've had with the police. But that's not why we're here, right? I'm here to talk to you all about the issues and why is it that this resident oversight board has not been put into place, right? This was reiterated by the League of Women Voters, and you saw there was a public comment by some of the people from League of Women Voters report that came out in October. And I would urge you to read that report. It came out in October. It reaffirms pretty much everything that CSWG did and what CSSJC has been trying to do for these past 3 years that we have been established, which is to say that is the same theme of our BIPOC residents are afraid and feel unsafe and they need to feel secure. And so these things need to be put in place. So we cannot rely on the police's own investigations, which would be what the review board would do, to decide responsibility when concerns are brought forward by the police. Resident oversight board cannot just rubber stamp what the police do. There needs to be a stipend and a majority BIPOC membership in order for the ROB to begin to build the trust that has been lost between the APD and town residents of color. And the police don't get that. When I've talked to the police in the past, they seem to think there's no problem. There's no issues. Everything's fine. Everyone's hunky-dory. No, that is not the case. It's hunky-dory for some populations in Amherst, but it's not the place for people that look like me. So when will ROB be established? I just heard sitting there that now there's going to be a push to April 2026 as to when possibly something can be brought forward. So now we're talking what? This recommendation was made in 2021. So we're talking 5 years? Is that what you're telling me? Are you really telling me that? So while our residents are suffering, don't have a place to bring forward the complaints, we're going to have to wait until April 2026 to then find out whether possibly you're going to adopt something that possibly could be one or the other. No, we want a resolution now. We want ROB to be put in place now. What are the residents supposed to do in the meantime while everyone's kind of like waiting around and looking at this and looking at, the bureaucracy of it all, while our residents continue to be traumatized and continue to be afraid? That's what I want to know. So I'll stop there and please go to the next one, please. So number 3, you all adopted, organize a review of public safety protocols for responding to and handling public safety calls involving all residents, including minors, in order to recommend changes to those protocols if appropriate. Status, not completed. The town manager stated that once the new police chief was hired, the process will begin. Town council needs to direct the town manager to have the police chief complete this process. When the July 5th, 2022 happened, our youth, who were majority BIPOC youth rights, were violated. There was no redress for them. The new police chief came in and did nothing to rectify the damage that had been done after that incident occurred. The town manager has done nothing to repair the wrongs that occurred against those youth and their families. We are still feeling the repercussions from what happened back then. I get the concerns from community members who come and talk to me about what happened back then. The town thinks that sweeping things under the rug is the best way to handle wrongdoings. Well, it is not. We do not forget. When will the police chief meet with CSSJC to tell us what he is doing to rectify the intimidation our youth feel from the police? When will the town manager have the police complete this process? When will the town manager ensure that CRES is receiving calls from dispatch? We have been getting the runaround on this since CRES was created in 2022. Why aren't calls being dispatched to CRES? That is just incredulous to me, that we're talking, 4 years down the road and there's still no dispatch protocol in place for CRES to receive dispatch calls. CRES is an alternative to policing. Calls should be dispatched. We just heard from the members who did from LWV and others and the same theme, that most of the calls are nonviolent. So therefore, that means, right, 1 + 1 = 2, that then CRES should be getting most of those calls. So why isn't CRES getting most of those calls? Because the police doesn't want CRES to get most of those calls. So why is this, a joke, at this point? If CRES had been receiving calls from dispatch, July 5th would not have happened, and our youth would not have been traumatized as they were, because that's what happens to our youth. They end up getting traumatized and having to deal with those repercussions for years and years. I don't think a majority of you have had to deal with those types of things when you get intimidated by a police officer in that way. So one of the reasons why we're bringing this up again.
Thank you, Deborah. Next slide, please. So number 4 was continue to develop protocols for CRES regarding active engagement by community responders. I will say I think CRES has done an excellent job with outreach in the community. They've been at all sorts of events. I think that there has been trouble over the past 3 years with the changes in leadership, and it seems like we're getting into a stable place. So that's a good thing for the department. However, we have been working with Camille for over a year, about a year and a half now, and Camille has been very, very focused on getting standard operating procedures out there. And we're still hearing that dispatch can't dispatch calls and isn't doing it regularly. So that is a problem in having CRES actually be able to fulfill its mission and the vision of the CSWG. Because while there are more people going directly to CRES, there aren't the calls that could be diverted from the police department going to CRES as well. And I think that a big part of that has to do with the hours that CRES is available. Looking at the LEAP report from 2021, which had kind of tried to outline some of the ideas for implementation, the hours and the times and the days that CRES should be most available, it's not. And I think that that's a problem, because we are seeing that those calls aren't being answered by CRES. And I did have a conversation with one of the responders who said they were working really hard with this person all day one day. They thought that they'd gotten the resources lined up, and they asked him to come back into the office the next morning to get everything settled. And he ended up getting arrested that night because something happened after CRES had closed and they weren't there to support him. And so that is, I think, the perfect example of why CRES's hours need to be expanded or shifted so that they're capturing the hours that would be most beneficial. So again, I think that there have been difficulties and discrepancies in what CSWG recommended versus how CRES has been rolled out. And I think that that's impacting its ability to function in the way that it was envisioned. And I think that having a plan for dispatch by the end of this year would be really beneficial to the community so that things can get on track for that process.
And just to kind of reiterate, how can CRES, when CSWG has said we wanted 24/7 unarmed department with, what is it, two people for 4 shifts so that they're 24/7, then the funding that ends up happening is for, 8 responders, 8 to 4, Monday to Friday. When you look at if you look at the LWV statistic that they shared, that's not when most of the calls come in. So CRES is not even working in its optimal time. And if you all don't believe me, go look at that report that just came out in October in terms of when the calls actually happen, which is 4 to midnight, right? So on weekends, like I remember, there was an incident that was happening. I saw it, right? That I knew I would have called Crest, but it was a Saturday. Guess what? It closed. How does that make any sense? And so when this freezing, when the funding freeze came about, oh yeah, of course, we're going to freeze two people in Crest because, you know, they're not optimally, you know, doing what they should be doing. Of course, they're not doing optimally what they should be doing when they're not being optimally utilized during the hours that they should be utilized, right? The dispatch isn't working. They're not sending calls to them. So then how can you say that it's not effective or not working if you haven't even given it an opportunity to work? I'm talking to you all, right, as the town council who adopted Crest and said that Crest was supposed to be fully functional. So how come Crest is not fully functional? Why isn't it that why haven't you given it the power to be fully functional and for it to be working during the hours where most people need it to work, which is in the evenings and on weekends? Like I said, I couldn't call Crest because they don't work on weekends. That makes zero sense to me. So that's why we continue to reiterate, and we've been talking about this for years. So why is it that, you know, 4 years later or 3 years later from when it was put in place and 4 years from when it was recommended, that there's still no dispatch and that Crest works 8 to 4?
Next slide, please. The fifth recommendation was continue the work already begun on exploring options for Youth Empowerment Center. I, again, would like to shout out the DI department and the rec department. They have put together some great programming for youth, including last week there was a college preparedness workshop held on one of the half days, and about 17 high school students did attend that, so that's wonderful. But programming does not equal a center. So there were $500,000 that had been earmarked in ARPA funds that were, from my understanding, transitioned into free cash because there was all the fear of clawbacks coming. So that money, to my understanding, is now just sitting in free cash and cannot be earmarked or set aside for youth programming or a center. So we had an understanding at one point that there was a committee that had various representatives from town departments that were working towards the idea of a center, and that seems to also have not come to fruition. It's my understanding there was maybe some money put aside or utilized to study something, but it's unclear what was studied and what happened with the results of that study. We've asked various members of the team, including the finance director and the recreation department director, to come and talk to us at our meeting about what's going on with the Youth Empowerment Center, but they don't know either. So again, this is a big recommendation and not much progress has been made. So we are asking that there is a direction to the town manager to present a plan with deadlines within the fiscal year to find a location and establish a youth empowerment center, as well as providing a liaison to the committee so that we can understand where we are in the process.
Let me just add a few things. Our BIPOC youth are suffering. They need a space where they can go to. We've just talked, and I know you all were talking with the school committee and going over the budget, and our schools are all under stress. They need the assistance, they need the help. If there's a center for our youth where they can go to, they can get that extra help, they can get the extra help with homework and just the connections and different things, that's going to help the schools, that's going to help the families, that's going to diminish the problems. And so that's why CSWG recommended a youth empowerment center, to have a place for our young people, especially our BIPOC young people to be able to go there and have a space where they can call their own and to build and grow, right? During this time, how this center would be optimal and critical during this time where families are being impacted in our community, where families don't know where the next, where their next meal is coming from. The center would be critical to be able to engage with youth. But instead, it's been sitting. $500,000 earmarked to it, and we don't even know what that $500,000 is. I know some youth program has occurred, but that is not enough. That is only a minimal start. So why, and then when we have our monthly meetings, we ask questions. So what is happening with youth empowerment? No one can respond to that. That's why we're asking for liaison to be put on, to attend the meetings so that we have some answers. Our community wants to know. Our community needs to center. This was not just a frivolous request or frivolous recommendation. It's a very serious recommendation that would actually help everyone who is engaged with our youth, our school, our family, our community. Where is that money? And where is the liaison to attend our meetings so that we can get answers? Next one, please. So this one, continue to work already begun on exploring options for, no, this is number 6, please. Next slide. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know we're all exhausted. Thank God I wrote my remarks, because if not, I would have not been able to say anything and how tired I am after working full time, being a single mom, taking care of my mom at home, and then coming here. So it's been a joyful day. Number 6, provide training regarding racial equity rights and other options for training to employees and members of the public. Status DI department has actively engaged staff and the community in racial equity rights and anti-racism training. DI department has expanding responsibilities with only 2 staff. They need more staff and resources. Employee training needs to be standard in orientation and staff development. Although DI has done an incredible job given their staffing and funding realities, it is not enough. Anti-racist training, and that's what we want to call it, is anti-racist training, cannot be voluntary. It has to be mandatory. Also, it has to be weaved into the monthly trainings, conversations, opportunities, along with policy changes. Those two go in tandem. One cannot happen without the other. It may also need to come with staffing changes, because if those that are not on board with an anti-racist culture are slow to modify, then that may not be the best place for them to work at. Next slide, please, number 7. Develop a communications plan to raise awareness in the community about these efforts, and that the town manager will report on actions to be taken and all progress in addressing the above, no later than 4 months from the date of this vote. So this vote was taken November, of 2022. 4 months later, this was supposed to happen. Status not completed. CSIJC has requested numerous times that the town manager attend its meetings, which would help to amplify such a communication plan and coordinate efforts. We invite him to our December 10th, 2025 meeting. We're talking about something that was supposed to happen 4 months back in 2022. Why didn't this happen, Town Council? We are a body that is supposed to advise the town manager and town council. I'm talking about the CSIJC. The LWV October report stated CSIJC has been treated with disrespect when meeting with the town council. This is a quote from their report. We were not brought into the room, but this actually happened. We were not brought into the room at one virtual meeting. Then on October 17th, 2022 meeting, we were shut down by one of the town council members. We have not met with the town council since then. So we haven't met with the town council since 2022. It took us months to get this meeting. The town manager does not meet with us. The town manager did not want to reappoint me to the committee without community support. Facts are facts. Why are you afraid of us? Do you want us to just stay quiet and not raise these issues? We are a part of this town. We live in this town. Our kids go to school in this town. We need to meet with the town council as needed, and at the very least twice a year. These meetings should be calendared today. Also, the town manager needs to meet with us as requested. And not say that just because DI and CREST are on that they meet with us, that's the equivalent of him meeting with us. It's not equivalent because they, a lot of times when we ask the questions, rightfully so, because it's not their parameter. It's above their pay grade. They can't answer those questions. So that's why we request the town manager to meet with us. That's why we want him to meet with us because he has the answers that we're looking for. So it's not, again, it's not a frivolous request.
Next slide, please. I think part under that first part, there was this draft reports to be available to the council, Community Safety, Social Justice Committee, and Human Rights Commission, as well as the public, no less than 2 weeks prior to the town council meeting where the items will be discussed. That CSSJC and HRC provide written advice to the town council 5 days prior to the town council meeting at which the items will be discussed. The town council will discuss the manager's report and both committee reports and will hold a discussion that includes public comment as amended by removing and responsibilities. Sorry, now I'm showing my tiredness in that last part.
No, that's how it
confused
was.
me.
I
Okay.
know, I've looked at it and that's how it was written. And you all's kind of like little proposals, 7 priorities.
So CSSJC hasn't received this report, and just going back to everything Deborah said, we need increased coordination with the town council and manager, including meetings when requested, and again, input in the budget cycle. I know we've written letters in the past, but I don't think that's sufficient given what happened this past year. Press freeze. So CSSJC is charged to implement CSWG recommendations and therefore needs a budget and the power to do so.
Because that is another point. We don't even have a budget. So when we've had like our retreats or when we've had town forums to get, feedback from the town, we have to beg and plead for even like an apple to be served. Or, I mean, what is that about? How come CSSJC doesn't have a budget, even like $100? When we've had retreats to like hire a facilitator to facilitate our retreats, I've had to beg and plead friends of mine to see if they can do the retreat for us because we have no money. How? I don't get it. If we're a committee that's dealing with equity, safety, and social justice, how haven't you even given us a budget for us to be able to do the work that we're able to do in terms of having town forums and things like that? Of course, Crescent DI help with what they can. They go into their budgets to, give us a meal, but that shouldn't be the case for a town committee.
Next slide, please. So obviously the national scene and local events show that there's even more urgency now than ever in enacting what the town committed to. Community feedback and various reports continue to affirm the relevancy of these initiatives for the residents of Amherst who expect the town to follow through with their commitment. So we talk about the original CSWG reports, Part A and Part B, as well as the 7-Gen report that helped support those reports. Since then, there have been at least 5 additional reports that have come out. There was the African Heritage Reparations Assembly report, the Tale of Two Towns by Rabbi Deb, who just presented. So part 1 of her work, or their work during the process, was, again, gathering more information from the community about the impact of policing to assert whether or not a resident oversight board would be warranted. Then there was the visioning report this past summer by Dr. Barbara Love, community assessment by the Turry Research Institute. And one of the things that was found in that report was actually that residents are tired of talking and talking and talking about what's been going on and want to see action from the council and from the town on the things that they've been talking about for the last 5 years. And then finally, the League of Women Voters CSWG progress report that just came out in October, which was a really helpful resource for us to go back and look at all of the things that have and haven't happened over the past 5 years. Again, I would recommend looking at it if you haven't already. But again, all of these reports say the same thing. And reaffirm what the CSWG originally had put forward in its recommendations. So.
And why we wanted to point that out is that, you know, various times when I've engaged with different members of the community who are not BIPOC, they tend to, you know, doubt what CSWG had brought forward in terms of from seventh generation, from LEAP, you know, they doubt the data, they doubt statistics, they try to, you know, perforate and say, no, you know, that data is dated because it was back in 2021 and so on and so forth. Well, these are not from 2021, okay? The League of Women Voters, that just happened in October, last month, all right? So all of these have the same theme. BIPOC people are afraid. Like I said, when I've talked to the police, they laugh it away. Deborah, this is you. You're just angry. You're this activist who's angry. No, it's not that I'm angry. It's because I listen to my constituencies. They call me in the middle of the night, letting me know what is happening to them, okay? And so I worry and I stress about them because they contact us, right? Because they know that we are the CSSJC. And so all of these have the same theme, that they have reaffirmed and have gone into other data. They've done their own surveys. So when you all, some of them will say, no, you all were biased, CSWG and so on and so forth, and who you went and talked to, which we weren't. But, well, these folks weren't, okay? These folks weren't. They did the same surveys and it reestablished the same things that CSWG did and said, okay? So if you look at the Tale of Two Towns, the visioning report by Dr. Love, community assessment by the Turry Research Center, and the League of Women Voters, they will bring you all the data and all the surveys and all the people that they've talked to and who have reaffirmed what CSWG said. So the issues that were relevant then are still relevant today, and even worse because of everything that's happening nationally, what's happening in our town. Next slide, please. And this is the last one, so that then if you all want to ask us some questions. So as I stated, we are a group that people come to us and they talk to us. So we're not just there to implement the recommendations CSWG, but also the ear and the voice of the community members, because a lot of them, English is their second language. They don't speak like me or you, right? So they rely on us to relate to you all what is going on in their lives, right? And so these are some of the things that have been prevalent to them. And that's why we wanted to bring those forth to you, not just the recommendations, but also what is happening real time and some of the concerns that are brought to us on a daily basis. So areas of further consideration: equitable support for BIPOC-owned businesses. We heard throughout these past few years accounts from BIPOC businesses about the inequitable distribution of ARPA funds. And I know you all have heard it, it's been in meetings, but we have heard it too, and we get the constituents coming and talking to us. BIPOC businesses have complained without redress of being shut out time and time again from opportunities presented to white businesses. At a minimum, the town needs to have a monthly standing meeting with the Black Business Association of Amherst area. They are a resource. Why aren't they being asked and talked to? Second, protection of immigrant communities. Our immigrants who are our families, friends, neighbors need our help. We need to make sure that they are not being disappeared by ICE, which we know has already happened in our town. I am glad that the town manager and APD have recertified that we are a sanctuary town. Nonetheless, our immigrants are not going to call the police if they feel endangered because they are afraid of the police. We need to make sure they have access to CRESS, first and foremost, to LUCE, Immigrant Justice Network, and to other organizations, attorneys to help them. We don't want families destroyed by them being carted away to prisons due to racial profiling. There's current members from our town, at least one that I know, that is in prison right now because of being carted away by ICE. That implodes a family. What office has the town established to help our immigrants? That's a question that I'm posing to the town council. Next one, translation services need to be weaved into all town meetings. For instance, did we offer translation services for this meeting? There needs to be an intentional strategy to give all residents access to town meetings and the valuable information that is shared at these meetings. Offering pocket translators and translators at certain meetings is a start, but it is not enough. And lastly, we want to wholeheartedly support the establishment of the Reparations Committee, and hopefully they'll get established, within the next month or so, and make sure that the Human Rights Commission bylaws are adopted. I heard Liz talk about that during her public comment. So for me, it's by when will each happen. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Welcome questions from the town council.
thank you. Are there questions or comments from the council? Anna Devlin Gothier.
This is a question for Paul. I'm curious, the committee spoke about the need for a budget, and I'm curious generally how the process for committees in need of funding works. Is it typically expected to run through the department that their staff liaison is a part of? To my knowledge, we don't have any standard town committees with individual budgets, but I might be misremembering because it's 10:30 at night. So I'm wondering if you could clarify whether that is something that is our current practice, and that's not to say it couldn't be. I just want to know what the current norm and expectation is.
Sure. So their committees tend not to have budgets. It doesn't mean that committee can't request a budget. And I think for activities that committees want to achieve, there are two departments I've been supporting, the CSSJC, both CRES and DEI, both have budgets that can support that CRES especially has had a fair amount of resources to support activities of other departments, which they've been using very wisely. So if there are things that people need to get done, I think we would always look to be able to find the resources to help them do it.
Did you have a follow-on, Anna?
No, nope, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Pat?
I want to get to the dispatch question. What is going on? Why hasn't anything like that happened? Does CRES fully embrace the vision put forward by the CSWG? Or where is CRES in all this in terms of what you're developing? But where is dispatch and why?
So yeah, this has been a frustrating one, quite honestly. There was some progress being made up until the departure of Kat Newman. Then it sort of stopped. And then, I think about a month ago, we weren't making progress, and I brought together the police and CRES and the HR into a room, and we're meeting basically every 2 weeks until we get it done. And we've selected some call types that we want to focus on, and getting everything in place so that we can start having dispatch. And dispatch doesn't see a barrier. They are concerned about some certain policies and things like that. But we want to get beyond all those things, make sure it gets reviewed by the town attorney and get it on dispatch. And my goal is to have it done by the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Did you have a follow-on, Pat?
Thank you. All right, thank you. I'm not sure where to go with this because you say there isn't an issue with dispatch, except maybe around policy and stuff. But there's deep accuracy here been going on. And I go back to an incident I experienced in my home where the police officers who came actually said, one of the women quietly said to her partner, "This is a CRES issue." And it did happen after the hours of CRES. So I guess I'm sitting here a little boggled. And yeah, so
I'd like to.
I guess that your answer isn't enough.
That's fair. I listen to the scanner a lot. There are there's many calls that I think could be directed towards CRES. There are calls, and I think, talking with police is they believe CRES has a role as well. So what the dispatch is not, what I'm saying, mean by that is that they're not saying, oh, we don't like CRES, we're not going to dispatch. That's not their attitude. The attitude is we want to make sure if we're dispatching, we're dispatching to a safe environment where people who are trained to be able to address that call and all those types of things. And so that's the area that we're working in to make sure everybody's comfortable with the dispatch going to Crest. Camille's been a terrific job of helping to move this forward. And the chief is at the table as well. So we just need to bring people together and start we just have to get this done.
I guess one more thing, I just want to echo fear, the idea of fear. I was at the Survival Center one day recently, and a police officer came in because there was a minor accident in the parking lot. And he wanted to get information from the two drivers. We didn't know inside what was going on. All of a sudden, all kinds of people were coming in and basically trying to hide. Okay, and that's because of ICE. And so this level of fear really does need to be addressed. I'm not sure how, because of what's happening federally. So I think I've been doing more. And I'm still stuck. If dispatch thinks this is a good idea, then why are they doing it? You know.
So
I hear it. I hear what you're saying, but it's hard to hold to. And I don't agree with it tonight and everything else, you know. But this one is getting me on it. Thank you. Thank you.
And I hear you, and I think a lot of people feel the same way that you do. Like, what is the problem here?
Yeah. So what is it really?
We're trying to dig through that right now, and we've made a commitment at the highest levels of our organization to make it happen. My goal is to get it done by the end of this calendar year on the calls. Now, that being said, Crest does have they get a lot of direct calls, which was also
yes, I know.
People who are afraid of calling the police, you know, and so I think Crest has done a good job at getting the word out about that they exist, that they're available, that they go into the community, they're connecting with people. People will walk into Crest all the time. So I think they're serving a function in terms of meeting needs of certain people who will not go into a police station and will go into Crest to seek support.
And that's absolutely true, because we have Crest people coming frequently to the Survival Center, and people feel safe with them. Yeah, kudos. And thank you for my protein drink.
Counselor Walker.
Thank you. I just first wanted to thank the CSSJC for an incredibly powerful presentation, very informative in terms of updating us on some of the things, and a good reminder as to sort of the origin of where these recommendations came from and what purpose they were intended to serve. Because I feel like because it has been such a long time, that sometimes those things get lost in our conversations about these recommendations. And so I really appreciate like the recentering and regrounding of why we started to look into these things in the first place, and that these issues and concerns very much still exist in our community and very much still deserve to be addressed. So thank you. I had a couple of follow-up questions. One was just on the dispatch. And just like very candidly, I'm hoping for a little bit more honesty and transparency in terms of what is going on with dispatch, because and correct me if I'm wrong, I know that there are some kind of like dispatch protocols that needed to be established. It's been a number of years. And so while I know that we have lost Kat, I'm lost as to why it didn't happen much longer before that. And I heard that there were some protocols proposed and that maybe those were turned down for some reason, and that maybe there needs to be more, I don't know what, to happen in order to get those passed. But I'm wondering if you can be very specific and very clear as to what has happened with dispatch and what needs to happen. Like, what are you say we're going to get this done by the end of this calendar year? That's very soon. What exactly is it do you think that is going to happen between now and December that is going to allow us to take dispatch calls that couldn't happen in the past 4 years?
So Kat Newman had been working with a captain in the police department to go through a lot of different protocols and policies and things like that. Remember that police have, I don't know, 200 policies that have been worked out over, decades and decades. Uh, um, Crest is new in developing protocols and things like that, and how they're going to handle things, and that's a piece of the issue. What I am saying is that I brought people into the room. We're sitting down every 2 weeks to go through things, and try to make this happen in terms of what do you need to be able to handle calls? What do you need, Crest, to be able to receive calls? What we have the equipment, all that has been purchased. It's like, what are the barriers? And I'm trying to break through those right now. And I think that we're going to make it happen. And again, as I said, my goal is to get it done by the end of the calendar year. I think everybody has interest in making sure that everybody is safe when they're responding to calls, and I think that's a piece of the puzzle, but it's not the only thing. So, and I think we're having productive conversations, and it's getting the pens to paper and making it happen.
Okay, thank you. And as I'm sure you would do this anyways, but just to explicitly state, I would love to get like an update as to like if that does happen by the end of the calendar year, that we could be updated on that immediately. And so that we know when that's going to happen, and so that we can also work to communicate with the community, because while I do want to credit Crest for doing an amazing job with limited funding and limited staff, and limited ability to actually do their job, because we as a town have not provided them with the resources to do so, that we heard from a member, at least from the CSSJC, and I know many people in this community who are my personal friends who know that I've been doing this work for many years, who still don't know about Crest. So there is still a lot of community outreach and engagement that needs to happen. And I think a lot of the reason why that is the case is because they are not functional around the clock like the police department. And so they actually cannot be fully utilized as an alternative to the police simply because of their hours. And so I think these are things that we really need to look into. But I do think starting with dispatch is going to be critically important. But I hope as a council, we will remain open-minded to the fact that when Crest begins to get dispatch calls, they may need more staff and more resources to be able to respond to those things appropriately. And they may need more hours to be able to respond to the calls that will come in during the critical times that were outlined in the LEAP report. My other question is, and forgive me for not having this pulled up on my computer because I couldn't find it in a quick search, but we did pass a motion as a council to establish an anti-racist environment at the police department. We've never been updated on what was happening there. That was like a formal motion passed by the council after the CSWG. So can we get an update on what's going on with that?
Sure. I update the council monthly on the 7 things that you voted in my town manager report. And I can look into, I don't think that's one of them, but I can look to where we are with that. I know the DEI department put together a 5-year strategic plan, which includes bringing trainings into the different departments. And I just don't, it's like every 2 years, there's a different goal. I don't have it memorized. I just read it a few weeks ago though. But I think they have a really nice plan for extending training to town staff department by department. And they're doing ongoing stuff now, sort of more of the training of the willing and training the trainers type thing. But we really do need to get it into all departments where it's an expectation that everybody will participate. We carve out time during the workday for people to participate.
Thank you. That is helpful. Just one last follow-up comment to that. In that I think, though, that the motion, and again, I apologize for not having the exact language in front of me at this moment, was for the police department to establish an anti-racist culture within the PD. And I believe there may have been some delay on that because I think it was during the time where we knew there was turnover with the police chief. And so, like, I know there's grace there in terms of like letting the new police chief settle in, but I believe he's fully settled. And so I'm hoping that maybe in the coming council meetings that we might get a formal report on what the PD has done, not what the DEI department has done, to establish
think-
a proactively anti-racist culture within the police department.
So I think that was part of the CSWG recommendations, develop an anti-racism departmental culture in the Amherst Police Department. I don't remember seeing that as a council vote.
I proposed it as a motion during the meeting where we discussed the youth, the
Put it in
incident
there?
with the youth, and it did pass. So yes, that was a formally passed motion by the council, actually a number of years ago at this point, but we just have never followed up on that.
Okay.
So I don't expect you to have an answer right this moment, but I would love to see an update on that, at least a plan as to what they're going to do if it has not started yet, as soon as that is possible.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
Thank you. All these elements have been talked about for a really long time and do need to be addressed. I'm just going to talk about two. And one is a question to both the director of CRES and to the town manager. Are people open to changing the hours of operation, or is there something in the way of doing that so that in fact they are, the staff is available to the public at the time that they're needed? So that's one question. And then the other is the whole discussion about the review of policies. And to me, the review of, I guess if Kat was doing most of that work with the police department, the whole thing about the reviewing policies of dealing with minors seems to be something that would be fairly straightforward and fairly easy to accomplish. And it's disappointing that even that one hasn't been tackled. Thank you.
In terms of the hours, I mean, I would defer to Camille in terms of whether her staff would be open. I think it's a negotiable item. The responders are all SEIU, represented by SEIU as a collective bargaining representation. And I think their hours are in there, but I think there's some ability to have shift differential to work later hours. I just don't remember the contract right now.
Please move to the mic. Thank you.
Yes, there is. Also, to let folks know, one of the things that is hindering is the staffing that we have, and with vacations, time off, et cetera. But one of the other things is that while many of the police calls, 911 calls are happening after 4 o'clock, the calls that we're dealing with during the day that are diversion are happening during the day. There are people that are at the door before 8 o'clock and are not allowed in the door until 8 o'clock to come in to talk to staff. There are times that we have helped people go to court to avoid being arrested. One of those was today and happened at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So there's a lot of things that are happening that are not being captured on the CADs, the computer-aided dispatch, that are now being captured on our CREST reports. So a lot of the work that is being done outside of the police.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you. And thank you to the CSSJC representatives for really excellent presentation tonight. And very sobering because we are so behind on implementing so many of the recommendations. So I have the same concern about dispatch because it did, again, I won't reiterate what's been said, but it seems, like in every town manager report for the last several years, it's been that protocols, reviewing protocols are in process. So how do we move beyond that point? There's on the list of items that we're in process or had committed to implementing previously. I mean, how do we get a handle on that? And I don't know if I know that I don't know if we need more of a council liaison to the CSSJC, or how do we really get through that list? I mean, start working through, and I mean, there's some items that it seems, like we were bringing on a new planning director and economic development director. That person could, work with the Black Business Association of the Amherst area or the BIPOC Business Organization. I mean, that seems like that would be an appropriate liaison to the business community. I mean, maybe that's something that we could do soon, almost immediately. But how do we sit down together and really look at what we can implement when, so that it really happens and we don't have another report that, committee doesn't come back in 6 months or a year and we're at the same place. I mean, I guess as a counselor, and I realize, tomorrow's election day and my days could be numbered on the council, but what could we do to really work with CSSJC and start to implement, these recommendations? I know we can't do all of them. We can't do all of them at once, but we could do a better job than we're doing. So what can we do? I'm not really, I guess, looking for an answer, but I would like, if there was some way, I don't know if we have a subcommittee that we form out of this conversation, but just to get things moving. We need to do that and not just thank the committee for their report.
So this will sound self-serving, and I will first say that we're not making the progress that we need. But I do think that it's worth looking at the town and what we have accomplished. I know we like to talk about what we haven't accomplished, but I do think that we're making progress. Of this 7 goals, I believe we've made, 7 goals, we've made good progress on four of them, 5 of them maybe. I would argue that we have made as much progress in this area as any community in the Commonwealth. We have the largest DEI department for a community our size. We have a community responder program that's been fully funded within the tax dollars of the town, at a level of about where we had to reduce it by 2, but we're now at 8 people, and it also achieved some significant state funding over the last couple of years to help support the mission of CRESS. I think when we look at the 7 goals, we've made good progress. There's some that we haven't made enough progress on. We haven't made enough progress on any of them, but we have made some good progress on all of them. So I think I would just ask the council all to keep an eye out on what we have accomplished as well as what we haven't accomplished. Because I think the town has put a lot of effort and budgetary support into these initiatives. I think that should be recognized as well.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I'll use this one. In terms of the priority related to I think it's number 3, the organize a review of public safety protocols. That was done by the LEAP when they were looking at CRESS. They also did a whole review of APD protocols, which was part B. So that is one area that it would be really easy to say, let's go back to that LEAP report, the other one, and implement some of that. And I think that one of the things that we had talked about in our ROB bylaws that maybe didn't get touched upon enough tonight was that ROB might also have a role in looking at policies as well. So when the bylaws are coming before GOL and coming back to the council, that's something that the council could look at and adopt in terms of number 3.
Okay, thank you. Piedad.
Thank you. I'd like to also say, yes, there are a lot of things that have been put in place, but we're in jeopardy of the progress that's being made going backwards. So DI department may be bigger than other places, but they're having increasing numbers of responsibilities, such as I believe that they're going to also be staffing the reparations committee. That is huge. They're staffing our committee, presses. I know that they're going back and forth in terms of who comes, but you have staff members who already have so much responsibility and they're being given more and more. So I think we have to be very, very careful about the progress that we have made, that it doesn't backslide. And I think, freezing 2 CREST positions is a backsliding, especially when you're going to put those dispatch protocols in place. You're going to need that staff responding not only to what's happening on a day-to-day right now, but then to all those dispatch calls as well. So please do not allow it to backslide when you've already made some good progress.
And, want to add that it's about adding, and that's what we're talking about. If they're not working during the optimal hours or on the weekends when a lot of the incidents happen, then you have to put the appropriate funding. And it's not just that two positions were frozen. Kat's position was also gone because of the grant funding. So really 3 positions are gone out of CREST, while the police have 45 police there. So what has happened? Part of the recommendations that we talked in Part A was to decrease also the usefulness of the police in terms of nonviolent incidents, because as we've stated, CREST could be responding to a lot more. So yes, you do need to increase the staffing. You do need to increase those in order for the hours to make sense in terms of when the incidents actually happen. And in terms of policies, you can't just overburden, as what Erica stated, you can't overburden DEI and CREST, who are already understaffed. And when the town manager just froze CREST's positions without giving them more, and now you're going to burden them. No, the police department needs to take ownership of that. They need to look at their policies. They need to revise their policies. They need to make the department actively anti-racist and look at their minors policy, because I know that one of the Councilor Walker had asked about the minors policy. I mean, where is any of that at? It can't be just DEI and CREST's job. It has to be all of the town department taking that active stance as actively anti-racist.
Councilor Haneke.
So Pam asked one of my questions, which is, was there anything, or is there anything preventing CREST from changing its hours to be the hours that would be more useful for what we intended CREST to be created, to do when it was created? In the memo that the town manager wrote asking us to establish CREST, he wrote, "The reason for creating this agency is to provide community safety services in situations that don't involve violence or serious crime. It will create a civilian unarmed alternative to calls that might otherwise require a response from the police department." I hear a lot about what CREST is doing, but I don't understand how that relates to what we thought it was going to do, because and my ignorance could be the case, but police unarmed responses to alternatives to calls that might otherwise require a response from the police department doesn't sound like creating new diversion programs to me, for an example, or as some other calls that were in that CREST has responded to, helping someone deal with phone challenges, or paying bills, or applying for services, which are not things, I'm not saying they're not worthwhile, but they're not what we envisioned the program doing. And so I guess my question is, why aren't we working to change the times to the times that would be most helpful for responders to be there to respond to the calls that we envisioned back in 2021 this program doing, number one. And number two, back during the finance meetings last year, we were told that the CSO officer, that is a grant-funded position dealing with the police department, they have 2 part-time CSOs that come in. They come in at night and work at night, and they don't get dispatched directly from dispatch either, but they listen to the dispatch calls. And when they hear a call that they think sounds like something that was within their purview, could be within their purview, they could help with, they actually go out proactively. And it doesn't, I didn't hear the same thing from CREST. Is CREST, so my other question is CREST actually listening to the dispatch calls while they're in the office and proactively responding to dispatch calls that they hear that say, oh, this is something we could do as an unarmed alternative to calls that might now be going to police. Because I'm not sure I've heard that, and I could be wrong, and I will admit I might be wrong, but it seems like those are two things that could have been done that are not within the council's purview to make CRESS more effective while we work out this dispatch program problem, which frankly should have been worked out years ago. I think many of us are in agreement with that. So I struggle with what the council can do when, from a counselor point of view, it doesn't seem like the department has done and taken a proactive response to be what the memo in November of 2021 was written for what we intended CREST to be within its current confines. And I know those confines are its own issue.
Okay, to answer that, so when I came in a year and a half ago, the CREST department was in a very different place. I instituted protocols and revamped the department. So we, on our radios, do not hear dispatch to APD. However, we do have a receiver in the office that does have APD on it. So there has been since this summer that when there is a call for APD, for example, there was a call to Triangle Park, which is right outside. A team has gone out there and beat the police and been able to de-escalate the situation before the police even came. And the police came and were like, Cress is here, they're handling it. So yes, we do, if it is within a certain area, because again, the police have lights and sirens and we do not. But if it is something that is within close, or if a team is out, I can send them a message to go to that call, to be on standby to aid if needed. Also, another thing is that one of the areas that we go to frequently is the Amherst Survival Center, because there have been a lot of issues or minor disturbances that are happening, and they're going to increase now with the SNAP benefits being stopped. So that is 4 days a week that we go out there just before 12 o'clock when the lines are starting, just to make sure that people are comfortable and that there is no need for a police officer to be there, because people are very wary of having a police officer there. So the short answer is yes, we are self-dispatching, but that is something that has just come about this past summer because the need is there, and forward thinking, we're able to do it.
Can I just tag on? Crest folks have come in and stopped very pre-violent situations inside the survival center. And so police haven't been called, and they've consistently done that.
If I'd like to add on to that, Lynn. So I think the other thing that Crest has discovered, it's what was written 5 years ago is the whole field of community responders has changed over time. You know, it's developed, new protocols have been developed, you know, purposes have been established. They're maturing in many ways. So we're sort of in that first group of, you know, maybe not the first cahoots, and, you know, some of the other ones were first, but we're probably in that second group of community response teams that have been going out there. So I think that some of that has been developed over time. One of the things that we learned was that working upstream prevents things downstream. So if you're working with someone who's experiencing homelessness or just agitated a little bit, and you intervene early versus letting that get to a crisis mode where someone feels on the street they have to call 911, or you can go to a store and sort of encourage someone to move on forward, that averts something. And so I think that's what Crest has learned as well, in terms of intervening earlier rather than waiting for there to be a crisis, because that's when police are called. So you get that and you avoid some of those calls, just what Pat was sort of saying at Survival Center.
and I think the CSWG had put together a list of recommendations, right? And CRESS is one of them, but a lot of the other ones looked at proactive ways to be, for example, the Youth Empowerment Center. If there's a place for youth to gather and they're not out on the streets, there's less of a chance that they would interface with the police. And so if you're helping somebody fill out a housing application, for example, you're potentially having that person avoid being on the street and seen by somebody maybe as a nuisance and having the police called on them for that, when really what they need is a place to be. So I think a little bit of it is rethinking what public safety is, because having a house is safety, having food to eat is safety, having a safe place to be is safety, and having access to the people that you care about and having that phone call availability, that is safety for a person. It might not be taking a call away from the police, but it is maybe, again, avoiding the police from being called because we've met that person's basic needs. So I think in thinking about safety, we have to think about resources for people and how that also impacts their ability to feel seen and to feel like they are a part of this community.
And let me just to answer Councilor Haneke's question. The other part of it is that the community really relies on CRESS to be able to be there for them, right? So when you're talking about, sorry, and can you remind me of your question just so I can kind of go into it a little bit more?
It was kind of rambling. I'm not sure I could repeat it myself. The two main questions were the hours changing. Why wouldn't we change the hours if it's possible to when the calls are coming in to dispatch, and then you can listen to dispatch and all of that. And the second one was about
The CSO.
the CSO.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the thing, in terms of the CSOs, I mean, and this has been developing, right? In terms of CREST being able to respond to more calls. And there has been resistance, right? Natural resistance from the APD. And so trying to work through it, because CREST is trying to be respectful to the APD in terms of, okay, you've been the one responding to all of this. So it's different from a CSO that works within the APD that, obviously, is there and listening to the calls. And a lot of times what I've heard too is that the police go first and then they call in the CSOs. So not necessarily the CSOs that kind of go out, first. And the point of our CSWG recommendation was that CREST needs to be independent because to deal with the mistrust that the community has towards the police. So if you're just, having the police send out CREST or those types of things, first, whereas it's kind of figuring out the calls, right? Okay, so these calls are the ones that CREST needs to go to so that they can arrive first, because if the police arrives first and then they hand it off to CREST for a call that could have been CREST, that's already intimidating. That's already building that fear and that mistrust with the community. So that's why CREST has been respectful, right? Let's work out these protocols. Let's do all of these things. But now I'm happy to hear that they are getting more into, listening to the dispatch, but I think they're feeling more comfortable in terms of doing that because they've built those relationships. So bottom line is we need to have those protocols in place. These issues need to be decided so that there isn't confusion, and there isn't confusion for the community. At the end of the day, who are the ones that are going to be impacted if the police show up to incidents that CREST should really be showing up to?
I think also to talk about one of the things is that, yes, this has taken a long time. I've been here a year and a half, so from previous, I understand it's been a long time. But in the year and a half that I've been here, I've seen the department grow in leaps and bounds. And the type of calls that we're going to have really increased. We have a neighbor who said without CREST, they wouldn't be alive today. So these are the type of things that we have built relationships. And there is a big difference when you have a relationship with someone and they can call you up and say, I'm not having a good day. I need help, and they don't want to deal with the police. They're having a mental health crisis, but they're not at that level. So there are times that we're able to go in and we can go assess the situation. And the beauty of having a relationship with APD and the CSO is that if we feel that it is above ours, that we can call the CSO to come in, we do a warm handoff and then go from there. So we are all working in conjunction. But before, it was only, you had your choice of A, police, or B, the fire department. And it's now, there's a third branch. So we all have to redefine what is it that is our roles. And that's what we've been doing. Yes, it has taken time, but as we're doing this, it is getting better and better and better.
Several of the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, like hours and protocols and so forth. The observation that keeps coming back for me about CRESS, and that is that there's a fine line between social services and prevention down the road. And in many ways, and I said this at one of the meetings we had down at Atkins, I think it was, CRESS filled a role in our community that I don't think we realized we had. And it was the role of being more with people in a more intimate way. I don't mean intimate negatively. I mean intimate knowledge of what they need and helping to connect them to things that they need. And the police either don't have the time for that or they aren't going to be called on. And so in many ways, it's connected other services of the community, like Survival Center and so forth. But it's hard for me to explain what it is because it's not just a substitute for police. It's not just an alternative for police. It's also a social service that reaches out to somebody who might be suicidal, reaches out to somebody whose family is having some kind of serious crisis. And so to me, CRESS has filled in a lot more around those community needs. And in the process, they've established relationships that otherwise wouldn't have been established. So it's hard for me to verbalize what I'm seeing and what I've observed with CRESS. But what I do think it has done is create some confidence in the community that there's someone else there, that they don't need to always go to the police, or they don't need to always go to EMS or whatever. I want to thank you for the hard work, Camille, that you've been doing to, move the team along since you've been here for a year and a half. And because in many ways, CRESS is the centerpiece of the many, many different recommendations. It's kind of been the main focus of what we've done. It's where we put the most resources and so forth. It's not to say the others aren't important, but that's just an observation to add to this.
And Lynn, sorry, just quickly, I mean, that's true. And that's obviously, really goes to Crescent is hard work, but it has to be an and both, right? It still has to serve the purpose that CSWG recommended, which was for it to be alternative to policing. We had always envisioned that CREST would have a social service component. We didn't envision it not to have that. But the priority though for CREST was an alternative to policing because of the intimidation and the fear. And that's the thing that I want to make sure people are not forgetting. That's the thing that we get the calls from our constituents, our community members here who, look like me and others that are basically saying, I don't feel comfortable calling the police, and I didn't, unless it's like a life or death, that's the only situation where I'm going to be calling the police. If it's serious emergency, and that's my situation, that's the only way I would call the police. I'm not going to call the police, but for that, because when the police show up, I don't feel safe for any other reason. And so for me, that's why it's important for us to not forget that part. That part was the reason why we created CRESS, is alternative to policing first and foremost, and then that social service aspect too, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have CRESS be that alternative. I'm just trying to observe that in its growth period, it's also filled this other need that I think has helped build confidence in the community about what we have for them. But anyway, I'm not going to try to go into other pieces because of the hour and whatever, but Freka, Councillor Ette.
So I was just wondering, excuse me, how would Crest respond to the presence of ICE in town? And are there any protocols in place for that kind of scenario?
So as everyone else, we've been talking about what to do with ICE. We have the red cards to give to folks. However, as a town department, we cannot directly interfere with any ongoing investigation. But I can say that we would also be there to support the family or the persons that are dealing with ICE. And it's a difficult situation to be put in. And thankfully, it's not one we've had to deal with.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to just quickly go to the other people. I'm also going to lower my own hand. And this is an ongoing conversation and we're not going to be able to finish it tonight. So Hala, Councillor Lord.
Thank you. And I'd like to I want to thank the members of CSSJC for the work you do year-round, the relationship you build in our community, the knowledge of this presentation that you've shared with us, and the call to accountability that you've raised. I also appreciate that we're talking about what community safety looks like in expansive ways and what is building the beloved community that our DEI is working on and building relationships. And statistically, being proactive ends up costing municipalities a lot less. And it's not just about money, but then when needing to be reactive. And I can share the data if you ever want. But then I was going to ask Councilor Walker, because I want to please make a motion, but I didn't know can I make a motion if Councilor Walker's hand is up?
You can certainly make a motion.
But I
Sorry,
I
Hala, I
move-
can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? No, okay. I move that the priorities set and voted on November 14th, 2022 continue to be implemented and enthusiastically supported, adding that we support the town manager in getting the Crest Department to be up on dispatch by the end of December 2025.
Second.
Does that sound like a motion, Athena? Because this is my first one.
I'm going to ask for a second and then I'm going to go back
I'll
to have you
second it.
repeat the motion.
Second, DeAngelis.
Okay. Now, would you please go back and repeat the motion?
Okay, and I'm okay with some friendly amendments to my grammar. And okay, I move that the priorities set and voted on November 14th, 2022 continue to be implemented and enthusiastically supported, adding, that means in addition to the 7, that we support the town manager in getting in his goal to get the Crest Department to be on dispatch by the end of December 2025.
Okay. The way I'm hearing the motion is that it's reaffirming our commitment to the initial motion and also to encourage and support the town manager to get dispatch going by the end of December. Right. Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Alicia, you have your hand, Councilor Walker, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So this is actually kind of perfect because I was just going to respond to Mandy Jo's question, like what can we do as a council? And I was going to say hold the town manager accountable because there's not much else we can do. So I feel like Hala is doing that now. And so I do support this motion. I had one other thing I wanted to speak to, but I'm not sure it's covered in this motion. And so maybe I'll just say it. And if it's not the time to talk about it, but I was hoping that we could, it feels like we did a little bit of a disservice to the CSSJC in terms of how late this conversation went and how much more in depth it feels like we could go into this conversation. And so that maybe we find a time in the future to have an entire meeting dedicated to meeting with the CSSJC and not sandwiching it in between other also very important and lengthy things. And maybe after this motion, we can have an update on what actually did happen with the money for the Youth Empowerment Center. Thank you. And we can move along with the motion.
All right. Those are all down the future things. Paul, do you want to talk about the 5,000 for the youth empowerment?
Sure. So if you recall back in, just looking for the memo I sent to the council, earlier this year, February of 2025, I had reported that we had, given what was happening with the federal government, we were fearful that the new administration was going to claw back our ARPA funds. So our goal was to reallocate those funds, put it into free cash, and report what we had allocated those funds for in the report to the council, which I did on February 7th. And so at that point, we had previously, and we had sort of said, here's what we had thought we were going to use the money for. We're putting into free cash. So it's not lost, it's not missing, it's in free cash. And we talked about that earlier tonight, how the ARPA funds are going to inflate free cash. And we had put in money for the Banks Community Center, and we had $455,000 available for the Youth Empowerment Center. And that's, so there's free cash. I had designated for Youth Empowerment Center work. But right now, because it's in free cash, it would require appropriation from the town council.
But the money is still there.
It's in free cash, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
When is the Youth Empowerment Center going to be established, and who has the answers to answer CSSGC's questions about the Youth Empowerment Center on a monthly basis?
Paul?
So Youth Empowerment Center is a big ask, and we have a lot of other capital projects that we need to be addressing as well. We wanted to show good faith in moving this forward. I think because we know we're not going to be building a Youth Empowerment Center anytime soon, we also have a senior center that people are requesting and a BIPOC cultural center. That's why we put a lot of effort into programming, which is like the morning movement and mentoring, DEI, CREST, a lot of different recreation department are all doing a ton of programming and youth empowerment, because those kids are growing up every year. So we're putting effort into that. That's not the same as the Youth Empowerment Center. I agree with Allegra that there needs to be a place for youth to go. We have it on the radar as we start to look at buildings that might be available going forward. So we know what the needs are. We know we need a senior center. We know a youth empowerment center. And we're trying to address them as buildings become available. We will have, we have Wildwood coming open. If the schools give it to us, that's something we would look at as potential use there. Anytime we're doing any building, we look at space that might serve as a youth empowerment center. Usually the spaces are too small that we have, but looking for something that would be a service for that.
There is a motion on the floor. The motion's been made and seconded. Anna, did you want to speak to the motion?
I do, and I'll have a comment unrelated to this motion for after, but one of the things I think, Hala, this motion makes a lot of sense. If I'm again, my memory gets a little shorter after about 10, but if I'm understanding correctly, this is really focusing on this year. But what I'd love also is a preview of coming attractions. If folks could keep these things in mind as we get into the discussion of the town manager goals for the coming year as well, thinking through what is going to be making sense to do by December, and then what is the next iteration, right? Like what are the next 12 months looking like? Because that is coming down the pike. So as just something to bear in mind as we go forward here.
That was Anna's advertisement for a future GOL, please.
Sorry, I had to do it.
I know you did it. You got it right in the right place. Thank you. Andy.
I appreciate the motion is on the floor, I think we should be discussing it thoroughly. I just don't think that 11:30 at night after a meeting that started at 6 o'clock is the best time, that we're all getting to the point of maximum exhaustion. So I would like to make a motion to postpone to a certain time, but I think that I would need guidance as to what time to put into that motion if I make it.
Well, let me just tell you, I just went back over my calendar and I looked at the Mondays between. Yeah, right. And I will be polling the council for additional meetings. However, the motion's on the floor and we have between now and the end of December, unless you want to count the 29th of December, we have the option of 7 meetings. I'll be
Excuse me.
polling you.
It does seem like right now we could take the time to vote on this motion.
Right.
And other things that we
Can I
have
just
to
ask
do,
that
but
the motion is the one on dispatch, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Then I'm going to exercise my rights under Charter Section 210C.
Again,
I just don't believe that we can have a good, thorough discussion at this time of all of the aspects of the motion, which I think is an important motion for us to consider.
May I ask a point of information?
Please.
When that is exercised, has the council president noticed a meeting for this coming Saturday as a council meeting during the Four Towns meeting?
Yes.
So that is when this motion to postpone, the right to postpone would automatically be pushed to at this point in time.
Well, I think, but
If he exercised it, that's when it would be pushed to the Four Towns meeting. Is that
that would be
correct?
correct unless he says a date certain.
The charter doesn't do a date certain if he's exercising the right to postpone.
Okay.
correct?
I don't know what we're going to do after this because we have the housing production plan, we have urinating and defecation. No, I'm going to talk for a minute. We have urinating and defecation. We have the the junior high school roof, and I'm going to call to postpone on all of those if we're stopping this now.
Okay. A counselor has exercised their right unless you are willing to withdraw your right to postpone. I don't think I have a choice. Do I?
Could I just have a
No.
point of clarification or
Yes.
point of order?
Yes.
My understanding is the right to postpone is, my understanding is the right to postpone is not debatable.
It's correct.
Thank you.
Point of order is, Andy, are you exercising your right to postpone specifically on this motion?
Well, I think that's all I can do, but I really think that there's a point at which, and we had discussed this early on in the history of this council, that there's a point at time at night when it no longer makes sense to continue to meet, that we cannot continue to, and we did have that discussion at the time, and there was a time in the rules. I don't know what happened to that rule in the meantime, but I think that we've gone beyond that, and I think this is an important motion, but I just don't feel like we can give it the kind of discussion that it really merits at this time.
Point of order.
Yes.
Can the person who did the postponement repeal his postponement and let us get on with it?
Don't think you can huh?
So is Mandy correct? Then we have to take this up at the Four Towns meeting?
That's correct.
Did
That
we
is our
debate
next
on whether
meeting.
we're asking for dispatch to happen by December?
Well, it's fine. Yeah.
By the end of December. When you postpone to the next meeting. The next meeting posted for the council is this Saturday for the Four Towns meeting.
And this is taking a hell of a lot of time, so
And
let's
it's
move on.
not debatable. And so the reality is, unless the motioner withdraws it, it's not debatable. And the only thing that's been motioned is that the motion will not be acted on. Okay, Andy, do you have your hand up for a reason?
I can speak. I mean, I would rather postpone to a certain time and have it postponed to a meeting, but I'm not gonna go around the room checking to see if I have a number or there are enough votes to do that. I just think it does a disservice to the council, the community, to take up a motion like this at 11:30 at night after we started meeting at 6 o'clock.
Point of information, there's a TSO meeting scheduled on Thursday. A special council meeting could be called either immediately before or immediately after the TSO meeting, or a special meeting could be scheduled Thursday afternoon or Friday. We could also schedule a special council meeting before the Four Towns meeting on Saturday.
I'm just checking something. Is that our first meeting that's scheduled? Is the TSO meeting?
Yes, that's the next committee meeting.
There's a CRC meeting on Thursday.
Thursday afternoon.
3 to 5, but I think there's also a hearing on chapter 70.
That's correct.
That's that evening.
That's correct. All right. I'm going to then suggest that on November 6th at noon, the council continue this conversation so that it's postponed to the 6th. How many? It's a Thursday, noon. Please raise your hand if you cannot be available.
Is the suggestion we're meeting just to vote on this one motion?
Yes. Okay. Not available. I see 5 people not available.
I'm halfway there. I'd have to move something for work.
I'm sorry, is that you, Anna?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm looking at my calendar and it possibly could make myself available.
Okay, so I have to move something too. Is there any other question about that? So the next meeting of the town council is going to be, yes, Counselor Walker.
I know this decision doesn't revolve around me, but I'm in class until 3:30, and so I would not be able to attend. And it feels particularly important to me, not only just because I support the motion, but the specific motion that I was referencing to Paul earlier that I proposed was on that meeting. It was from the November 14th, 2022 meeting and is included in those things. And so like that was also exactly what I was talking about. And so if there was a time that I was available, I would prefer that. But yes, I'm not available at noon on
So let
Thursday.
me try another one. November, how about 9 o'clock in the morning on that Thursday? If you cannot be there at 9 o'clock on Thursday morning, please raise your hand. Now that's even worse. Yep. Okay. All right. Then let me look at the next day.
Sorry, yes, that's Jason.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If Lynn, if we are if the motion to postpone is pushed to this meeting that you're currently trying to schedule, if any other items on the agenda, another counselor uses their right to postpone those items, they would also go to this pending meeting. Is that correct?
They would.
I just wanted to confirm that. So we're not looking at a 5-minute meeting, at this
No.
point, because all of those other items, unless you as chair, or as president, excuse me, decide to move them prior to someone making that motion to
I am
postpone.
moving several things to another meeting, and it's not this meeting. I
Yep.
can tell you exactly what I'm moving. Okay, you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. I don't know if you were asking me specifically, but
Okay.
very ready.
I am moving off of this agenda the housing production plan, the proposed zoning amendment to accessory dwelling.
Could I ask for clarification? When you say moving off the agenda, could you also say if you've decided what meeting you're moving it to, what meeting you're moving it to? If you've decided.
Unless we can schedule another meeting at this point, the following items will be moved to November 17th. The housing production plan, the zoning amendment. We had already postponed, but we don't know till when, University Drive, easement and acceptance of public ways. I am also moving to that time, the 17th, the establishment of the Transportation and Parking Commission and the commission charge and amendments to the town council policy regarding the control and use of the public way. I am also postponing to that meeting, public urination and defecation bylaw, first read, and the proposed amendments to council committee charges. What I am keeping on the amendment, unless you tell me differently, can we postpone the vote on the roof?
If we fail to take an action in 60 days, it's approved. So it's a pocket approval. I would like to make sure the school committee knows that we made a recommendation to say yes.
So the thing is, if we don't vote, they have to wait 60 days. They can't do anything with
Okay.
it until the 60 days expire.
I'm going to leave that on the agenda for tonight. And the other thing that I have to leave on the agenda for tonight are two other items. One is the town manager appointment of the Planning and Economic Development Director. And the other thing I have to mention to you, and you
What?
don't have to talk about it tonight.
Lynn,
and-
that was taken up during the consent agenda.
No, all that was taken up during consent was the movement to waive the committee approval.
Right.
We still have to vote the position. Okay,
Which point of order is pocket approved if we don't vote within 14 days?
there you go. So that one we don't have to
When
do.
did he submit it? Thursday of last week?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And the only other thing is I need to draw your attention to the fact that in the packet is a PowerPoint presentation that is proposed to be presented at the Four Towns meeting. And I'm going to ask you to send any suggestions you have so that I have them no later than tomorrow at close of business. Okay, given that. We've now postponed. We're now looking for the next meeting date. And the next meeting date will be just for this purpose. And one option, I'm going to look at Friday. Who wants to throw out a time for Friday? 3:30 on Friday. Alicia, can you make that? Pam, can you make that? George, can you make that? Andy, can you make that?
Yes.
Okay, right now we're looking at 3:30 on Friday. Anna? Yes. Mandy
Yes.
Joe?
If it's slightly after 4, I can make it, but I can't make 3:30.
4. We're moving to
Well,
4.
I board a train at 4, so I can't be on a call until I've actually sat down.
There you go. Okay, I can make that. Bob Hegner?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis? 4? 4:15. We're moving to 4:15. Hala. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Kathy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
we have a quorum. The count. November 7th. The agenda item will be this item, okay? Okay,
And can I make a request that we get in writing what that motion was?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lynn, you said 4:15?
4:15. Okay,
Ms. President, so what happens to us though? Because we wanted to be present when the motion is heard and discussed. So what happens to us CSSGC who are the kind of real motivation for this motion having happened?
so I would like to poll you and see whether you're available at 4:15 on Friday. Yes? Allegra? Okay.
Point of clarification, this motion is just to affirm what you voted on November 14th, 2022,
Yes,
and to ask the town manager to have the dispatch protocols done by the end of the year, which he already agreed to. Is that what the motion is?
yes. That is the motion. And it's a motion on the count for the council to act.
Read the motion that you made now.
I'm sorry?
It's so late, I'm really getting tired, but if you reread the motion that was on the floor, just so because I had a particular concern, and if it's just going to be
Wait.
about that.
We're not debating it. No. Huh? All right, what was your concern?
But just read the motion back.
How do you want me to read it? Okay. I move, microphone. I move that the priorities set and voted on November 14th, 2022 continue to be implemented and enthusiastically supported, adding that we support the town manager in his stated goal of getting Crest Department to be on dispatch by the end of December 2025.
Andy, what is your question?
Tell you what my concern was and why I running out of energy on this side. Would like to know what the financial implications are of the motion that is on the floor before voting on the motion. We started the evening talking about fiscal discipline, and I just want to make sure, after having had advice, that we at least are looking at the question of fiscal discipline. And I don't think that we have the capacity to do that at 11:45 at night.
As I understand it, it will be no new additional financial implication because it's a goal that they're already working on. He stated it will be done. So there is no cost, as I understand, to my motion. Thank you.
So Andy, unless you withdraw your postponement, I can't do anything except accept it. Okay, the postponement stands. The council will meet on Friday, the 7th at 4:15. It's a motion before the council. We would love to have CSSJC here. But it is, and if you want to post a meeting, please go ahead. but it's really a motion for the council at this point.
We'd like to be present.
Fine, good. All right, we're going to move on very quickly. Do we want to do anything with the regional debt? Do we just want to let it go?
I
Wait,
call
sorry,
on my
Lynn.
right, charter right to
Wait,
postpone.
wait. Point of order. Sorry, point of order. That last motion was not the only or the final discussion point that we were talking about with the CSSJC. And unless we are, and that's why I asked the question about the right to postpone being specific to the motion. I had other comments that I wanted to make on this topic specifically.
Oh, it's all that was for the motion.
Yep.
So if you want to have any other comments with regard to the CSSJC report tonight, please raise your hand. Otherwise, please lower your hand. We're not taking a vote on the motion. George? Counts, okay. Pam Rooney? Yes, you do. Counselor Walker?
Thank you. I was actually just going to, I know we're tabling the motion, but we still have the CSSJC here in front of us. And I know it was like important that we figure out when we could speak about this motion and postpone it, but I feel like it feels slightly inappropriate to be deciding all of these other things in terms of other agenda items and other things when they are still sitting here right in front of us. They are not council members. It is 11:48 at night. Many of them have been here since 6 o'clock. And they are an unstipend committee, and we have wasted their entire night, and we're talking about other things that have nothing to do with their recommendation during their time after we made them wait for 2 years to get back in front of the council. So I hope that if there's anything else we want to address from their report, aside from the motion, that we might do that now and let them go home.
Thank you. Anna?
So I want to thank the CSSJC for coming in and for sharing your updates. One other piece, there was a lot in what you presented, and I'm sure that more questions will continue to come up as we digest it and as we continue to have these conversations, hopefully more often. One piece I do want to focus on briefly is you mentioned a liaison a few times, and we do have a liaison. Councilor Lord is the council liaison, but due to the rules, the way that our rules are structured, our liaisons are not really able to contribute to the bodies that they are liaison for. And so my question is partly for the council, partly for the CSSJC. So to the CSSJC, I'm curious if in talking about a liaison, you're asking the council to reevaluate your charge and rewrite your charge. And for the council, whether or not that's something that would be of interest to refer to GOL at some point. And in doing so, whether the committee believes that a town councilor member would be something that they would like to advocate the council add to that charge in going forward. I was curious to hear any obviously individual thoughts, since the committee will not have had an option to discuss this and vote, but if there are individual committee member thoughts on that idea.
Well, I guess council, thank you for your question, but I guess I want to learn more about what would the town council liaison, because you are right. I mean, Council Lord does attend our meetings, but she can't contribute because of your rules and regulations. So my thing, and we brought it up, right, was that we want to meet more often with the town council. We can't take, 2022 was the last time we met with the town council on these issues. It can't be years and years down the road. It has to be an established time. The town manager still hasn't told us who would be the liaison to answer the Youth Empowerment Center, so we don't have anyone for that. So there's still those types of issues. So would this liaison be able to respond to questions and be able to follow up on questions that the town council needs to move on? Because those are the things, our constituencies who are, mostly BIPOC, houseless folks, homeless folks, English as a second language folks, those who are on the margins, they want us to ask these questions.
Well, and I think to clarify what I mean is you could revise the charge to have a counselor as a voting member on the body, right? Versus or designed in some other way. I think this is something that we don't have on a lot of other committees or any other committees to my knowledge, to my 11:51 p.m. knowledge, but in revising the charge, you'd have the council would have the option to define what that role would be. And so what I'm hearing from you is kind of to serve as an advocate to the council in many ways, and to open up those lines of communication a bit more, and to have two-way communication versus the liaison, which is really only one-way communication as per design.
Yes, if that could further, yeah, these recommendations and the issues that are brought forth to us, yes, we should look at that.
So I'm going to suggest that when you meet again on December 10th, I guess it is your next meeting. Maybe it's before then?
No, we're meeting November. We're meeting in like a week
Oh,
and a half.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, at your next meeting, you look at your charge and you come back to us with a recommendation for a request. Okay? All right. That's the best way to handle that. Okay, Anna, anything else?
Not right now.
Okay, we want to thank you. You've now seen the worst of the underbelly. Thank you for joining us.
Do I?
You have to adjourn your meeting.
Just last thing, anything with the youth empowerment town manager?
So I give you an update on what's going on.
No,
with
someone
empowerment.
that can attend our meetings that has answers around the youth empowerment center.
Camille is our liaison to the CSSJC. If there's questions, she can bring them back to me. I don't have somebody to dedicate to this particularly.
Okay, so we definitely need a town liaison to be on our committee.
Okay.
It is 11:53 and the CSSJC is adjourning its meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Lynn, is our meeting on Friday going to be virtual or here?
Yes,
Be here on Friday's virtual.
yes. I just made that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Alicia has her hand up. Okay, she did. I swear I might be losing it.
I did, thank you, but
Okay.
I didn't mean to. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the regional school debt authorization for the middle school roof. I can read the motion. It's very long. I'll seek a second. To appropriate a portion of the amount of $10,024,016 as determined by the regional agreement for the purpose of paying costs of Amherst Pelham Regional Middle School roof replacement project, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, called in parentheses the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that otherwise is capable of supporting the required educational program and for which the town may be eligible for a grant from the Mass School Building Authority. Just an aside, it's been approved. Said amount to be expended under the direction of the Amherst Pelham Regional School District. To meet this appropriation, the Amherst Pelham Regional School District is authorized to borrow said amount under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. Amherst acknowledges that the Mass School Building Authority's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the Mass School Building Authority, and any project costs of the town incurred in excess of any grant approved by and have received for the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town, provided further that any grant that the town may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 61.95% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA. Is there a second?
Shane
Second.
seconds.
Is there any further discussion or comment? No. No. Pat,
I call on my charter right to postpone this issue until the next meeting, which is whatever,
It's
the
on
Friday,
Friday
the
at
7th at 4:15.
4:15.
It's a financial issue and I'm very tired.
okay. I've already postponed all the others except for the following, and that is to waive the to approve the town manager's appointment of Jeff Bagg as Planning and Economic Development Director. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Second.
Okay. Pat, you have your hand up?
Yep.
Kathy, you have your hand up?
My question is, did Pat postpone it to the Friday meeting that we're about?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't hear when, okay.
Okay, this motion's been made and seconded. Are there any other comments or questions? Who seconded it?
George.
George, thank you. We're moving to a vote. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord. Pam Rooney. We're voting on the economic development, planning and economic development.
Yes.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
I believe it's 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstained. The motion passes. Counselor Haneke.
I move to adjourn.
I second it.
Oh, please send me goals.
The motion's been made and seconded. We are going to move immediately to a vote. To adjourn. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord. Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devlin Gothier.
No. Really need to talk about
Counselor
goals,
Ette.
guys.
And Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's a majority rules, 12 in favor, 1 opposed. We're adjourned. Second.